Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio presents Colter, Farrow 3, The Last Ride of Jed Strange by Frank Leslie. Narrated by Terrence Aselford, with performances by Michael John Casey, Kimberly Gilbert, Michael Glenn, Bradley Smith, Bill Gillette, Casey Platt, Elizabeth Jernigan, Chris Genebach, Tim Getman, Joe Brack, Terrence Aselford, Robbie Gay, Scott McCormick, Andy Brownstein, Eric Messner, and Patrick Bussink. Colter, Farrow 3, The Last Ride of Jed Strange. The bullet nipped the crown of Colter Farrow's hat and blew it off his head before smashing into a stone scarp. The whine was almost instantly drowned out by the crash of the rifle up the hill on the left side of the old Indian trail that Colter and his horse-breaking partner, Willie Tappan, had followed out from Tucson.
Down, Willie! Down!
Colter threw himself out of his saddle as his Mustang buck-kicked and galloped on up the trail, reins bouncing along behind him. Colter rolled as two more bullets plowed up dirt around his head and shoulders and threw himself behind a small cedar and a rock. Willie Tappan, older and slower, swung down from the back of his pitching horse and dropped to one knee beside a rock on the other side of the trail. As his piebald gelding ran up the trail after Colter's coyote done, Willie poked back his Stetson's broad, flat brim and looked over the rock toward the source of the gunfire.
What in tarnation? Keep your head down, Willie!
You don't have to tell me twice. Hoss thieves, you think?
Colter jerked his head down behind his covering rock as two more bullets smashed into it and a third whizzed past his right. The shooting continued for nearly a minute, bullets whistling and hammering and the ricochets whining, until a lull drifted down over the Arizona desert in the shadow of the Rincon Mountains. Colter glanced at Willie, crouching low behind the boulder, his hat down over his eyes. None of the bullets had appeared to land anywhere near the older horsebreaker. Most, if not all, had churned the dust and rocks around Colter.
Good God almighty! Whoever they are, there's a few of them, and they don't like us a heap.
He had his Schofield revolver in his gloved hand, but he didn't appear overly eager to use the weapon, which he wore mainly to guard against rattlesnakes and for smashing coffee beans. Willie's specialty was horses, not gun work. It had been for nearly all of his 40-odd years.
You stay here and keep your ugly head down, Willie.
I heard that.
Colter slid his Remington revolver from the holster and flicked open the cylinder's release tab. He pinched a .44 cartridge from one of the loops on his shell belt and slid it through the loading gate, filling the cylinder that he always left empty beneath the Remy's hammer, so he wouldn't inadvertently shoot himself in the leg. He flicked the loading gate closed and spun the cylinder. Wanted as he was by the law, as well as by bounty hunters, the red-headed young man kept the pistol ready for work at all times. Now he ran a hand through his shoulder-length, sweat-damp hair and cast a glance around the rock to the high, rocky hill on the other side of the trail. Smoke puffed around a rifle maw about halfway up the hill, the shooter himself concealed by the rocks. The slug hammered the face of Colter's covering boulder, rock shards flying in all directions.
Colter, you all right?
I ain't hit if that's what you mean.
Them boys seem to have a bone to pick with you.
Colter tried to keep the tone light, not wanting to give away any information about his previous and ongoing trouble, which neither Willie nor anyone else at Camp Grant, where he was currently employed as a horsebreaker, knew anything about.
They're probably after my hoss. Must have seen Northwest back at the stage station.
He and Willie had been out scouting a herd of wild horses south of Soldier Gulch and had stopped for water and coffee at a swing station about 5 miles back. Several other men had been there, a couple of Mexicans, a half-breed Indian, and 2 white men, including a plug-ugly little man eating lunch on the station house's front porch. Colter had kept his distance, but he'd thought he'd glimpsed a couple of the ragged crew favoring him with lingering gazes. All, including the child-sized man, were a savage-looking lot, bristling with guns and ammunition. Colter had figured they were either game hunters for the railroad or bounty hunters.
What's your horse got that my horse ain't got?
More rifles hammered away on the slope.
That horse of yours is a beat-up old cayuse ready for the glue factory. You stay here. I'm gonna work around behind him.
There's too many of them, Red. Let's hightail it.
You hightail it. I'm gonna work around behind him and see if I can discourage him.
Ignoring the warning, Colter took advantage of the lull in the shooting to bound up from behind his boulder and run crouching across the trail. 2 bullets licked up dust behind him as he scrambled into the thick brush and stunt cedars lining the base of the hill and running around the hill's shoulder. After only a few yards, he could no longer see the nest of rocks from which the dry gulchers were slinging lead, which meant they couldn't see him either. A pistol popped behind him. Willie was triggering shots at the bushwhackers, keeping the brigands distracted. As Colter moved along a rocky wash that angled around the side of the hill, partly concealed by saguaros and mesquites, he wished he'd had time to grab his Henry rifle from his saddle boot before he'd left his horse. All he had was the 6-shooter. It had done for him before, though. It would have to do for him again. He continued walking along the wash, noting that the cracks of the dry gulcher's rifles had fallen eerily silent. Slowing his pace, he moved more quietly, ratcheting back the Remington's hammer and holding the pistol straight out in front of him. Just ahead, a notch was dug into the side of the hill, a narrow, dry watercourse filled with dead weeds and jumbled rock left by previous monsoon floods. Colter turned into the cut. It should take him right up behind the shooters. When he'd walked a dozen yards, he heard someone moving down the slope on his right and turned to see the little man he'd seen at the swing station skip-hopping down the rocks, angling toward him from the crest of the rocky hill. Colter swung his pistol toward the childlike figure. He'd been reloading the pistol when he saw Colter, and now he flicked his pocket pistol's loading gate closed.
Hold it right there, Shorty.
The small man stopped on a flat boulder and swung his pocket pistol toward Colter.
Hold this, Red!
Colter's Remy barked, sending the child man tumbling backward off the boulder. The goatish little man dropped the pistol as he clutched his bloody neck and fell down out of sight.
Damn you!
Colter froze, his powder smoke still wafting in the air around his head. In the corner of his left eye, he saw several figures step up onto the rocks on that side of the cut. Slowly, he turned just as the 5th man was stepping onto a boulder, all 5 holding pistols down low in their gloved hands. 3 of the 4 wore long dusters that blew around the tops of their scuffed, dusty boots.
You just shot my brother, Tiny Dave, you son of a bitch!
He jutted the gun in his hand in the direction of Tiny. A man at the far left of the line of 5 held a long-barreled Colt Navy down low by his left thigh. He smiled.
Bill Rondo done sent you a message in care of us, Red.
Colter turned slowly, making no sudden moves, but keeping the Remington held tight in his right hand, aimed at the ground near his right boot.
That right? Well, I got one to send back. To him.
He had barely finished the sentence when Colter swung around, bringing up the Remy. He fired from a crouch, the old pistol roaring. The bushwhackers went down like dominoes. Colter straightened. His heart beat slowly, but now, in the aftermath of killing, it began to quicken. That's how it had been lately. When he'd been forced to kill, it had come easily to him. He'd approached it as calmly as a poker player dealing cards. Only later did his nerves start to twang, his mouth go dry, and his hands shake. He wasn't sure what to make of it all. On the one hand, it meant he'd grown comfortable with killing. That calmness made killing easy. At least it made the killing of men who would otherwise kill him easy. On the other hand, Colter remembered what Marshal Spur had told him some time back, that the more he killed, the more he'd have to kill to stay alive. It was that burden that made him unsteady in the wake of killing. As Colter was looking around warily, making sure no one else was about to dry gulch him, he plucked the spent brass from the Remington cylinder. He slipped 44 shells from the loops on his cartridge belt and punched them through the Remington's loading gate, then flipped the gate shut and rolled the cylinder across his forearm. Colter aimed the Remington in the direction of the sound, clicking the hammer back. When no one appeared, he climbed the bank and walked around the large boulder the midget had been standing on and stopped, aiming the pistol straight out from his shoulder, angled down. Tiny Dave lay back against another rock.
You sure are faster with the smoke wagon, Red.
Colter didn't say anything.
Good thing you are, 'cause there's gonna be a whole lot more from where we come from.
Tiny Dave fell still. Colter frowned as he studied the savage-looking little man. A piece of paper fluttered inside his auburn vest, angling out from a pocket of his pinstriped shirt. Colter crouched and plucked the paper from the man's pocket. He unfolded the single sheet until his own image stared up at him, an inked sketch of Colter's own face looking exaggeratedly menacing beneath his hat brim, his eyes more heavy-lidded and intimidating than they actually were, or at least than he thought they were. The artist had dabbed a few fresh freckles across his nose. Colter's mouth was depicted as a thin knife slash. The sketch included the S that had been branded into his left cheek by Sheriff Bill Rondo. Unconsciously, Colter lifted a gloved hand to his cheek, touched his index and middle fingers to the knotted scar, feeling his ears warm as he wondered if the brand was really that stark and hideous.
Reward: $1,000 dead or alive, Colter Farrow. Notorious young pistolier who maimed and scarred Sheriff Bill Rondo of Sapanero, Colorado Territory. Farrow wears the mark of Satan on his cheek and has murdered countless numbers in an ongoing bloodbath across the West.
Colter tore up the paper and tossed the bits into the hot, dry breeze. He ran a thumb under one of his suspender straps and stared off in anger.
Mark of Satan, huh? It's the damn mark of Sapanero.
Indeed, it was the mark of Sapanero that Sheriff Bill Rondo had burned into his cheek after Colter had discovered that Rondo and several others from Sapanero had killed his foster father, Trace Cassidy. Colter had been taken in by Trace and Ruth Cassidy at 6 years old when his parents had died in a milk plague that had swept the lunatic mountains of south-central Colorado, where they'd ranched. Trace and Ruth had owned a ranch not far from where Colter was born. They'd raised the orphaned boy like their own, and he'd grown up as an older brother to David and little May. Though after he'd turned 12, he'd moved out to the bunk shack and worked as a puncher right along with the other men Trace had hired to keep up his fences, cut hay, and tend his growing cattle and horse herds. It had been a good life, and Colter had intended to marry his sweetheart from a neighboring horse ranch, Mariana Claymore, until that fateful day on which Trace had been carried home dead in the wagon he'd driven to Sapanero to buy supplies. So Ruth had sent Colter and his Remington pistol to Sapanero to seek out the responsible parties behind Trace's murder. That's how things were done in the lunatic mountains. Colter had gotten out alive, but wearing the Sapanero brand on his cheek, the brand that Rondo had used to mark those he barred from his town. Eventually, Colter had gotten revenge by killing Deputy Bannon, crippling Rondo with a bullet to his back, and branding the sheriff with his own iron, all of which earned a hefty price on Colter's head. Of course, he hadn't been able to go back home to Ruth and David and little May as a wanted man. So Colter had run, first to Wyoming. When his trail had grown hot up there, he'd ridden down to Arizona, where he was now trying to live quietly, unassumingly earning an honest living by breaking horses with Willie Tappan at Camp Grant, a dusty little military outpost on the hot, desolate banks of the San Pedro River. Colter had hoped no bounty hunters would find him there. Walking back around from the boulder where Tiny Dave lay, Colter surveyed the 5 other men he'd left dead atop the blood-splattered bank of the wash, then stomped around until he found their horses. After Colter had unsaddled the mounts and spanked them free, he found Willie riding toward him, leading Colter's Coyote Dunn by its bridle reins.
Heard the shooting. You all right, boy?
I'm all right, Willie.
He took his hat, a bullet hole in its crown, from Willie.
What the hell happened?
Colter shrugged as he grabbed his canteen off his saddle horn and pried the cork from the lip.
Managed to scare them dry gulchers off with a few shots from my Remy.
You did?
They were just after our horses, I reckon. I reckon their hearts weren't really in a lead swap.
Could have fooled me. Well, I reckon we best get on back to the camp. We got us a hoedown tonight, remember?
Oh, hell.
Colter scowled as he stepped into the leather.
I can't dance a lick. Can't dance, and I don't want to dance.
Willie followed Colter back toward the main trail they'd been following when they'd been bushwhacked. As he rode, Colter fingered the brand on his cheek and thought about Tiny Dave's warning.
I bet Miss Lenore will have the last word on that.
Colter Farrow, you're gonna dance with me, whether you like it or not.
Her mouth was so near to Colter's ear that the young cowboy could feel the moistness of her warm breath pouring through his head and rushing clear down to his boots, making his toes tingle. Before the red-headed cowboy could protest, Major Fairchild's daughter ground her fingers into his right biceps and pulled him out onto the dance floor. Several groups of dancers, the young women of the fort do-si-doing with well-groomed young officers, made way for the Major's ravishing, bubbly, and roundly adored young daughter, while raising incredulous eyebrows at her choice of a dancing partner. The lanky, long-haired, blue-jean-clad Colter Farrow occupied the lowly, though indispensable, position of bronc breaker at Camp Grant. While an indispensable position, it was not an esteemed one. A bony shoulder, clad in blue wool and capped with the lieutenant's polished brass bar, appeared out of nowhere, rammed into Colter's chest, and stopped the young cowboy and Miss Lenore dead in their tracks.
Now, Miss Lenore, you know this boy can't dance. Why, I don't think he even scraped his boots off before he entered the hall.
Lieutenant Press Belden was tall and square-shouldered, with a coal black dragoon-style mustache, belligerently jutting jaws, dimpled chin, and cobalt blue eyes that always owned an angry, condescending cast.
Why, I know he didn't.
He glanced at Colter before giving his back to the young horsebreaker and hooking his right arm for Miss Lenore.
Allow me.
I do apologize, Lieutenant, but I've promised this and possibly the next dance to Mr. Farrow.
Smiling and radiant, the pearls around her creamy neck setting off the chocolate brown of the sausage curls dancing around her pink cheeks and the amber brown of her sparkling eyes, Miss Lenore Fairchild stepped around the slack-jawed lieutenant. With Colter in tow, she continued out onto the dance floor, where, Colter noticed with a horrific shudder, the music had suddenly changed, and the dancers were now dancing face to face and hand in hand, only 2 or 3 inches apart.
Miss Lenore, I'm afraid Lieutenant Belden is right. I can't dance. I've only barn danced a few times back home.
She grabbed both his sweating hands in hers and held them up between them, smiling warmly at him, showing all those perfect white teeth sheathed in rich ruby red lips.
Nonsense, Colter. The waltz is the very picture of grace and simplicity. Follow me. Watch my feet. Hold on tight and I'll step you through it.
She put her moist lips up close to his ear once more, and he could feel her breath again, soft as a butterfly wing.
And we'll no doubt win the jam and apple basket at the end of the evening.
Oh, Lordy.
The girl began sidestepping and swinging her hips, tugging his reluctant 6-foot-tall body along like an extra oversized appendage.
I just don't think I can do this, Miss...
No, you're doing well, Mr. Farrow.
I'm liable to hurt you and face a firing squad in the morning.
Just watch my feet, do what I do, and I've no doubt you'll be leading in a minute. See? It's not so awfully hard now, is it?
Colter concentrated on the girl's shoes showing below the swirling pleats of her cream ball gown and ignoring the other dancers he felt himself running into frequently. It was pure fear rushing through his veins like miniature arrows that kept him on his own feet and off hers, as well as off the hem of her obviously expensive dress, as they shuffled this way and that about the dance floor. Colter had been breaking horses here at Camp Grant, on the banks of the San Pedro River in the sun-blistered valley of the Gila, for only a month. But he'd known after 2 days that Lieutenant Preston Belden hailed from a moneyed family from a West Virginia tobacco plantation, and that his father, a Unionist during the Civil War, had been a close friend and associate of General Grant. Colter had also learned quickly that Belden had firmly set his hat for the beautiful Miss Lenore. That bit of information could not be ignored. Several times as they danced, with Colter even beginning to enjoy himself a little, he glimpsed the lieutenant glaring at him amongst the crowd milling at the edges of the dance floor. The lieutenant stood alone like an angry bull, turning a cut-glass punch cup around in his beringed right hand. His anger must have been as plain to everyone else in the wooden-floored dance hall as it was to Colter, for no one came near him, much less tried to engage him in conversation. It was no secret to anyone at camp that Miss Lenore both knew and loved horses, for she could be found milling about the holding and breaking corrals whenever she managed to slip away from her family's impressive home quarters and the watchful, ever-protective eye of her mother. But Colter had no illusions it was a serious attraction, as he himself, with the nasty S brand forever burned into his left cheek, could never be an attractive prospect for such a girl as Miss Lenore Fairchild. She was lured to Colter for the same reason she was lured to a breaking corral, because she was a hemmed-in, romantic girl in need of frivolous diversions. And that, Colter realized now with admittedly a sinking feeling in the pit of his belly, was what he was, a frivolous diversion. Possibly even an instrument with which he could make Lieutenant Belden even more attracted to her.
Ouch!
Oh, hell. I'm sorry, Miss Lenore.
No, it's all right. You just lost your concentration. Count now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
She let him twirl her once more, and he stared in heartsick amazement at her brown hair and cream skin and glistening pearls swirling above her corseted breasts in a beguiling whirlwind of radiant femininity.
Perfect!
Just then, another uniformed shoulder nudged Colter, and her father, Fort Commander Major Angus Fairchild, attired in his company gray dress uniform, stepped between the dancers. The metallic gold thread embroidering the chest of the Major's brass-buttoned, double-breasted coat became visible as the grizzled but stately old officer glanced with faint admonishment at Colter before returning his fatherly blue gaze to his flushed and breathless daughter. Lenore's bosom heaved as she stared up at the leonine gent in surprise.
Father, we...
Are quite finished. High time you dance with your father, my dear. You know the knees are a mite creaky, but the old boys told me they'd take it easy on the next waltz.
Lenore gave Colter a reluctant parting glance before placing her hands on her father's shoulders and letting the bandy-legged old graybeard step her stiffly into the dancing crowd and away from the camp horsebreaker. Relieved, but also embarrassed for the summary dismissal, Colter turned to see many faces regarding him reprovingly. The lieutenant, however, was nowhere to be seen. Colter fought his way to the front of the dance hall, then grabbing his tan, flat-brimmed Stetson off a wooden wall peg, set it snugly on his head, and walked out the open double doors. As he crossed the roofed veranda, a cloud of rich tobacco smoke wafted around his head.
Where you going, boy? Wear out them boots, did you? On the scout for another pair?
Willie Tappan elbowed the young lady beside him, one of the younger girls from Suds Row, the steamy barrack-like buildings in which the fort's clothes were washed by 8 or 9 hired women, including the pear-shaped, plain-faced one now standing with Willie, looking as out of place here as Colter felt. Willie winked, squinting through the smoke cloud billowing around his long, craggy face.
Now, if you could find you a pair of boots with wings, that'd really strike the fancy of Miss Lenore.
I reckon it would at that, but I'd be too worn out to wear 'em.
Colter headed off down the gallery steps to the hard-packed yard where the silhouettes of men stood around, the coals of the cigarettes or cigars glowing in the darkness.
This night's about done me in, Willie. I'm heading to bed.
He threw up an arm in parting and headed in the direction of the stables.
Hey,
Colter heard the horsebreaker's boots on the steps, and then the man, a few inches taller than Colter but stooped from too many separated shoulders, was beside him, matching his long-legged stride.
What's got your tail in a droop, Red? I seen you in there dancing with the princess of southern Arizona.
I reckon I feel like a dancing bear, Willie.
How do you mean?
Oh, hell, I don't know what I mean.
Colter slowed his pace, glancing at Willie and jerking his chin toward the long adobe brick dance hall lit behind them.
Go on back and enjoy the dance, Willie.
Willie scowled at him, then canted his long, horsey face to one side and brushed a thumbnail across his bristled chin.
Red, you did realize she was spoken for, right? You weren't thinking you were doing anything more than just dancing with that purty little gal, were you?
Of course I wasn't. I ain't a cork-headed moron. Now leave me the hell alone, Willie.
All right. Have it your way, Red.
Willie backed away, raising his hands, palms out, then turned and strode off in the direction of the dance hall.
At least, I thought I wasn't.
There'd just been something so damned intoxicating about the girl that he'd found himself, even while counting his dance steps, wishfully believing there might be something more between them. It was a sparkling Arizona night, the cool air like cactus wine in nostrils and lungs. The greasewood and cholla stood like witches' fingers against the sky, lit by a rising powder-horn moon, as Colter followed the meandering footpath through the desert, flanking the main part of the fort, out behind the quartermaster's and commissary storehouses, toward the cavalry stables and hay barn and the sprawl of cottonwood pole corrals. The night's beauty was lost on the young cowboy, who went on into the log barracks abutting one of the stables and that was reserved for the horse breakers. It was more of an Apache adobe than a genuine building, constructed as it was of upright mesquite logs, chinked with mud and straw and roofed with leafed cottonwood branches to keep out the sun and occasional rain. Colter didn't bother with a lamp, but quickly undressed in the dark and slacked onto his lower ironwood frame bunk, forcing himself to sleep. He was vaguely surprised to find out how easy it was to throw himself into oblivion even after the complicated night with Lenore, and after the shootings earlier in the afternoon, his leaving another 6 men dead behind him. Willie entered a few moments later, undressed, and crawled into his bunk above Colter, making Colter's own bunk quiver. But he was fast asleep soon after Willie had punched his pillow and settled in. Colter didn't know how much time had passed or what had awakened him. Whatever it was, it hadn't awakened Willie, who snored deeply in the bunk above Colter. Maybe Willie was able to sleep so deeply because Willie didn't have a price on his head. Still curious as to what had awakened him, Colter reached for the Remington revolver he'd holstered to a bedpost, tossed his covers aside, and dropped his feet to the floor. A shadow passed outside a near moonlit window, and Colter clicked the Remy's hammer back, his heart thudding slow but hard in his ears. Colter pulled his jeans on over his threadbare balbriggans and looped the leather suspenders up over his shoulders. He wrapped his shell belt, gun, and holster around his lean waist, donned his hat, and glanced at Willie, still sawing logs on his bunk. Colter stepped into his boots and then stole quietly over to the door and tripped the latch. He slowly drew the door open. When he had it half open, he stood there, cocked Remington now in his hand, angling a look into the moonlit yard beyond the brush ramada fronting the shack. The corrals were 40 yards from the shack, their rails looking like black velvet in silhouette, though their tops were furred with pearl moonlight. There were 3 horses in the corral, and they too stood still as black statues. Nothing moved. The eerie silence pricked the hair at the back of Colter's neck. He caressed his Remy's hammer with his thumb, then stepped quickly out under the ramada, putting his back to the wall beside the half-open door. He swung the pistol from right to left and back again, looking, listening. Nothing. He was about to step forward when something moved in the corner of his right eye. Colter swung around to face the man-shaped shadow stepping out from behind the shack to stand off the end of the ramada, his gloved hands raised shoulder high.
Easy, shit kicker.
The familiar sound froze him, as would the rattle of a diamondback. A man on the opposite end of the shack turned to him.
Set the gun down, boy.
Colter turned his head a little, saw a tall silhouette in a tan kepi aiming a pistol at him, the moonlight gleaming on the bluing. Colter depressed the Remington's hammer and set the gun down on the bench abutting the shack's front wall beside him.
What's this about?
The man in front of him, Colter recognized as Lieutenant Damien Hobart, one of Lieutenant Belden's cronies. The man behind him was Lieutenant A.J. McKnight. The three could often be seen together drinking and playing cards in the saloon off the Fort Sutler store at night, or heading off to Tucson during weekend furloughs.
The pleasure of your company has been requested behind the corral.
Colter curled his upper lip, though he had to admit to feeling relieved that it was merely Belden calling and not a passel of greasy bounty hunters ready to take his head back to Bill Rondo.
Belden want to dance with me now, too?
Something like that. Get moving.
Colter stepped down off the gallery steps. As the two men moved to flank him, he began walking toward the corrals ahead and on his left. They walked around the far corral to the back, where he could see a dark figure sitting on the open tailgate of a hay wagon. Belden sat on the tailgate with his legs dangling, ankles crossed. He had a bottle cradled in his lap the way a woman would hold a sleeping child, and a long black cheroot smoldered in his right black-gloved hand. He looked at Colter, dark blue eyes looking white in the moonlight. McKnight and Hobart stood silently behind Colter. He could smell the alcohol and tobacco smoke on all of them.
You know, a kid like you, as scarred up and dumb and ugly as you are, really ought to just stay back here with the horses.
Colter shrugged.
Your girl just wouldn't have it, I guess.
Belden stared at Colter from beneath the brim of his dark blue cavalry kepi with the gold braid encircling the crown.
Is that supposed to be funny?
I'm just saying she invited me to the dance. I didn't invite her, so I danced with her.
You know why she danced with you, don't you?
I guess she fancies me.
No, she thinks you're ugly. But, see, she's always trying to save stray cats and stray dogs. The uglier the better. Even had her a crippled coyote for a time. It's just what she does. Everybody knows that.
Then what are we doing here?
Everybody knows that, it seems, except you.
What if I said I know that?
Knowing that isn't gonna keep you from staring at her all dog-eyed next time she comes around to watch you bust your broncs, or keep you from accepting her invitation to the next dance.
Belden set the bottle aside and gained his feet, balling his fists at his sides.
Or thinking you might have a chance, as ludicrous as that would be.
Colter was chuckling partly at the absurdity of the situation, and possibly to cover his own chagrin of knowing that there was a kernel of truth in what the lieutenant had said. Part of him had indeed fallen for the girl, and that part of him made the rest of him feel like a damn fool. He glanced at Hobart and McKnight behind him.
3 against 1?
No.
Belden removed his hat and gloves and set them on the tailgate beside the whiskey bottle.
I fight like this, kid.
Colter didn't see the straight left jab hammering toward him through the darkness before it smacked him in the mouth. He didn't feel a thing until the ground came up to smack him hard from behind. Suddenly, he was sitting in the gravel, hair in his eyes. Warm blood oozed from his bottom lip. His head began pounding in earnest as the two images of Belden standing in front of him merged into one. Fury burned hot and wild in Colter Farrow. He glowered up at the lieutenant as the other two men climbed the corral fence behind Colter, hooking their heels over the bottom rail, McKnight removing the cap from a flask and settling in for the show. Colter brushed his fist across his lip and spat a gob of blood on the ground.
That was a sucker punch, you son of a bitch!
What'd you call me, shit kicker?
A son of a bitch. A cheap, yellow-livered bitch.
Holding his fists out in the bare-knuckle style, Belden shuffled sideways around Colter.
Get up.
Colter got his boots under him and heaved himself to his feet. Quickly, he appraised his opponent. Colter had little chance. Dripping wet, Colter weighed 150 pounds. He stood an inch shy of 6 feet. Belden had 2 inches and a good 30 pounds on him, and judging by the deftness of that first punch, he'd obviously boxed a few times in the past and hadn't let the rules fetter him. Just the same, Colter had no intention of turning tail. He'd get in a lick or two before the lieutenant beat him into a miserable night's sleep. Raising his own fists, mimicking fighters he'd watched in the past, he crouched and shuffled sideways, bobbing and weaving to avoid a sudden strike from his opponent. Belden grinned savagely, mockingly. He came at Colter hard and lightning fast. Colter tried to duck the first slashing right, but Belden's bulging right fist clipped Colter on the nub of his scarred left cheek. The blow punched Colter's face into Belden's other fist, which caught Colter on the left side of his mouth. Suddenly, he was stumbling backward once more. McKnight stuck out a boot and Colter pushed off it, regaining his balance and spreading his feet. He stepped forward quickly and landed a lucky punch on the lieutenant's chin. The blow only evoked a sneer before Belden came forward once more. And Colter felt like a punching bag that the slashing rights and hammering lefts pummeled with merciless speed and force until Colter lowered his spinning, ringing head, feeling both eyes swelling shut and blood dribbling down from his split lips and across his lower jaw and chin. Then Belden punched him hard in the belly before the ground came up with the force of a runaway freight train. He rolled, arms crossed on his battered ribs. He tried to stand. His ribs screamed, nearly drowning out the cracked bells clanging in his ears. He eased himself onto his back and looked up at Belden staring down at him, the man's head silhouetted against the milky wash of moonlight, dulling the stars scattered like glitter above him.
Think you're done?
He shook his head.
You're not done.
He glanced at Hobart and McKnight.
Get him up and hold him.
Belden's two cronies climbed down off the corral. They each reached down and hauled Colter up by an arm, each twisting a limb behind Colter's back. Belden stepped up within 6 inches of him.
I ever see you talking to Miss Lenore again, I don't care who starts it. You're gonna get twice as good as what you got tonight. Just remember that, shit kicker. When she comes around, you turn away.
McKnight and Hobart drew back on his arm so hard he thought his shoulders would bust out of their sockets. He tensed when he saw the first of the next batch of blows coming. The lieutenant worked his face over good, not ignoring Colter's midsection, until Colter sagged and McKnight and Hobart released him. As he hit the gravelly ground, bleeding and swollen and gasping like a landed fish, he crossed his arms on his chest. Pain from being let go so suddenly had returned the blood and screaming life to Colter's twisted limbs. Colter gritted his teeth, feeling warm blood oozing out of his mouth and through his lips to mingle with the several thick streams already flowing freely down his chin and lower jaw.
Christ, Press. The Major's gonna be mad as hell if he can't work tomorrow.
Hobart's face appeared close to Colter's.
And shit, it doesn't look to me like he's gonna be riding anything but a bunk for the next 6 weeks.
No, and he won't be pestering Miss Lenore for a long while either.
Hobart moved away, and then Belden was standing over him again.
Sometimes it takes some harsh teaching for a stable-mucking shit kicker to learn their proper station and the respect due their betters. When you're asked how you got those little cuts on your face, you just say you came out here drunk tonight after the dance and climbed aboard the wrong hammerhead. Here.
Colter had no idea where the sudden strength came from. It was as though lightning struck him, filling him with blue-white fury and just as much concentrated energy. He raised his left leg and then swept it hard to the right and against Belden's left black cavalry boot. Belden must have just started lifting that foot because Colter's ankle sliced through it like a knife through lard. And then it sliced through the other one, and both Belden's boots flew out from under the man. Colter stared up, dully, incomprehendingly, as the tall, willowy man's upper torso slanted down to Colter's right.
Press?
Holy hell! Hobart crouched to Colter's left, staring down at something on the ground. Colter didn't have the strength to lift his head. All he could see in the periphery of his vision was a thick black oblong shape on the ground to his left, under the two crouching lieutenants.
He's not moving. He's not moving one damn muscle. And he's not breathing neither.
The last bit of effort had been Colter's last gasp, and now a darkness was creeping in while the two lieutenants started to panic.
Jesus. I think he's dead.
And then the darkness closed around Colter. All Colter knew was that time seemed to skip ahead until he was looking around and realizing that both McKnight and Hobart were gone and that Press Belden lay on the ground nearby, flat on his back near the wagon's open tailgate. Something dark was dripping off the end of the tailgate and pooling on the ground below it, beside Belden's head.
Colter, what the?
Willie.
Colter lifted his head, trying to push himself up to a sitting position against the searing pain in his ribs. Colter gave up and rolled onto his left hip, spitting more blood from his lips and casting his gaze toward where Belden lay unmoving near the wagon's open tailgate. Willie slowed his pace, and seeing the dark hump of Belden, he stepped over Colter and continued on over to the wagon. He dropped to a knee and placed a hand on the lieutenant's throat, then glanced over at Colter.
Dead. By the way he's lying, I'd say his neck's broke.
Colter blinked, just now beginning to comprehend what had happened. He'd caught the lieutenant off balance and kicked him off his feet. Belden's head had slammed into the tailgate as he'd gone down, breaking his neck. Willie walked back over to Colter.
I got up to take a piss, and I just stepped out of the bunkhouse when I seen two soldiers running off towards the fort.
McKnight and Hobart.
Colter, what the hell happened out here?
I got the shit kicked out of both ends.
I see that.
Somehow I managed to give that son of a bitch one hell of a mule kick and somehow beefed the bastard.
Well, beef is what he is, all right.
Willie stared in awe at the dead lieutenant, then dropped to a knee in front of Colter.
How bad you hurt?
I feel like I still have one of his boots up my ass.
You look like a bobcat done tried to drag you off down the wash for supper.
Willie stared toward the main fort. The adobe building sat slouched and ash-colored in the moonlight. The major's house was at the far end of the parade ground, a big Victorian affair that looked about as out of place here on the Arizona desert as would a peacock in a chicken coop. No lights were on there either.
And you're gonna look a lot worse if you don't get the hell out of here.
Colter shook his head, rose off his hands, straightening his back to a kneeling position.
It was an accident. I lashed out, caught him off balance. Besides, he beat me like a rented mule while those two tin horns, McKnight and Hobart, held my arms.
Colter, it don't matter. Belden's old man is in tight with the territorial governor of Arizona. They're business partners. Hell, I think they might even be cousins.
What are you saying, Willie?
I'm saying you have to hightail it the hell away from here. Now. The governor and Belden's old man are powerful men, and you know powerful men are gonna want blood.
Colter shook his head.
Forget it. I'm gonna tell it the way it happened. Besides, that gutless cur had it coming.
Willie stared at him, his eyes round and serious.
And what about that price on your head? The one them shooters was hunting this afternoon?
Colter stared back in shock. He'd never told Willie anything about Bill Rondo or the bounty Rondo had placed on his head. He'd thought Willie had swallowed his story about that afternoon's bushwhacking.
I spent the last couple of summers in Colorado, working a ranch in the San Juans, just close enough to the lunatics, and word about what happened in Saponero to spread there like one of them late summer lightning fires. This is gonna draw a hell of a lot of attention, kid. If you don't hang for Belden here, you'll hang for Rondo.
Colter looked once more toward the main part of the fort. Still no lights. He turned to Willie.
Well, shit. I guess you're right, partner.
Ain't I usually?
Willie set Colter's hat on his head, threw an arm around his shoulders, and helped the young man to his feet.
Let's get you fixed up, and then I'll saddle your horse.
Willie had gotten him into the shack and eased him down on the edge of his bunk.
What about you, Willie? They're gonna ask you a lot of questions. I don't want you getting in trouble over me.
Willie grabbed a wool army blanket off a shelf.
Oh, hell. Everyone knows how much I drink at those things. They'll believe me when I say I didn't see or hear nothing. When I woke up the next morning, you were gone, and I figured you was just getting an early start at the snubbing post.
The older horsebreaker grabbed his bowie knife off a table and used it to carve a notch in the end of the blanket. He ripped the blanket in two, discarding one half while folding the other half once. Willie pulled Colter to his feet and then wrapped the blanket around the young man's waist. He pulled the blanket taut around Colter's battered ribs.
Shit!
This'll hold them ribs in place, kid. If any are broken, riding a horse will likely kill you. But I reckon it's a chance you'll have to take. And don't worry, kid. You know what a good liar I am.
In the moonlight, angling through the window, Colter saw his partner give him a wink. Then Willie turned and grabbed a bottle off the tomato crate, standing on end in front of the window, handing it to Colter.
Take a few sips of that. Hell, take the bottle. It was brewed by Old Salty over at the store with a dead rattler at the bottom of the vat, but it'll keep those cuts and bruises from squawking loud enough to wake every Apache in southern Arizona.
Colter hefted the 3/4 full bottle in his hand, his stomach recoiling at the thought of the stuff burning the cuts in his mouth. Besides, he'd never acquired a taste for tanglefoot of any kind, though he'd taken a beer now and then just to be sociable.
Thanks.
Willie walked over to the door, opening it a crack and looking out.
Shit.
What is it?
There's a light on in the old man Fairchild's house.
Colter set the bottle down, hurried to the door, and shoved Willie aside.
Forget it, Willie. You get in bed. I'll saddle my own horse and ride out. They'll think you were asleep the whole time.
Willie grabbed Colter's arm firmly and hardened his jaws.
We haven't known each other long, Colter, but there's been damn few people in this world I ever called a friend, even fewer I'd risk my neck for.
He stared hard at Colter, letting his eyes add the rest. Colter stepped back away from the door.
All right, hurry.
Willie bounded out the door and under the ramada and ran limping down the front of the stable. Colter glanced out once more. The Major's lower story windows were lit. The house was a couple of 100 yards away, but he thought he could see shadows moving around in front of the windows. Colter ran a frustrated hand through his hair, to which grit and flecks of hay and straw still clung. So McKnight and Hobart had reported the killing to the Major. Why hadn't they just taken him into custody themselves, rather than look like a couple of tin horns? Too drunk to think of it, maybe. Colter closed the bunk shack door and stumbled around, dizzy and sore from the beating. He filled his saddlebags with his few belongings, rolled up his Sugan, and headed out the door. Just as Willie came out of the stable leading Colter's blaze-faced Coyote Dunn northwest. Colter paused to dip her water out of the olla hanging from the ramada and swished a mouthful around before spitting it out into the yard, trying to get rid of the coppery taste of blood. Probing his mouth with his tongue, he discovered a back tooth missing, one chipped, and another one loose. Most of the blood had come from his lips and his tongue, which he must have bit while being used as a human whipping post by Belden. But he was still alive, which made him better off than Belden. Besides, he hadn't been too worried about his looks since Rondo had burned that S into his cheek.
Thanks, Willie.
Willie handed Colter the bridle reins.
You best head on up to that cave above White Tanks. Water there and no one will find you. Be damn hard to track you in that rocky country. I'll check in on you after the dust has settled, bring you some grub.
He helped Colter into the saddle. The maneuver made sweat bead on Colter's forehead.
Don't take any chances, Willie.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the dust is settled before I come.
Voices sounded from the direction of the parade ground. Likely the Major had rousted soldiers and would be bringing a contingent out here in a few minutes.
Have a drink and then get back in bed, Willie. They'll be here soon.
Willie tried a grin.
Now, those are orders I don't mind following.
Colter booted northwest around the bunk shack, past the privy and trash pile, and across a shallow dry wash angling toward the San Pedro. His ribs grieved him something awful, and it was hard to draw a breath. But he'd had broken ribs before, and Willie had been right. If any were broken, just riding this far would likely have killed him. Without the moon, Northwest would have had trouble picking his way across the desert. As it was, Colter was able to give the horse his head and close his eyes and try to rest as much as he could despite the jostling. Northwest headed toward the Galiuro Range that was a vague black bulk rising ahead of him toward Aravaipa Canyon. He and Willie had stumbled across a cave in the Galiuros when they'd been driving a string of broncs they'd trapped on the far side of the range of jutting stone cliffs and massive strewn boulders, and they'd holed up there for a night. Colter had returned to the cave once since then when he'd been out hunting alone on a day off. Because of the bounty on his head, he never went to town, as soldiers and Willie usually did, and he hoped like hell he'd be able to find the cave again by moonlight. Every now and then Colter glanced over his right shoulder. The fort was growing more and more indistinct in the shallow bowl it sprawled across, surrounded by several craggy mountain ranges. He could see the pinprick glow of a couple of lights, but nothing more. If soldiers were on his trail, he couldn't tell it from here. He thought about Willie and hoped the stove-up horsebreaker was as good a liar as he seemed to think he was. Northwest pitched wildly off his front feet. Colter must not have had a good grip on the saddle horn because he suddenly found himself tumbling ass over tea kettle over the horse's rump and into open air before once again he'd met his old nemesis, the cold, hard ground. Colter found himself flat on his back and staring at the stars. Northwest was nowhere in sight. A few stones slid down the ridge that rose on his left now, about 40 yards away, a steep dike about 50 feet high. Fiery pain consumed the young horsebreaker. Its intensity doubled as he rose to a sitting position, gritting his teeth, and slid his Remington from the cross-draw holster on his left hip.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Now a wildcat was stalking him, and in his condition, he'd make an easy meal.
Oh, please stay where you are. Just stay there.
He clicked the Remy's hammer back, aiming at the ridge, not wanting to trigger a shot and give away his position. In the silence of this Arizona night, without a breath of breeze and no yammering coyotes, a shot would easily be heard back at Grant. And he'd be just as easy pickings for a contingent of soldiers, especially those riding out to avenge the death of one of their own at the hands of a lowly horsebreaker, as he would for a mountain lion. He aimed the Remington as steadily as he could at the ridge. He could see no moving shadow, and the rocks had stopped rolling. Faintly then he began to hear a soft, contented mewling and the snapping of hungry jaws. His gun hand relaxed. The cat must have already found its supper on the other side of the ridge and had just come over to frighten off any potential competition. Colter waited. When he was fairly certain he was in no immediate danger from the cat, he hauled himself wearily, painfully to his feet and stared back in the direction of Camp Grant. He could no longer see the fort, but merely a milky purple wash of light over the bowl in which it sat. Finally, he started walking up the slope to find Northwest. He stopped and turned back toward the fort, pricking his ears. Colter wheeled and strode as fast as he could up the slope, sweeping the terrain around him for Northwest. Sweat beaded on the back of his neck and slithered cold as snow melt down his back, pasting his shirt to his skin. He holstered the Remington and moved faster, looking around the low outcroppings. Nearly a quarter hour later, he found Northwest cropping gaeta grass around a dry spring trough angling out from the side of a rocky slope. Colter heaved himself bitterly into the saddle, the twisting and crouching making him feel as though a hot, wet blanket had been thrown over his shoulders, then turned his head to listen behind him.
Looks like tracks over here. I see more over here. Horse tracks.
Get moving, men.
Major Fairchild.
A stone dropped hard in Colter's gut. Colter knew the man's iron-hard, take-no-prisoners reputation when it came to the Apaches, and he'd likely treat Colter with just as little mercy for the killer of his prospective son-in-law, let alone listen to the truth of how it had all transpired. Colter put Northwest ahead, holding the horse to a trot, as he didn't want to be heard by the riders behind him, who probably realized they were nearing their prey and were stopping often to look and listen. When he gained the vertical jut of sandstone at the top of the rise, Colter picked up the wild horse trail at the base of the rock and followed it down a steep slope to the south. At the bottom of the slope, he swung northwest into an eastern angling, gravel-bottomed canyon, and knowing now he was likely far enough from the cavalrymen that they wouldn't hear him, he booted the horse into a gallop that broke the sweat out in earnest across Colter's forehead and shoulders. He was fairly swimming in pain and fever sweat by the time he'd reached the end of the canyon and loped on up and over a rise, then swung hard to the south. This was rocky country, so by the time the soldiers reached the end of the canyon, they'd have no way to track him, especially in the dark. Only a good Apache scout could shadow him into the rocky, wind-blasted and sun-baked reaches of the boulder nest called White Tanks that formed a spur off the southern Galiuro mountain range. Colter knew a winding route through deep canyons, and the moon should make for relatively easy traveling, as long as he wasn't waylaid by banditos or the odd Apache who'd chosen to remain here in the Chiricahuas rather than run wild in Mexico with the others. Colter had remembered the cave and the path that led him into a canyon below it, and then to a circuitous wild horse trace up a steep ridge until the cave shone like a velvet black egg-shaped shadow in the rocks just above him. It was surrounded by wiry tufts of brush and cactus, slabs of rock poking every which way, and wagon-sized boulders. There was about 50 feet of sheer granite above it, like a giant fireplace mantle, so it was a hard place to see from any direction unless you happened to stumble on it, as he and Willie had done when they'd been avoiding banditos. He half fell out of his saddle and dropped to his knees. He was soaked with sweat. He stared off across the jagged slope that was cast mostly in shadow by the west tumbling moon. He couldn't see anything from the devil's mouth of slashing canyons and gorges he'd just traversed. Aside from the coyotes and Northwest, he was alone out here, miles from anyone. As he led Northwest up around the rocks toward the cave, he supposed Miss Lenore had learned of the death of her beau. He supposed, too, that she'd have wished she'd never laid eyes on Colter Farrow. He paused outside the gaping cave mouth, smelling the cold stone within. He touched the worn walnut grips of his holstered Remington.
Hello, the cave!
The cavern's only response was the faint echo of his own voice. Quickly, agonizingly, he stripped off Northwest's bridle and saddle and the bedroll and the saddlebags, piling the gear in front of the cave, then led the horse around the cave to a small alcove nearby. It was an area about as large as 2 stable stalls, and it had a small rock tank with some water in it from a recent rain. He placed a hackamore over the horse's head, tied the rope to a pillar of rock, and tossed down a few handfuls of oats near the tank. The water and oats would have to do for now. He'd rub the coyote dun down later, when he'd had some sleep. And he'd take him down to the spring in the morning and let him crop the green grass that grew amongst the rocks lining the seep. He stumbled on the toes of his boots as he made his way back to the cave. He scratched a lucifer to life on his shell belt and ducked inside the cavern. Holding the match up to inspect the place and making sure it was empty, Colter then dropped the match, dragged his gear inside, spread his blanket roll as best he could, and collapsed into it, drawing the top blanket up to his chin. Remembering Willie's whiskey, he opened the flap on one of his saddlebag pouches and pulled out the bottle. He grimaced when he thought of that snake floating around in the bottom of the sutler's vat and gave a shudder. Before he could chicken out, he popped the cork and took a pull. The whiskey set his mouth on fire. After a few seconds, the burning waned and a faint lightness closed over him, dulling the ache in his lips and ribs. He corked the bottle, set it aside, and laid his head back on his saddlebags before closing his eyes. Sleep, about as restful as a voyage in a small boat on typhoon-embroiled seas, boiled over him. He ached and burned and felt an arctic chill deep in his bones. He dreamed of fire and snow and fork-tailed devils chasing him through dark canyons and up mountains limned in moonlight. Golden copper light angled through the cave mouth. It could be morning, but judging by the warmth in the air, it was likely later on in the day. Colter blinked against the light as he looked around dumbly, only half remembering where he was and what had brought him here, running his tongue around in his dry mouth that still tasted like copper. He fumbled around for the canteen, got the cap off, and drank. Northwest's cry was answered by another horse farther away. Colter dropped the canteen and pulled the Remington from its holster, his hand still shaking from the fever as he heard the rider moving up the slope toward the cave. As the hoof clacks grew louder and copper dust began to waft in front of the cave, Colter saw his rifle in his scabbard still strapped to his saddle. He depressed the Remington's hammer, set the pistol aside, and grabbed the Henry. He racked a shell into the breach and scuttled forward until he was a few feet from the cave mouth. Then, on his knees, he pressed the stock to his shoulder.
Wait!
Colter blinked in surprise as a cream gelding was brought up short. Lenore Fairchild sat back in the silver-trimmed Texas saddle, her back taut. Beneath the brim of her straw sombrero, her fearful eyes flicked between Colter's scarred face and the cocked rifle he was aiming at her heart. She held the reins in her gloved hands up close to her creamy neck.
Don't shoot, please!
Colter lowered the rifle, looking around quickly. Then, seeing no one else riding up the slope, depressed the hammer and let the barrel sag toward the cave's floor.
Lenore?
She swung expertly down from her saddle and continued the last 20 feet to the top of the slope, leading the cream by its reins. Lenore placed a quieting hand on the cream's snout, her eyes riveted to Colter as he stepped to the mouth of the cave.
God, you look terrible.
What are you doing here?
Colter swept the boulder-strewn slope with his apprehensive gaze.
Who told you
Mr. Tappan. He couldn't come himself. My father's keeping a close watch on him.
Willie's all right?
He hasn't been hurt, but if my father thought that he knew where you're holed up, he'd likely face a firing squad. My father's very angry about this.
What about you?
I know it's not very ladylike to admit, but I was so sick after I heard what had happened that I retched 6 times yesterday.
Colter frowned.
Yesterday?
It happened a day before yesterday.
Colter looked around as though to find some indication of how long he'd slept by his natural surroundings. The angle of the sun told him it was mid-afternoon, probably edging toward 3. Could it be the afternoon of his second day in the cave? Lenore turned and unhooked the rope of a burlap sack from her saddle horn and set it on the ground near Colter.
This is food. Some chicken sandwiches and jerky, a couple tins of peaches. Willie added a bag of coffee, some beans and tortillas, and a pouch of deer jerky.
The mere mention of food caused Colter's belly to rumble. But then if he'd slept for nearly 2 days, it's no wonder. He set his rifle aside, and with quivering hands, due as much to hunger as the fever, he realized now, he pulled at the knot of the rope holding the sack closed, drawing the neck of the bag open. He froze, remembering Northwest.
Oh, shit. Northwest. He needs food and water.
You eat. I'll tend to your horse.
She pulled another burlap pouch off her saddle horn and, holding it against her chest, patted it and smiled.
Mr. Tappan thought of him, too.
Colter grabbed his canteen and held it up to her by its canvas lanyard.
He'll need water.
Of course.
He tossed her his hat, and she took it along with the canteen and started walking toward the alcove in the rocks flanking the cave. Colter had the smaller pouch in his lap, and he was fishing around inside for a sandwich.
Lenore?
She turned back to him, brows arched.
I don't understand.
I know what happened, Colter. Lieutenant McKnight and Lieutenant Hobart told my father that they and Lieutenant Belden had found you smoking around the stables after the dance, that you were stumbling around drunk. They were afraid you'd start a fire, so they told you to knock off and go to bed. You got mad and wanted to fight them, and somehow got Lieutenant Belden off balance, and he fell against the hay wagon and broke his neck.
Colter shook his head and narrowed his eyes angrily.
That ain't what happened, Lenore.
She held his gaze with a firm, sincere one of her own.
I know what happened, Colter. Even before I went over to the stables and talked to Mr. Tappan.
Colter stared at her in confusion. She shook her head.
I had no intention of marrying the lieutenant. That was my parents' wish, because he came from a wealthy family and my doing so would be politically beneficial for my father.
Your father know you weren't gonna marry him?
He knew only my protests against it, and that Lieutenant Belden turned my stomach like no other man ever has. I'm sure he and my mother thought that in the end I would bow to their wishes. And I even believe they thought my marrying Belden really was the best opportunity for me as well.
She looked off, the breeze sliding loose strands of hair around her cheeks.
For some reason, they couldn't see the monster he really was.
She moved toward Colter and leaned down.
This is all my fault. I shouldn't have tried to parade you around the dance hall, caused you so much trouble and pain. You see, Colter, I really do like you, and I wanted so much to spend the bulk of the night with you. not him. I was being very selfish.
She turned and walked back toward northwest, leaving the cream ground rained just outside the cave. Colter bit into the chicken sandwich that she'd built thick on crusty wheat bread with onions and mustard and strips of bacon. Ignoring his chipped tooth and torn tongue, he devoured half the sandwich in under a minute and was about to reach for the second half when he realized his stomach wasn't quite as happy with the food as his mouth had been. He set the sack aside and looked around for his second canteen. It lay beside his saddle against the cave wall behind him, about 5 feet from the opening. He turned gingerly, crawled over to it, popped the cork, and took a long drink of the water. When he'd had his fill, he poured some over his head and ran his hands through his wet hair, shivering as several drops slithered under his collar and rolled down his back. Footsteps sounded behind him. He started to turn toward Lenore.
I sure do appreciate the grub, miss.
It wasn't Lenore behind him. It was 3 men in cavalry blues, all 3 holding Spencer repeaters. 2 resting their rifles on their shoulders, while the third, a young yellow-haired sergeant with a darkly tanned face with pinched, belligerent eyes, aimed his carbine straight out from his left hip at Colter. He wore a hard smile. The other 2 looked just as self-satisfied. Colter rose slowly. The yellow-haired sergeant, whose name Colter believed was Gustafson, spoke.
Easy now, killer. No sudden moves or we'll gut shoot you and leave you here.
Colter studied the 3 men. One more came up behind them from the direction of Northwest's stone stable. The 4th man was a tall, gangly corporal, and he was holding Lenore in front of him, one hand over her mouth. Lenore was red-faced with shock, and tears dribbled out of her brown eyes. The corporal removed his hand.
I'm sorry, Colter. I tried to make sure I wasn't followed.
Colter wasn't surprised she'd been shadowed. He wouldn't have expected her to cover her tracks. But these 4 soldiers were not going to take him back to Camp Grant. They'd have to kill him and take back a corpse tied over his horse.
Take that 6-shooter out of your pants. Slow. With 2 fingers. And toss it over here.
Still, Sergeant Gustafson was the only one of the 4 aiming a gun at him. The others obviously didn't think he'd be much trouble, as beat up as he was. They were likely already planning the furloughs that Major Fairchild would reward them with for bringing his late prospective son-in-law's killer back to the fort.
Please don't! It was all an accident. Won't you please let him go?
Let him go? We can't let him go, miss. Your father wants his head. I reckon that's all we really need to take back to Grant.
Sergeant Gustafson grinned sadistically as he flicked his eyes sideways toward Lenore. It was just a split-second lapse of attention, but it was all Colter needed to close his hand over his Remington's walnut grips and whip the gun up with practiced speed, cocking the gun as he leveled it and then blowing a hole through the dead center of Sergeant Gustafson. The sergeant stumbled back on his boot heels and fell. The casual sneers on the faces of the 4 others disappeared behind a mask of unbridled fear and exasperation as they began pulling their own shooting irons off their shoulders. Colter turned sideways, automatically making as small a target as possible, and extended the Remington straight out from his shoulder, shooting the private in the middle of the first group. Then summarily dispatching the other 2 before they had even gotten the hammers of their rifles drawn back. One by one, spaced out a quarter-second apart, they flew backward, dropping their rifles, hitting the ground, and rolling. The tall corporal threw Lenore aside and, sidestepping wildly, raised the Colt Army revolver he'd managed to claw out of his covered holster while Colter was dispatching his brethren. He raised the gun, and Colter drilled a slug through the middle of the corporal's forehead, just below the leather brim of his forage cap. The corporal staggered back and dropped heavily to his butt, sagging against a boulder. Colter lowered the smoking pistol and turned to Lenore. She was standing with her rump pressed against the boulder behind her, leaning forward slightly, her palms pressed flat against the rock. She stared at Colter, eyes wide with shock, her face pale. Colter ran to her and caught her just as her knees touched the ground. He wrapped his arms around her and pressed her face against his shoulder, shielding her from the grisly view of the dead or dying men.
You...
She turned her head to stare up at him. Deep vertical lines cut into the bridge of her nose, and just as deep horizontal lines slashed across her forehead.
You've done that before.
Yeah.
Colter took her face in his hands and smoothed her hair back, nodding.
I have. A few times. I ain't proud of it, but I have.
It was then, in the periphery of his vision, Colter spied movement down the canyon below the cave. Quickly, he pulled Lenore into the cave behind him, grabbed his Remington out of his belt once more, and began shoving .44 cartridges into it from his shell belt.
What is it?
Don't know, but I spied movement down canyon a ways.
Colter flicked the Remington's loading gate closed, then went over and grabbed his rifle and his saddlebags. He set the saddlebags down, leaned his rifle against him, and pulled his ancient brass-chased spyglass out of a pouch. He glanced at Lenore, who sat on her knees, hunkered low behind him, hands on her thighs.
You shouldn't have come here.
Lenore said nothing as Colter, staying low, raised the spyglass. The canyon below was a devil's maze of stone escarpments forming several winding corridors. He'd studied the terrain for nearly a minute before he saw a blue-clad soldier atop an army bay ride around a bend in the wall of a corridor straight out from the cave and about 70 yards away. The man was moving fast and staring in Colter's direction, showing his teeth inside a shaggy blonde goatee. Colter recognized the man a second before the horse and rider disappeared around another bend in the corridor he was following toward Colter's cave.
Hobart.
He and Lieutenant McKnight were leading a patrol out before I left the fort this morning. They were heading straight south. I came east following Mr. Tappan's direction, and I thought I'd made it through without being seen.
Colter continued to stare through the spyglass.
Well, they must have split up. Probably several groups around here now.
I'm sorry, Colter.
Colter turned to her. Her eyes were still bright with the shock of seeing 4 men die before her, but the color in her cheeks had returned. She'd been raised on military forts throughout the West, and while she might never have seen men killed up close, death was not new to her. Colter returned the spyglass to his saddlebag pouch.
I'm obliged for the grub. Without it, I might not have made it a mile from here.
He placed his hands on her shoulders.
Leave here. Go now, before they get here and bullets start flying.
But what will you?
I'm pulling out.
Quickly, despite the ache in his ribs and other sundry bruises, cuts, and abrasions, he began gathering his gear.
I'll help you.
She started to roll his rumpled blankets. He grabbed her arm and shoved her brusquely toward her horse, now standing to the right of the cave, rooting for some spindly brown grass growing amongst the rocks.
No, go!
All right!
She stepped over the dead sergeant as she strode to her horse, a purposeful flush in her cheeks.
I'll try to waylay Hobart and the others. That's the least I can do.
She grabbed the cream's reins and swung into the silver-trimmed Texas saddle. Colter whipped his head toward her as he tied his blanket roll.
No, go back the way you came. Steer wide of Hobart.
She swung the cream around and turned once more to Colter.
Goodbye, Colter.
She studied him, her thin brown eyebrows furling slightly above her penetrating gaze, as though she were seeing a different person than the one she'd thought he was. She tapped heels to the cream's flanks, and the gelding began picking its way down the slope, lifting copper dust behind it. Colter continued to gather his gear. Quickly, he retrieved northwest from the horse's stone alcove and threw his tack onto the horse's back, adjusting buckles and tightening straps as he stared down the rocky slope. Lenore had reached the bottom and disappeared behind a pinnacle of towering rock. Colter shoved his Henry into its scabbard and swung gingerly onto Northwest's back. He put the horse down the slope, following Lenore's path for 50 yards, and then, finding a natural corridor angling south across the side of the slope, swung onto it. Colter jerked his head to look over his left shoulder. Hobart sat his bay in a sandy-floored, horseshoe-shaped bowl in the canyon floor about 100 yards away. Lenore's cream was there as well, pitching wildly and whinnying as Lenore flopped down the horse's left side. The lieutenant held a pistol in his right hand as he sat staring down at the girl. Colter thought that the lieutenant had triggered a shot at him and that the bay had been startled by the shot and thrown the girl. But a look of keen horror and disbelief slid across Colter's face as he realized that Hobart had shot Lenore.
You son of a bitch!
Colter reached for his Henry and heeled northwest across the slope in Hobart's direction. The lieutenant snapped his head up, facing Colter, and then he turned sharply to stare behind him. As he followed Hobart's gaze, Colter pulled back on Northwest's reins, and the Coyote Dun's rear hooves skidded across a talus sliding, nearly losing his footing and going down. Behind Hobart, rounding a bend in the canyon, several blue-clad riders were galloping toward the lieutenant. Colter saw Hobart jerk his arm and his pistol sharply toward Colter.
Bastard killed the Major's daughter!
With raw fury coursing through every vein in the redhead's body, he slid his Henry from its sheath, held Northwest steady, and planted his sights on Hobart's chest. Rock dust puffed up from the slope just left of Hobart. The lieutenant jerked his head down and threw an arm up with a start, then cast his exasperated gaze toward Colter.
I'll get you, you son of a bitch!
Now the 6 or 7 other soldiers put their mounts into ground-eating gallops, heading toward Colter and disappearing amongst the steep stone walls of the canyon. Hobart, recovering from the shock of Colter's near miss, jumped on his horse and gigged his bay after the others. Colter would have faced all the soldiers now if he thought he'd had a chance, but they'd likely get around him, and others would come, and he'd be dead, and Hobart would still be alive, spreading his lies. So he reined Northwest around and continued following the path across the shoulder of the hill and down toward the canyon floor. He'd stay ahead of the soldiers for now until the time was right, and then he'd turn to face them, and they'd wish like hell they'd come after him. Colter spent that night in a long abandoned stone shack a good 10 miles from the cave. It was a cold, bitter night, despite the fire he'd built inside the roofless hovel and the whiskey he'd thinned with the cool well water and sipped from a tin cup to dull his sundry aches. The memory of Lenore lying in a lifeless pile at the bottom of that canyon was crisp in his mind, filling him with a fury he hadn't known since he'd crippled and branded Bill Rondo. He sat with his blankets draped about his shoulders, sitting near the fire but facing the dark night beyond the shack, sipping his whiskey and trying to replace the image of the beautiful, dead Lenore with pictures of a dead Hobart. He saw no sign of the cavalry all that morning and into the afternoon. They wouldn't give up on him, he knew. He was wanted now for killing not only the Major's intended son-in-law, but the Major's daughter as well. He especially hoped that Hobart didn't give up on him. Likely, a contingent had taken Lenore's body back to Camp Grant, but there would still be a goodly portion of Grant's soldiers combing south-central Arizona for him. Something told him he'd see Hobart again soon. The lieutenant would want to make sure that Colter died so that no one could contest his and McKnight's claim about the night of Belden's death and that it was Colter who'd killed Lenore. Willie's whiskey made the ride easier on Colter's ribs, but when he stopped in the mid-afternoon to take a swig, the bottle slipped from his hands and it shattered on a rock, giving Northwest a start. The loss of the pain-killing whiskey grieved him, but he smiled with relief when, an hour later, he crested a low butte and stared down into a hollow before him in which a collection of log and mud brick buildings squatted in the Arizona sun. Likely he'd find a replacement bottle there. The stagecoach was pulled up to the side of a barn, its tongue drooping, and there were 10 to 15 horses in the corral off the barn's other side. A wide, rutted trail came down out of the east to Colter's left and split the yard of the place before continuing on up into a jog of low hills in the west. He was looking at a stage relay station, most likely, maybe one that served food and whiskey. He'd go in out of the sun for a time, give Northwest some water, parched corn, and rest as well, before continuing on his way. Colter booted the horse on down the hill and turned onto the trail at the bottom, scattering a few chickens pecking at the edge of the yard, in which several sun-blistered buildings crouched amongst dusty yucca plants and tumbleweeds. A windmill stood in the middle of the yard, the blades turning lazily with a dry breeze, the sun making a lemon on the surface of the straw-flecked water in the stone tank. The house was a long, low, brush-roofed shack with a sagging front gallery decorated with bleached animal skulls. Wooden shutters were thrown back from the windows, a few of which were covered with animal skins, scraped thin enough to resemble waxed paper. The sign above the gallery's roof of ironwood poles announced Delacorte Stage Line Relay Station Number 3. 3 saddled horses stood on the far side of the windmill from Colter. As he angled past the windmill and the water tank, he saw a young boy standing with the horses, one hip hiked on the edge of the tank, his sunburned face turned to regard Colter over his right shoulder, squinting one eye. No, not a boy, Colter saw as Northwest clomped toward the station house. The person with the horses was a sunburned girl in a gray wool skirt and plaid overlarge work shirt, its tail sticking out. She wore a brown felt hat with a bullet crown, and she had a homemade burlap satchel slung over her shoulder like a purse. Colter pinched his hat brim to the girl, who stared at him out of frosty blue eyes set wide below a shelf of straight blonde bangs. He led Northwest around to the shaded side of the shack. Here, the horse would be out of sight from the trail. He'd water the dun later, once the horse had cooled. He grabbed his Henry and swung down from the saddle and threw the reins over the worn silver cottonwood pole hitch rack on that side of the shack. He set his rifle on his shoulder as he walked back around to the front and mounted the gallery steps.
Hey, bucko!
He half turned to see the puzzling youngster dropping the reins of the three horses and stepping away from the water tank, moving toward him. Colter waited as the kid came on, stopping about 10 feet beyond Northwest's switching tail, the coyote dun craning its head around to get a look at the kid, the dun's expression as skeptical as Colter's.
Do me a favor?
If I can.
Inside, you'll find two scoundrels, one fat and old, the other young and skinny. I'd be obliged if you'd inform them that their employer has directed them to hustle their lazy, worthless carcasses out here to their horses so we can lift some dust before sundown. Please add that if they continue to imbibe in spirituous liquids and cavort with fallen women, which I strictly forbade at the start of our trek, I will dock their pay, if not terminate their employ altogether and continue on to Mexico myself.
Colter studied the sunburned little urchin, incredulous lines digging into his forehead. He turned, continued up the steps, crossed the gallery, and stepped through the door that was propped half open with a rock. Inside, a stocky Mexican sat behind a split cottonwood log bar on the right. He was perched on a low stool, softly strumming a mandolin. He had jade green eyes set below heavy black brows, and he let the roomy orbs drift slowly to Colter as he continued to strum and hum. A fat tabby cat lounged on the bar to his right, eyes closed, head dipping toward its paws, as though lulled by the man's strumming. The fat old man and the skinny young one that girl had referred to sat off to the right and back a ways, partially hidden in the room's dingy shadows. They sat at a square table, the older one with a young, scantily clad Mexican woman straddling his left knee and whispering into his ear. The old man was caressing the girl's arms over a sheer light green wrap that was all she wore except for a faded red corset and black net stockings. The young man was leaning forward in his chair, staring delightedly at the girl on his partner's lap. Colter hooked his thumb over his shoulder.
You two are wanted outside.
Both men looked at him, their eyes bright from drink. The old man scowled at Colter before turning toward his crestfallen partner.
Oh, hell. Why doesn't she just dry up and blow away?
A curse is what she is.
The young man squinted his little eyes furiously and pointed toward the door.
I done told you, Wade. The girl is a curse some old Yaqui witch done hexed us with.
Oh, forget her, Harlan.
Colter wandered over to the bar, noting that the rest of the dark room was empty.
Sounded like she meant business to me. In fact,
he glanced out the window to his right, beyond which the girl was just now stepping off the edge of the windmill's water tank and into the stirrup of a tall brown and white pinto mare.
I think she's pulling her picket pin at this very moment.
Oh, shit.
Damn that little cockroach!
Harlan pounded the table before him.
Just when we was starting to have fun.
Colter gave his back to the two men as they made their way out.
Sorry, senorita.
The barman continued strumming his mandolin as he glanced at Colter, one brow arched.
I'd like a bottle of whiskey, and I'll take a plate of them beans, too.
He looked at the big iron kettle bubbling atop the range behind the man. The steam lifting from the pot was rife with the aroma of beans, garlic, and chili peppers. corn tortillas licked out from beneath the lid of a pan on the warming rack above the pot. Colter's empty belly chugged. The barman rose from his stool and set the mandolin atop the bar, the cat lifting its head and regarding Colter with eyes as expressionless as two gold marbles.
No whiskey, senor. Tequila. Agave.
All right.
Colter had just started getting the whiskey down without his belly bucking like a wild stallion. He'd never tried tequila before, but maybe it wouldn't be all that different. Possibly not as harsh. The barman had turned lazily away to dish up a plate of steaming beans. He added 2 tortillas from the pan on the warming rack before setting the plate on the bar and grabbing a clear, unlabeled bottle off a shelf behind him and setting the bottle on the bar beside the plate. He opened his hands in front of his chest.
$1, senor.
Colter fished around in his pants, glad he'd been paid a week ago and hadn't had time to spend the $22 he'd made for a month of horse breaking at Camp Grant, and flipped the dollar onto the cottonwood planks of the bar. As he picked up his plate, bottle, and glass, he caught the barman inspecting the S branded on his cheek. Colter looked at the ostentatiously mustached Mexican, and the man quickly averted his gaze, picking up the mandolin and hiking a hip on his stool. The redhead turned and made his way to a table and slacked into a chair facing the door and the 2 front windows on either side of it. Wade and Harlan had gone out, and they were just now stepping drunkenly into their saddles as the strange girl rode out of the yard the way Colter had come into it, hipping around in her saddle to regard her 2 slothful employees with bitter disdain. Colter quickly downed half a shot of tequila, not minding the taste as much as he thought he would, then hunkered back down over his meal, forcing himself to eat slowly despite the seemingly bottomless pit south of his breastbone, and enjoying the soft, melodious strumming of the barman. The rataplan of oncoming riders lured his gaze to the front of the station house. 2 riders drew their trotting horses up in front of the hitch rack beyond the window to the door's right. The riders were soldiers. 3 more trotted up behind them, drew rein, and swung down from their saddles. Colter nearly dropped his spoon. Renewing his grip on it, still hunkered over his plate, he stared out the window to the right of the door, squinting, trying to get a better look at the soldiers. But the window was obscured with wafting dust that came through to powder the tables near the front of the room, and the men themselves were so coated with the dust that he couldn't make out much except that they were badly sunburned. His pulse throbbed. As the men batted dust from their tunics and pants with their hats, boots pounded on the cottonwood logs of the gallery. Colter glanced at his rifle. Then he dropped his right hand beneath the table, closed 2 fingers around the walnut grips of his Remington, and gave the pistol a little tug to loosen it. He lifted his hand back onto the table and continued to try to casually fork beans into his mouth as the soldiers dunked their heads in the water barrel outside on the gallery. The first of the soldiers came in, setting his hat back on his now wet head. Lieutenant A.J. McKnight. Colter dropped his eyes quickly, but then remembered that the newcomers likely couldn't see him, at least not well, sitting back in the shadows as he was. So he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the other soldiers clomping in. The 2 men behind McKnight were a corporal and a sergeant, respectively. They were followed a few seconds later by another corporal. Then a tall man with a dripping red-blonde mustache walked in, clamping his hat under one arm while he ran both hands through his thick red-blonde hair.
Hey, Calderon, a round of your best tequila for me and the boys. Ah, Lieutenant Hobart.
The bartender set his mandolin atop the bar planks and rose, grinning broadly at the last of the soldiers. Colter had looked up suddenly. Excitement and rage like boiling water churned in his belly and danced in his knees.
What brings you to this god-forsaken country, Apaches or Pilar?
He slid his gaze to the young Mexican whore sitting back in a chair at the table that Wade and Harlan had vacated. As the whore ran her emery board across her nails with a desultory air, she looked up from beneath her arched black brows to quirk her lips in an alluring smile at the soldiers. The soldiers all looked at Pilar, grinning. Finally, Hobart turned to the barman, who was splashing tequila into 5 shot glasses, while the cat gained its feet and arched its back disdainfully at the newcomers.
Unfortunately, neither.
Hobart reached out suddenly and swiped the cat off the bar.
Good Lord, man. Don't you know these things carry vermin?
The cat hit the floor behind the bar, then, tail raised, slinked out from under the bar and on out the open front door.
Lieutenant, I must warn you, you have made a nasty enemy in El Fuerte.
Hobart made a face and lifted his shot glass between his thumb and index finger.
El Fuerte needs a bullet, Calderon. I see that cat on your bar again. I'm gonna feed him one between his eyes.
He raised his glass to his companions.
Saludos!
The soldiers tossed back their tequilas. Hobart gestured and Calderon refilled their shot glasses.
So, if it is not Apaches or Pilar you have come all this way for, mi amigo, what is it, if I may be so rude?
Hobart threw back half his tequila and stretched his lips back from his teeth, sheathed by his wet blonde goatee.
A kid. A young, lanky redhead with an ugly S branded into his left cheek. Been after him the past couple of days. He killed Lieutenant Belden because he wanted his girl. And then he killed his girl because she was about to tell me where he was holed up.
Hobart gestured for another round.
He hasn't come through here, has he?
Calderon's swarthy face paled as he stared at Hobart. Still hunkered over his table, Colter Farrow let his fork drop to his tin plate. Hobart, McKnight, and the other three soldiers swung around quickly as though they were all tied to the same string. Hands dropped to the covered holsters on their hips. Still seated, Colter lifted his Remington from beneath his table, clicking the hammer back. He extended the revolver out over the table and squeezed the trigger.
Madre de Dios!
Calderon stumbled back away from the bar. The whore dashed out the door, barefoot. Hobart grabbed his right knee with his right hand, blood oozing out from the shattered knee to saturate his pale blue cavalry slacks. He dropped to his knees, showing gritted teeth beneath his red-blonde mustache. The other men stood dumbstruck, their hands frozen on their holsters. Only McKnight had gotten his Colt Army 44 halfway out. Colter clicked his Remington's hammer back again. Keeping the pistol aimed at the bar, he scraped his chair back casually, slowly rose, picked up his rifle and the tequila bottle, held the rifle atop his left shoulder with the hand holding the bottle, and stepped out around the table. He stopped about 10 feet from the blue uniformed statues at the bar and Hobart, who sat on the floor farthest down the bar on the right, his right leg and knee extended to one side as he leaned on the opposite hip. Blood continued to gush from Hobart's wounded knee. His face was crimson, forked veins bulging in his forehead. His eyes were agonized, fearful, incredulous. They brightened with recognition as Colter stepped into the wan light seeping through the windows.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
McKnight still had his Colt half out of its holster. He blinked in disbelief, then shaped a grim smile.
Kid, you're one crazy son of a bitch if you think you're gonna get away with this.
Colter raised his Remington's barrel.
You fellas ease those pistols out of their holsters. Toss them over there, on the other side of the room. Do that real slow because I'm just itching to ruin another knee.
You're gonna die, boy. You're gonna die real slow.
You too, Hobart. With your left hand, reach across and ease that Colt out of your holster and toss it over there.
He kept his eyes on the others as, glancing around at each other nervously, they finally complied with Colter's demand. One by one, the Colts arced through the air and hit the floor on the other side of the room. Hobart's was last.
You'll never make it, kid.
McKnight had fierce sweat dribbling down his sun-blistered cheeks.
We're meeting up with a whole platoon. They'll be here soon. Should have been here by now, in fact.
Good. And they can take down that son of a bitch's confession, too.
Colter hardened his gaze at Hobart.
Go on, Lieutenant. Tell him what happened to Lenore.
You're crazy!
Colter glanced at McKnight.
If you take a closer look at Miss Lenore's bullet wound, you'll see it was delivered by a Colt pistol at close range, not a rifle. I bet it's ringed with powder and only about twice as big as what a rifle would do.
McKnight slid an edgy look toward Hobart, who met his gaze with a similar one of his own.
Well, you probably already know that, don't you, Lieutenant?
Colter looked at the two corporals and the sergeant, still staring at him in mute fear.
Hobart killed Miss Lenore because she was foolish enough to tell him she knew what really happened back at Camp Grant a couple nights back. How they held me so Belden could beat me till my bones rattled. How he died was an accident. I lashed out with a boot, caught him off balance, and he fell and wrapped his head against an open tailgate.
Colter slid his gaze back to Hobart.
Tell them that's true. Even if they don't believe you, tell them.
Hobart's face looked like an overfilled water flask, and above the wet goatee it was as red as an Iowa barn. He shook his head, grinding his jaws, his hazel eyes sparking.
That wasn't how it happened. You killed her because she was gonna sell you out.
Colter narrowed his right eye as he slid his Remington toward Hobart's other leg.
No!
Dust puffed from the blue cloth over the man's left knee. Hobart jerked as though he'd been struck by lightning. He dropped over his left knee, covering it with his left hand.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Tell him, or the next one's gonna raise the pitch your screams about 500 notches.
Hobart glanced at the others, tears and sweat dripping down his face and into his mustache. His eyes on Colter's aimed Remy.
I did it. I shot her.
Good enough.
Colter started to move toward the door, keeping his Remington extended at the soldiers and his Henry resting on his shoulder.
I just wanted to hear you say it. I wanted Lenore to hear you say it.
Colter scowled against the knot growing in his throat.
I think she did.
He glanced at the sergeant.
You might mention that to the major when you boys get back to Camp Grant.
At the half-open door, he turned to face the soldiers directly once more.
Fairchild could thank me later for not having to go to all the work of building a gallows.
As he stared at Colter, Hobart's eyes jerked wide. His mouth opened, but before he could scream, Colter blew the top of his head off against the bar behind him.
Oh, Christ!
The other soldiers jumped, eyes pinched in horror as they glanced down at Lieutenant Hobart bleeding on the floor.
You fellas stay put till I'm out of sight. You so much as poked your head out this door, you'll look like him.
He jerked his pistol toward the now lifeless Hobart, slumped on his side with his brains oozing out the top of his head, then backed out onto the gallery. He crossed the gallery and backed down the steps, then strode toward northwest, waiting by the hitch rack, staring at Colter and thrashing his tail uneasily. Colter walked quickly, turning often to make sure the soldiers weren't coming after him, but he reckoned the soldiers knew he meant business, as none of them so much as poked his head out the door. He shoved his tequila bottle into his saddlebag pouch. Keeping an eye on the station house, he stepped into the saddle. He swung the horse away from the cabin, looked to the east, the direction from which he'd come, then west. Dust rose like distant smoke. Beneath the rising cloud was a wavering patch of red and blue, which would likely be the oncoming platoon's pennant-shaped cavalry guidon. Judging by the size of the dust cloud, there were probably around 20 riders galloping toward him. Colter swung the Coyote Dun south and booted him into a gallop, heading toward a rise of distant blue mountains. He wasn't sure where the line was that separated Arizona from Mexico, but he was heading south, so he was heading for it. And when he came to it, he'd cross that line and wouldn't look back. Colter figured he'd crossed into Mexico by 7 or 8 o'clock that night. He wasn't sure if the soldiers would follow him across the line, but he had to assume they would. U.S. troops often chased Apaches deep into Mexico, sometimes as far south as the Sierra Madre, but usually with the permission of the Mexican government, and Colter figured they would do the same for him. He was wanted for killing several U.S. soldiers and the daughter of a cavalry major, despite Hobart's gunpoint confession, and that probably made him just about as wanted as any Bronco Apache. He gave a grim smile and reined northwest to a halt atop a small knoll over which a dusting of stars gleamed so crisply in the dry, cool air of a desert September night that they looked close enough to reach up and grab. The smile faded as his chest felt tight with anxiety and uncertainty. He did not know Mexico. He did not know the language, and he was on the run with soldiers after him, and likely now more bounty hunters than he'd ever imagined. Colter had $19 in coins rolling around in his pockets and saddlebags, and that would last him a month or two if he lived sparingly. But eventually he'd need money, if only for ammo, flour, sugar, and a half bag of arbuckles. He shook his head. He could still feel the fatigue of his injuries deep in his bones and every fiber of his being. He needed a long night's rest in a bed. He stared southwest, where several wan lights of a town of some size glowed amongst the rolling hills, at the base of a low gray wall of ridges that blocked out the stars along the southern horizon. He'd find a bed there. He'd done his best these last few hours to cover his tracks, avoiding trails and riding where Northwest's hooves were less likely to leave a print, so he figured he'd bought himself at least a few hours of badly needed rest. He booted Northwest on down the knoll, and after another half hour, lights appeared on both sides of the trail. Lamplight, dimmed by curtained windows in small box-like adobe or mud brick houses that seemed as much a part of the rolling hills as the rocks or palo verde trees. As Colter rode on up into the town, a potpourri of smells washed over him. The burning pinon mixed with the ammonia musk of chicken and goat pens and privies, as well as the more inviting aromas of spicy roasted meat. He rounded a bend and caught a whiff of perfume and tobacco smoke, and he heard the low rumble of conversation. On the left side of the trail that had become the Pueblo's main street, he saw a 3-story adobe with a gallery on the first floor and balconies on each of the 2 upper floors. On both balconies and on the gallery, he could make out the silhouettes of men and women smoking and drinking and laughing as they sat or stood, the women casting alluring poses, the lamplight from the windows behind them glistening on their brushed black hair and dangling earrings. Colter perused the buildings around him for a quiet place to hole up. He drew back on Northwest's reins and stared down into a window on the left side of the street. Just inside what was apparently a cafe, beyond a warped glass window, the strange blonde girl he'd seen earlier at the stage relay station sat at a table with old rumpled Wade and the rat-faced younger man, Harlan. Wade sat across the table from her to Colter's left. His head was resting on his arms on the table, and he appeared sound asleep. Harlan, facing the window on the far side of the table from Colter, sat straight-backed in his own chair, his eyes closed, head bobbing. Meanwhile, the little blonde girl was hunkered over a paper she'd spread out on the table before her, near a pile of what appeared to be their scrap-laden supper plates. She was jabbing the paper with a pencil, and her lips were moving, which meant she was speaking, though her 2 male companions didn't appear to be hearing her any better than Colter could. Just then she looked up, scowled, grabbed a fork, and rapped it violently against the tin cup on the table before Harlan, so loudly that Colter could hear the ringing clatter through the window. Both men jerked awake, Wade lifting his head and running 2 thick hands down his face, blinking. The girl jutted her chin angrily across the table at the men, berating them both while jabbing her pencil at the paper before her. Not caring enough about why the girl was here to even wonder about it, he nudged the coyote Dunn ahead. More sleepy than he was hungry, Colter just wanted a soft bed to drop his tired body into. He wandered through a dark stretch of street, then reined up when he saw a 2-story mud brick building off to his right, south of the main street, on the far side of a sandy wash, along which a slender strand of a stream glistened in the starlight. Most of the windows on both stories appeared lit, and behind one a shadow jostled. The place seemed too large for a private house in this country. At least, he'd never seen one this size yet. And as he crossed the wash and put Northwest up the opposite side, a wooden sign appeared, limned in starlight, over the broad front porch.
Hotel de Babylon.
Through a front window left of the door, he could see 4 men playing cards by lamplight, a fire dancing in a hearth against the far left wall, but no sounds emanated from the adobe structure. Figuring he could get a good night's sleep here in this quiet hotel at the edge of town, Colter swung down from Northwest's back and looped his reins over the hitch rack. He stood atop the porch and cocked an ear for the tune being sung somewhere nearby. Wishing he could feel half as good as the singing rider sounded, he swung around and pushed through the Babylon's front door. He paused just inside, taking note of the humble place with stark brick walls made comfortable by thick red rugs on the floor, the warm fire, a polished oak bar on his right, with rows of pigeonholes and key rings flanking it, along with a back bar mirror and shelves holding bottles and glasses. There were a half-dozen oak tables arranged around stout ceiling joists, and what appeared an old suit of armor, maybe worn by a long-dead conquistador, standing sentinel against the back wall, to the left of a broad stone stairs rising toward the second story. The 3 card players turned to regard the newcomer with mute interest. They were dressed in short, fancily stitched jackets, colorful neckerchiefs, and leather pants with broad cuffs hanging around polished black or brown silver-tipped boots, and steeple-crowned sombreros hung down their backs by braided horsehair thongs. As Colter latched the door against the night chill, a stout man with a tumbleweed thatch of gray-streaked black hair ducked out of a curtained doorway flanking the bar. His arms were filled with split firewood. He glanced at Colter, frowning, then continued on around the bar and crossed the room to the fireplace on the other side.
Vamos a jugar un juego con este muchacho.
Three vaqueros laughed as they swung quick, appraising looks at Colter. The man with the thick hair, dressed in a shabby suit with a wide red necktie swelling out over his broad belly, glanced at Colter, then ambled back over to the bar.
You didn't understand me.
No, sir, I didn't.
I didn't think you would.
Colter didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing, feeling his cheeks warm uncomfortably. It was a lonely feeling being in a foreign country alone. The barman leaned an elbow on the counter and studied Colter with fascination.
You're a branded man, Rojo.
Well, that's mighty observant of you, partner.
What if I had something against branded men? Down here, you know, branded men are usually wanted men. Or they are not wanted, maybe, by anyone at all. Which are you?
The thick-haired man lifted his thick upper lip away to show the edges of his yellow-brown teeth, his eyes flicking to the Remington holstered for the cross-draw on Colter's left hip.
Judging by those blue eyes and the shredded beef someone made of your lips, maybe both, eh?
Colter's tongue tied in frustration. He was damn tired, but he wasn't so tired he'd take any shit. He'd hole up out in the country again. He started to turn.
You want a woman, Rojo? Is that what you're here for?
I'm here for a good night's sleep.
What's your name?
Colter hesitated. The man saw the indecision right away, and that made his lips spread farther away from his teeth.
Colter Farrow.
In Mexico alone, Senor Farrow?
Look, partner, I'm not here to chin with you. I just need a room and a stable and food and water from a horse out yonder. If that's too much trouble, I'll light elsewhere.
You a pistolero, Rojo? Or you just fancy yourself one?
Me? Look, I'm just a saddle tramp looking for a bed. And since the ones here cost too much in the way of idle chatter, I'll be...
That's the trouble with you gringos. You're too serious.
He tapped Colter's arm, then ambled around the bar.
I am Florentin Dominguez, and I make it a point of chewing the ears off all my customers, as I am a curious and cautious man, and an excellent judge of character. If you were a dangerous man, Rojo, you would not be so beat up. Besides, only a greenhorn muchacho would carry such an old gun into Mexico. Does that thing even work?
He looked down at Colter's holster, winked condescendingly, then turned and grabbed a key off of one of the rings beneath the pigeonholes.
Here is the key. Room 8 on the second floor, all the way back. Nice and quiet. Behind the hotel is a stable for your horse. Parched corn and water will cost you 5 pesos extra.
I don't have any Mexican dinero, Senor Dominguez.
Why did I know this? In that case, $1 American for both you and your horse. If you decide you'd like some company, 50 cents extra will buy you the romp of your wild young life.
He grinned, eyelids drooping. Colter placed $2 silver onto the bar.
I reckon I ain't feeling too wild tonight, but thanks just the same.
He held his hand out for the key, then headed for the front door and his horse.
When you return, take the outside stairs to the second floor. Your room will be on the right.
Colter pinched his hat brim to the man and closed the door behind him. He took Northwest's reins, mounted up, and walked the horse around to the back of the hotel and the low-slung stable. The privy stood halfway between the hotel and the stable, and from inside came the singing of the balladeer that Colter had heard before. The song was punctuated with frequent grunts and snorts and several other rumblings that echoed around inside the wooden outhouse. Colter led Northwest into the barn, where several other horses were stabled, including a big, snorting sorrel Arab with steam curling off its back. The magnificent-looking creature still wore a big black saddle adorned with red and green stitching, gold medallions, the stirrups trimmed with fighting horn-locked bulls. A pair of stout bandoliers was draped over the horn. The horse was probably the mount of a vaquero who spent nearly all his monthly earnings making himself and his horse look good for the senoritas. When Colter had given Northwest the attention the loyal mount deserved, including a long, thorough rub-down with a scrap of burlap, Colter hiked his saddlebags on his shoulder, took his rifle and scabbard under his arm, and headed on out of the stable. And past the outhouse from which no more singing rose, only the sounds of a man finishing his business. His feet feeling like lead, his saddle and saddlebags weighing as much as a wagon load of ore, Colter mounted the creaky wooden stairs that rose up the rear of the adobe hotel. He pushed through the sun-blistered door to find himself in a hall outfitted with a flowered green floor runner and wine-red wallpaper trimmed with gilded palm leaves. A couple of bracket lamps guttered and smoked, casting more shadows than light. The air smelled of coal oil and sweat and perfume as sweet as sugared cherries. Colter had just passed the door to room 6 to the right of the entrance when the latch of a door down the hall clicked. The door was 2 rooms down from Colter, on the hall's left side, and despite the guttering lamplight, he thought he could see the reflections of 2 dark eyes staring out at him. Colter stared back, frowning. The door widened a foot, and a girl with long, dark brown hair poked her head out.
Is he still here? Did he ride on?
Colter shook his head, so weary that his knees were nearly buckling.
Sorry, ma'am, or senorita, I don't know who you're talking about.
Santiago Machado! He sings! I heard him just
She shuttled her gaze to the outside door behind Colter. The balladeer was singing again, and steps on the outside stairs were so heavy that Colter could feel the floor jounce beneath his boots.
Oh, him? Yeah, I heard him coming from a long way off.
He turned toward his door, poking his key in the lock. The girl came up behind him, shouldered Colter aside, and turned the key in his door.
Quickly!
She pulled him into the room before closing the door behind him.
Look, Senorita, I told Mr. Dominguez downstairs that
She stared at the door. The thumps on the outside stairs continued, making nearly the entire building shake. Colter stared at the terrified girl, absently musing that the man on the stairs must have been big to shake the hotel like he did. If he didn't always behave himself, the girl likely had reason to be afraid. But it wasn't Colter's job to give her sanctuary, not when he'd plopped down a whole $1 for the room and he was dead on his feet. He wasn't the bouncer of this establishment. He was about to say as much to the girl when the outside doors opened. The balladeers stopped singing. The man took a step, seemed to stagger, and the girl gasped and clamped a hand over her mouth.
Alegría! Alegría!
The girl placed a hand on Colter's arm as she stared at the door, wide-eyed, digging her fingertips into his skin.
Alegría!
Hell, that Jake seems to be gone for you, Miss Alegría.
She drew her hair back behind her ear, exposing a long white line angling down the side of her face.
Now he seems, as you say, gone. Later, when he starts seeing snakes and javelinas crawling over the walls and the ceiling, he'll think I'm a witch and try to cut off my head again. That man is loco.
Alegría!
The girl covered her mouth with both hands. The large man kicked open her door. Footsteps hammered the stairs, and Colter recognized the voice of Dominguez.
Please, Senor Machado, she's not working. She's very ill. Please, just come downstairs and have a drink.
I want alegría!
Meanwhile, the girl moved up close behind Colter, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her cheek against his back.
Por favor, senor, don't let him kill me.
Fatigued and bewildered, Colter stared dumbly at the door. Shortly, 4 or 5 more men ran up the stairs.
The sheriff and his deputados!
The girl eased her grip on Colter's pistol belt. He could feel the relief relax the tension in her warm, supple body, still pressed against his. He could also feel, despite his fatigue, a warming in his young loins. The commotion died down. Colter cracked the door to see 4 men wearing serapes and straw sombreros hauling what appeared a huge, shaggy bear with a gold stud earring and dressed in black leather and a bright red and white striped poncho out of Alegria's room, each carrying a limb. When they'd carried Senor Machado on down the stairs, Dominguez stepped wearily out of the girl's room, smoothing his own shaggy hair back from his temples and looking as though he were about to faint. He saw Colter staring out at him.
The girl, Alegria. Have you seen her?
Colter stepped back and the girl poked her head out.
Are they taking him to jail?
See, get some rest.
The girl pulled her head back into the room and closed the door. Colter looked at her skeptically.
Well, then I reckon you're safe now.
Colter opened the door.
Glad I could help, but I'm awful tired and
He couldn't help letting his weary gaze rove across the girl's body, the corset pushing up her breasts enticingly.
I could really use some shut-eye.
I am safe until he breaks out. He always breaks out. Why don't I stay here tonight, Rojo?
She rose on the balls of her feet and slid his hair back from his left cheek.
You can keep me safe.
I'm awful tired. I doubt I could, even if I'd paid for it, which I haven't. Besides, there looks to be plenty of other rooms. Ain't there other girls you could hole up with?
There are no other girls here at the Babylon. Just me. The others all went to Senora Maltida's down the street. There's more business there. I was going to give you a free one for helping me, but if you don't want one, I go.
She started to step out into the hall. Colter grabbed her arm and pulled her back into the room. He closed the door behind her.
I didn't mean to get your neck in a hump.
She frowned, puzzled by the expression.
This gonna be all right with Senor Dominguez?
She hiked a shoulder, still looking indignant.
The hombres downstairs are more interested in cards and heading over to Senora Matilda's later than me. She has 2 fat Apache girls and a rubia gringa, so why not?
Unbuttoning his jacket, Colter turned toward the bed. This was always awkward for him. He wasn't all that experienced in the ways of love and had only slept with a few women, mostly girls. And when he found himself around one, even one he didn't intend to lie with, he felt shy and awkward. Especially now, with the brand on his cheek. Not too many girls would lie with a man so scarred, and he supposed he had to take his opportunities wherever they appeared. He tossed his jacket on the floor and removed his shell belt. The girl moved around to the other side of the bed, removing the gauzy black wrap and sitting on the edge of the bed, her back to Colter, then unlacing the corset. Colter kicked out of his boots, peeled off his socks, and then removed his jeans. He'd just started sliding his long handles off his shoulders when he looked up and saw the girl rising, naked, from the edge of the bed. She was a pretty girl, with big brown eyes and thick curly hair. Her body was smooth, brown, and well-proportioned. She pulled the bed covers back, small breasts jostling, then crawled in, fluffed her pillow, and laid her head back on it, looking at him with vague impatience. Colter quickly crawled beneath the covers and laid his head back on his pillow. A few minutes before, he'd been so sleepy he thought he'd pass out on his feet. Now he could feel his heart throbbing in his chest. He rolled toward her quickly and flung a leg over hers. She lay beneath him, staring up at him curiously. He lowered his lips to hers, but suddenly she pushed him back down on his side of the bed and rolled onto her side, giving him a knowing little smile, curling her bottom lip wistfully beneath the upper one.
What's the matter? You changed your mind?
She shook her head. Strands of her curly hair snaked across her smooth brown cheeks. Her brown eyes, flecked with tiny bits of gold, caressed him.
There's no rush, Rojo, and there's no need to be nervous.
Hell, I ain't nervous.
No? Well, I guess it is me that is nervous then. Machado, if we rush, it will be over so soon, and you will fall asleep and leave me alone, listening for his singing.
Dominguez ought to put a bullet in that big bastard next time he comes around pestering you.
Her eyes brightened fearfully.
No. Machado is the leader of a notorious gang. His gang would avenge his death most severely. And they will likely be in town soon, as they always split up after they rob a bank or a stage, then gather again here in Corazon.
She half closed her eyes, slowly lowered her face to his, and kissed a small scab on his chin.
What is your name, Rojo?
Colter Farrow.
Colter Farrow.
With the back of her hand, she slid a lock of his long, straight red hair away from his cheek.
How did this happen?
Don't look at that.
You saw mine. How did it happen?
We gonna tell each other our stories now, or are we gonna get down to business?
She frowned reprovingly.
What is your hurry?
He studied her angry eyes for a moment.
Sorry.
He rested his head back against his pillow.
You're right. I am nervous.
The wrinkles in her forehead smoothed out.
I like that you are nervous.
Gently, she traced the S on his cheek with the index finger of her right hand, her eyes crossing slightly as she followed her finger with her gaze.
A law dog up in Colorado gave me that.
I have never known a lawman any better than the men that they lock in their jails.
Colter thought of old Spur Morgan, the deputy U.S. Marshal whom Colter had teamed up with to run his friend Cimarron Padilla's killers down in Wyoming.
Oh, there's a few out there.
His eyes acquired a hard, pensive cast.
But not Bill Rondo.
Did you kill him?
Colter shook his head.
I left him wishing he was dead.
Ah, that is better yet. That is how we do it in Mexico.
She slid her hand down his chest.
That hurts?
Some. It's getting better now.
In the morning, I will wrap your ribs with a poultice, an old Mexican remedy. Tornillo beans and mezcal. It will feel good on your lips, too.
She slid her hand lower and grinned, slitting her eyes.
For now, though, I will make you feel better down here, huh?
Colter drew a long, slow breath as she started making him feel better all over. After nearly 2 hours of pleasure, when the lamp had burned out, they fell asleep in each other's arms. They didn't awaken until mid-morning. Alegria rose first and built a fire in the small charcoal brazier in Colter's room, and then retrieved a tin of salve and an old cotton sheet from her own room. She lathered the sheet in salve and wrapped the poultice tightly around Colter's bruised ribs. She applied more of the salve to the cuts around his eyes and on his lips. They were lying back in bed, sipping coffee laced with Colter's tequila, when Alegria suddenly turned her head toward the sunlit window.
No!
What is it?
Then he heard it too. Outside, the singing grew louder as the balladeer approached the hotel.
Mierda! This morning will be my last.
I don't think so.
He dropped his bare feet to the floor. Alegria looked at him from between her hands still pressed to her temples, her gold brown eyes wide with fear.
What are you doing?
Colter rose, wincing as the bandage tightly wrapped around his middle drew taut against his battered ribs, and bent his knees to retrieve his clothes from the floor.
Don't you worry about Machado, Alegria. I'll go out and talk with him a while. See if I can get the old dog off your trail.
What? Are you mad?
Probably.
Colter, get back over here. We will hide. And maybe Senor Dominguez will get the sheriff here before Machado finds us.
Colter grabbed his long handles and began to gingerly pull them on.
Last night you wanted me to protect you. Now you want me to hide? Maybe I can stop him before he gets this far.
Maybe you can do what? Dios mío, you're mad.
She flopped down in the bed and drew the covers up over her head. Colter casually dressed and wrapped his shell belt and pistol around his waist. He pulled on his duck jacket against the chill of the early autumn morning, set his hat on his head, and lifted the bed covers, exposing the girl's left knee. He bent down and kissed it tenderly.
Thanks for last night. Not just the tussle, but the palaver wasn't half bad neither.
You are a crazy boy.
She poked her head out to regard him with exasperation.
Por favor, for the last time, get in here with me, and maybe he won't find us.
Colter set his saddlebags on his shoulder and grabbed his rifle from the wall behind the door. He opened the door and pinched his hat brim to the girl, still staring at him with wide-eyed disbelief.
Been a pleasure.
He went out, drawing the door closed behind him. Colter walked down the hall to the top of the stairs. No sounds rose from the saloon hall below. He couldn't hear Machado singing anymore either. Colter went down to find the saloon hall dark, the chairs upended on the tables. Senor Dominguez stood at the window to the right of the door, looking out across the wash fronting the hotel and casting nervous glances back at Colter.
Best get back upstairs, Rojo.
He out there?
Colter walked toward the front of the room. Anger was a cold steel blade slipped just beneath the skin of his lower back. He didn't know Alegria very well, but after last night he'd acquired an affection for the girl. The tenderness Alegria had shown him last night had been as genuine as Lenore's friendship had been, and it graveled him that the big outlaw had carved the line on the side of the Mexican girl's pretty face, and that he continued to terrorize her.
See, he's stopped to wash his face. Vain son of a bitch.
How did he get out of jail so soon?
The sheriff must have let him out when he sobered up. No point in trying to hold a man like that, not with his gang heading for town. The sheriff has a wife and a family.
What about Alegria?
Dominguez glanced over his shoulder at Colter, nodding.
She's a hell of a good moneymaker on the weekends. Without her, I'll have to close my doors. But what can I do? I'll find another one, maybe.
He turned back to the window and fingered his chin pensively. Colter opened the door. Dominguez glanced at him again, incredulous.
What are you thinking? Get back upstairs, Rojo.
Colter went out.
Kid, get back in here!
Colter stopped on the gallery. Machado was down on his knees in the wash, his big sombrero on the ground beside him as he leaned forward over the trickle of water and splashed it across his face and over his hairy neck. His face was as large as a horse's, and thick, curly, dark brown hair fell to his shoulders, framing it. Much of it was thinly braided, the braids wrapped in beads hanging over his ears. Machado wore two big Colt Navy revolvers, one in a holster position for the cross-draw, another wedged behind his belts over his bulging belly, on the outside of his red and white serape. A shoulder holster angled down beneath the flap of his fancily stitched bullhide vest, also worn over the serape, and Colter could see the handle of a broad knife poking out from the well of his right high-topped black boot. Colter let his saddlebag slide down his shoulder and dropped to the wooden floor of the gallery. He leaned his rifle against a post, then stepped down off the gallery and walked over to the lip of the wash. The big, bear-like bandito was cupping water to his bruised temple. He jerked his chin toward the bank upon which Colter stood, frowning, the man's red-rimmed eyes small as dark pebbles, and his large, brick-red face scored with deep lines around his eye sockets. Colter just stared at him stonily.
Gringo, huh? You annoy me. Vamos.
You're the one who best vamos, amigo.
The big bandit had dropped his eyes to the stream, but now he looked up again, as though at a fly that would not go away. He looked puzzled.
What you say, little Scarface boy?
I don't want you coming around Miss Alegria anymore. I seen what you did to her.
Colter bunched his lips and shook his head. He let his glance flick to the 3 pistols the man was wearing. Machado might be fast, but he was too big to be faster than Colter. Besides, when a man wore that many guns, he was usually trying to compensate for something. They gave him confidence when he knew he wasn't as fast or as accurate as some. Colter felt little fear, only rage, which he held on a tight rein inside him. He drew deep, regular breaths as he remembered the scar on Alegria's face and the terror in her eyes. He thought of this big man going up to Alegria's room and what he would do to her with no one to stop him. No one except Colter Farrow. Machado continued to study him. He flicked his dark eyes up and down Colter's lean frame as though he thought his eyes were deceiving him. The big man's eyes brightened. He threw his head back and pointed at Colter, his shoulders quaking, tears streaking his broad cheeks to dampen the ends of his long mustache. When his laughter diminished, it left his face entirely, and his dark eyes bored into Colter's. Heavily, he climbed to his feet, letting his big hands, adorned with several gold and silver rings, hang straight against his sides. He continued to stare. Then his right hand slashed across his cartridge belt toward the pearl-gripped Colt Navy on his left hip. Colter jerked as though with a start, his own right hand slashing across his belly as he went into a crouch. The Remy was out and up faster than it took most men to blink, and the pistol barked. Machado stumbled backward. The big man had gotten the Colt clear of its holster, but was not able to get it half raised before Colter's Remington spoke again. Machado flew back, twisting around and hitting the ground hard in a quivering pile. On his side, he spasmed and fell still. Colter was still crouched, feet and arms perpendicular to the wash, making as small a target as possible. His Remington was still extended in his right hand. Smoke curled from the barrel. The Babylon's front door scraped open behind him. He wheeled and took aim at the shaggy-headed Dominguez, stepping slowly out onto the gallery.
Hey, hey!
Colter depressed the Remington's hammer and raised the barrel.
Dios mío, Rojo!
Dominguez stepped off the gallery and stared skeptically toward the wash.
You killed Santiago Machado?
He drew first. Or tried to.
He holstered the Remington, but kept his hand on the grip when he saw 3 riders sitting their stalled horses near where this side street intersected with the village's main drag. He let his hand relax. The lead rider was the strange blonde tomboy, and the 2 men flanking her were Wade and Harlan. They were all dressed in wool coats and leather gloves against the chill, and they were trailing a pack mule laden with bulging canvas panniers. The girls stared skeptically at Colter, as did Wade and Harlan, canting their hatted heads this way and that, and flicking their eyes between Colter and the big man lying dead in the draw. Finally, the girl turned her head to say something to the 2 men behind her, then nudged the heels of her low boots against her horse's flanks, and the 3 of them rode on down the street along the side of the draw opposite Colter, their mounts' shod hooves lifting powdery dust. The 2 men continued to stare at the red-headed shooter until they'd ridden past him, and then they turned their heads forward and gigged their horses into trots after the girl, Harlan leading the pack mule by a lead rope. Colter kept his hand on his pistol grips because several men were moving toward him, dragging their feet with caution. Dominguez stood at the edge of the draw, staring down at Machado, who lay on one hip and a shoulder, his thick, long legs scissored. The owner of the Babylon turned his astonished eyes on Colter, letting them flick once to the gun on his left hip. Then he tossed his head toward the hotel.
Fetch your horse and hightail it, Rojo. You might be fast, but you can't take on Machado's entire gang. And that's what you'll have to do if they find you here, with your 4 bullets in their leader.
I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble, Senor Dominguez.
Dominguez turned his still shocked gaze toward Machado.
Hell, Rojo, I believe you saved me some. The gang, though, they will be after you.
Colter started walking toward the barn. Dominguez grabbed his arm.
Right south. I have a brother near the Sierra San Angelo, where Trinity Creek runs into the Rio Yaqui. Write to him, Ferdinand Dominguez. Tell him I sent you. He will hide you there in return for feeding his chickens and pigs so he can drink mezcal all day and hide from his wife and kids in his silver mine.
I don't want to get anyone else in trouble.
Dominguez shook his head and clamped Colter on his shoulder.
The gang won't follow you that far. Even if they could track you across those rugged wastes. They'll want to avenge Machado, but in the end, they want to rob banks more, so they can drink and entertain the putas in Monterrey. Now, go!
Colter strode at an angle across the yard, but stopped when he saw Alegria standing on the Babylon's gallery above the steps. She had a hand on a support post and was staring at Colter with much the same expression as the others. She wore only a sheer pale wrap over a loose burlap tunic. Her legs and feet were bare. She wrinkled her dark brows.
Pistolero?
Colter drew a breath as he stared back at her, not sure if she was approving or disdainful, but somehow not liking the killer she was seeing in him. He grabbed his rifle and saddlebags and continued on around the front corner of the hotel.
Adios, Alegria.
He strode down the side of the building to the barn. Behind him, a small crowd gathered around the wash.
Is that Machado?
Who's shot Machado?
The Rojo with the brand on his face.
The redhead with the brand on his face resounded in Colter's head as he rode south throughout the morning. Here he was again, cast out of another town, blood on his hands, alone. When would the horror that his life had become ever end? When could he hang up the Remington forever? He rode south only because south was where the bulk of Mexico lay, stretched out before him. An alien land that beckoned him with its vastness and its distance from his own country and the various bounties on his head. He wondered when he would ever be able to return to his own country. Of course, he might never be able to. Not unless he wanted to live looking over his shoulder every minute of every hour and sleep with one eye open. Some men could change their names and live in relative anonymity. Colter didn't have that luxury. The brand on his face couldn't be changed. So he rode south throughout the morning and into the afternoon. In the back of his mind was the half-formed idea of taking Dominguez's suggestion of holing up at the hotelier's brother's mine if he could find the place. It was lonely out here, and it would likely get lonelier. He fancied the idea of meeting folks and spending time with them, getting to know them, sitting down to a table with a family. Of course, he'd have to learn Spanish sooner or later, and maybe this was his opportunity to learn enough, not only to get by while he was here, but to have conversations. The farther south he went, he'd likely run into fewer and fewer Mexicans who could speak English, as Dominguez and Alegria did. The memory of last night tempered the hollow feeling in his gut for a time. Gradually, however, remembering the warmth and smoothness of Alegria's body, the softness of her kisses, only made the sky seem vaster, the clay-colored ridges starker and less welcoming. And then he remembered how he saw Lenore lying dead beneath Hobart's prancing horse, and he was gripped by a grinding horror and anger. And lifting his eyes to the horizon, Colter gigged northwest into a lope and rode due south.
Yeah!
By mid-afternoon, it had started to rain. Just a mist at first, but then larger drops began to fall hard, and a wind came up of a sudden, growing colder with every sucking, blasting gust. Lightning that had danced around the far western ridges now flashed closer, and the accompanying thunder sounded like near cannon fire, causing Northwest to hesitate and prance in place, showing his disdain for such weather. Colter rammed his boots against the horse's flanks to keep him moving. By the time he'd unwrapped his rain slicker from his blanket roll and put it on, he was soaked. Continuing to push south, he hoped to outrun the storm. But the sky grew darker. The rain hammered against him, a white curtain slashing sideways and pelting the growing puddles, filling every dimple in the clay-colored earth to a creamy froth. Lightning pounded near ridges, touching the wet air with a brimstone tang. He began looking around for cover and continued up the winding arroyo he'd been following that was turning into a shallow river, swirling with tea-colored water and more chunks of mud and branches. He looked around for another sanctuary and was crestfallen to see the slick red clay arroyo walls rising on both sides of him until they were nearly 6 feet high.
I need to get out of this arroyo before...
The rumbling seemed to originate from all around him. It grew louder. He glanced down to see that the water was rising and swirling faster and faster. He swung a worried look over his shoulder, and panic was an instant flash, taking his breath and making his heart leap and turn somersaults. A veritable tidal wave of mud-brown water was plunging toward him. The flood looked like a brown rug unfurling, the wave gaining on him so quickly that the brown of the froth-limbed wave filled his vision. He could see the bubbles, mesquite leaves, and small mud chunks it was hurtling. The cold water slammed over Northwest's rump and against Colter's face, washing through his mouth, still hanging wide in shock and dread. The horse lurched forward and up as the wave lifted him off his hooves, hurling him downstream. Colter was jarred back off his horse and into the cold, dark water, flinging a hand out for the horse's dark brown tail, but missing it by at least 2 feet as the dun was plunged downstream and away from him. Colter was dragged under by the churning currents, sucking a mouthful of water. He surfaced, glimpsing Northwest's hip to his left. Then Colter was spun around like a top, feeling himself being hurled with the rest of the debris downstream. He and Northwest then began moving faster, as though they were dropping quickly in elevation. As the currents continued to spin him while sweeping him downstream, he flung his arms out toward both banks, hoping to grab a rock or a shrub. After being tossed around another bend, he saw an object on his right and thrust that arm up half-heartedly. Something told him to stiffen the arm a quarter second before it made contact with the object, and a second later he found himself hooked around a stout branch protruding from a crack in the rock of the arroyo's ridge. He'd hit the branch violently, and he felt as though his right shoulder had been partly torn from its socket. Looking down, he saw the water swirling around his waist. His brown leather holster flopped in the current, empty. Somewhere he'd lost the Remington.
Oh, shit.
He hooked his other arm around the branch and hoisted his knees onto it. The rain continued to hammer at him, thick as wind-driven snow, but he could see the top of the bank to his right, only about 4 feet above. He gained his knees, praying the branch would hold and not send him tumbling into the torrent again. Twisting around, he grabbed the top of a rock jutting a ways out from the bank. From there, he was able to scramble off the branch and onto the wall, from which he climbed onto the top of the ridge.
Holy shit.
He collapsed on his back and lay there, squinting against the pelting rain falling out of a sky the color of a bruised plum. Every bone and nerve throbbed. But he couldn't lie there. For all he knew, the arroyo would continue to flood until it washed over its banks to sweep him away again. He climbed to hands and knees, looked around, and saw that he was in a narrow canyon with steep ridge walls on both sides of the arroyo.
Northwest.
Holding his aching ribs, he limped off along the arroyo, looking around desperately for his horse. On foot and without a gun, he'd be helpless out here.
Northwest!
He stumbled around the bend in the wall and stopped suddenly.
Northwest!
To his left, the arroyo had flattened out and the walls dropped so that the water didn't appear to be moving as fast. Ahead, he stared in slack-jawed relief as he watched the horse lunging up a series of low shelves in the arroyo's stone wall. Northwest gained the top of the bank, the saddle and the rest of Colter's tack hanging down his right side, and gave a splay-legged shake.
Northwest!
He stumbled forward. The horse was badly rattled, and it trotted a ways on down the canyon before it turned to face the canyon wall as though seeking protection from the flashing lightning and blasting thunder. Colter slowed his pace and held up his hands, palms out in supplication, as he stole up to the mount, who stood with his head nearly touching the wall, shivering and twitching his ears.
It's all right, boy. You're safe.
He blinked against the rain as he looked around, having no idea how far the flood had carried him or where he and the horse had ended up.
Easy, boy. Let's find some shelter.
He looked around, squinting, and saw what looked like a cave mouth a little farther up the canyon. It lay back in a concave depression in the canyon wall. He took Northwest's reins and got the horse to follow him over to the cave, which appeared, at least from the outside, tall enough to shelter both himself and the horse. He stepped cautiously inside, squinting into the dense shadows, half expecting to find some wild animal holed up out of the weather. It was dark, but there was enough gray light seeping in behind him to reveal the two side walls, and the occasional lightning flashes briefly showed him the back wall, which appeared a jumble of strewn rock and gravel as well. Colter pulled on Northwest's reins. The horse drew back, lifting his head and flattening his ears.
Come on, boy. You don't want to stay out here in the rain, do you?
When he'd finally led the horse into the cave, the ceiling about a foot higher than Northwest's head, he quickly stripped off the tack, which included Colter's rifle and scabbard, thank God. At least he had the Henry. Shivering against the cold arroyo water, teeth chattering, he slipped Northwest's bit and left him ground-tied. He figured the horse had drunk enough water in the arroyo, as Colter had, so he poured out a small pile of damp oats from his saddlebags, then walked over to the mouth of the cave. He tightly crossed his arms on his chest, trying to drive out the cold. No use. Every muscle in his body felt electrified. There was likely no dry wood anywhere near, so a fire wouldn't be possible. Deciding he'd just have to gut out the storm right here, soaked to his gills, he sank down against the cave wall and managed to fall into an aching, miserable kind of sleep. He was half aware of the storm abating, stopping, then starting up again, the wind like a cold breath blowing against him. He woke and lifted his head from his chest. He felt a patch of warmth on his left cheek and shoulder. Looking out of the cave mouth, he blinked against lemon sunlight angling into the canyon from a clear blue sky and penetrating the cave's opening. Delectable warmth from a sun he'd begun to think had burned itself out.
Oh, Lord.
He felt the warmth begin to penetrate the chill that still held him fast. Steam rose from the canyon floor, gauzy yellow snakes rising in the sunlight to gently caress the far canyon wall, still purple with the lingering night. He turned to look at the horse, standing facing him and flicking his ears. Colter opened his mouth to speak, but something to the far left of the horse caught his eye. And he jerked back against the cave wall with a start. Just enough sunlight tumbled into the cave to reveal a man in a gray hat sitting back in the shadows amongst the rocks, aiming a rifle at Colter's heart. Colter reached for his rifle leaning against the wall to his right and racked a shell into the chamber. He aimed the Henry out from his right hip at the hombre pulling down on him from the cave's heavy purple shadows. He could just make out the man's figure and the rifle in his hands, limned with sunlight, whose intensity was greatly diminished back there. He stared at the shooter, his racing pulse gradually slowing. The man wasn't moving. There seemed an unnatural stiffness in the silhouette.
Hey!
The shadow did not move. Colter got his stiff legs under him and hauled himself to his feet. He strode slowly across the cave floor, angling toward the left rear corner, keeping his Henry aimed at the man-shaped shadow, and stopped. He frowned down at the bleached skull with gaping black mouth and eyes and nose sockets looking both bizarre and ridiculous in an overlarge metal helmet crusted with grit and grime, with only a few patches of gray showing through the spiderwebs. The skeleton, lounging back against the wall with one leg curled beneath it, wore a steel breastplate with a ridge down the front and metal plates on his thighs. Fibers of some long-molded clothing clung to its bony shins, and bits of leather from rotted boots clung by threads to his otherwise bare skeletal feet and ankles. A wooden arrow, minus feathers, protruded from the ribs just beneath the breastplate, angling down toward the skeleton's left thigh. Also resting on the skeleton's thigh was a short, stocky rifle, most of the ancient wood having flaked away from the badly tarnished barrel, the end of which flared like a funnel. The conquistador's right index finger, merely a slender, jointed bone, was still curled through the trigger guard. When he died, he must have still been expecting an Indian to charge in here after him. Colter stepped back away from the dead man and turned to his horse, who was regarding Colter with a faint look of castigation in his eyes.
Sorry, Northwest.
Colter held his rifle in one hand while caressing the dun's long snout with the other.
I reckon that dead hombre's why you didn't want to come in here last night, huh? Just glad I didn't know about him, or I wouldn't have gotten what little sleep I did.
He grabbed Northwest's reins, leading the horse out of the cave and over to the bank of the arroyo, along which grew several varieties of grasses, all of which looked nourishing for the dun. In the arroyo itself, the flood had diminished to a slow-moving creek, which appeared only 2 or 3 feet deep. Oddly, even after all the floodwater he'd swallowed, he was thirsty. Northwest probably was too, but Colter didn't want to risk leading the mount down the slippery back, fearing he'd stumble and fall. Swinging around, he started back to the cave to fetch a cooking pot he could fill with water and stopped abruptly, staring at the ridge wall. The cave in which Colter and Northwest had spent the night was not the only cave in the ridge wall. There was another one about 20 yards to the left of it, and more beyond, with more above in tiers, sort of like rooms in a sprawling hotel, with ledges fronting their recessed mouths. Colter stepped back and looked further up as he counted the caves, stopping when he got to 12 because he couldn't see beyond the slight bend in the cliff face 50 yards to his left. Some of the caves were fronted by dilapidated ladders made of poles and what appeared to be hemp or rawhide, and rising to the next tier above. Some of the ladders lay on the ledges, crumbling. As Colter scrutinized the cliff face, he realized that it wasn't the actual face of the cliff at all. What he was looking at was a veritable mountain of piled adobe blocks, forming a large building of sorts constructed against the cliff. He had seen similar Indian ruins in canyons near Camp Grant in Arizona. Colter looked across the arroyo to the other side of the canyon beyond a swirling sunlit fog. Set back against that cliff wall were more of the same man-made caves built into a giant building made of large adobe blocks. Some of the cave mouths had collapsed, and almost all the ladders over there were gone.
I'll be damned. I'm just lucky this canyon wasn't filled with banditos.
He went back into the cave, grabbed his bedroll, and dug around in his saddlebags, pulling out the tin pot he usually boiled beans in. Back outside, Colter unrolled his blankets, draped them over a shrub to dry in the sun, then carried the pot down to the arroyo and filled it. He let the mud and grit settle to the bottom, then took a long drink of the cold water, refilled the pot, and brought it up to where Northwest cropped the grass contentedly, giving his tail frequent satisfied flicks and snorting. Colter set the pot on a low rock near the horse and looked around, giving the canyon a thorough survey, looking for any sign of trouble. Deeming himself in Northwest alone, he kicked out of his boots and then shucked out of his clothes and the poultice that Alegria had wrapped him in. He laid his duds and boots out where the sun could dry them. Naked from head to toe, he lay down on the damp clay that the sun had already warmed and began baking the chill from his bones. He ground his shoulders and buttocks into the warm earth, and before he knew it, he was asleep. The heat woke him when the sun was high in the sky and burning through his eyelids. He got up, feeling only a tenderness in all the places in which the floodwaters had bruised him. His ribs still ached almost as badly as before, and he wished he had another poultice, but the dry air and sun would have to fix him. His clothes were dry, so were his blankets. He hoped he could find some dry wood as well, because he intended to build a fire and keep one burning for warmth and cooking, though all the food in his saddlebags was likely waterlogged, fouled, and inedible. When he'd gathered all the dry and semi-dry wood he could find, he'd go out and try to shoot a rabbit or a quail or two, though he didn't like the idea of giving his position away. He doubted Machado's men would have followed him through such a storm, or that soldiers from Camp Grant would have penetrated this far into Mexico. But while he did not fear the grave, he wouldn't mind reaching his next birthday. Armed with only his rifle, which he took time to disassemble and clean, and missing his lost Remington, he walked back along the arroyo in the direction from which he and Northwest had been so unceremoniously carried. He didn't have to walk far before he saw several javelinas scrubbing around a mesquite near a feeder creek to the main arroyo, snorting up beans that had likely been ripped off the tree by the storm. Salivating at the imagined smell and taste of the roasted meat, he got down and crawled until he was snug between a palo verde and a cracked boulder that had leaf-speckled rainwater still puddled on its surface. He dropped a small but plump pig with one shot, grinding his teeth against the long echo of the report's angry crack around the ridges of such dangerous country. Colter hustled over to the dead but quivering javelina, and with a knife he kept in his boot, deftly dressed and quartered the pig, leaving the innards steaming beneath the palo verde. Later on, he sat and ate. He washed the pork down with tequila and felt a warm glow wash over him as he sat by the fire in the cave entrance. He watched the sun go down and the stars spread out and sparkle over the canyon. He no longer minded the presence of the dead conquistador. In fact, he'd started to feel comforted by the dead man's company, and after a few shots of strong drink, found himself talking to it while he eased into sleep.
I'm gonna call you Hector. Huh. Sure is a nice... Oh, look at that, Hector. Shooting star. I wonder how far away...
The next morning, he led Northwest down the arroyo a ways in the direction from which they'd come to a game trail that led down into the wash where the grass grew lush. He hobbled the horse in the grass and then walked along the canyon, hoping to maybe find some quail eggs for breakfast. and was surprised and relieved when his Remington appeared, embedded in the thick, still damp clay of the wash's bottom. He took the gun back to his camp, where he roasted more of the javelina and set to work taking apart the pistol and cleaning all the parts.
Hey, Hector, found my gun. Now if I can get lucky enough to find my hat.
He'd just finished his breakfast as well as loading the Remy with fresh, dry cartridges when Northwest announced something was on the approach. Colter scrambled to his feet, kicked dirt on the fire, and, despondent that the world was shouldering into this quiet sanctuary, cast a nervous glance up canyon. Biting out a quiet curse, he rolled the Remington's oiled cylinder across his forearm. Colter kicked more dirt on the fire, covering all the logs and dousing the smoke. Holstering the Remy, he bolted on out of the cave and dashed up the arroyo, scrambling down the bank to where Northwest stood in the tawny fetlock high grass, switching his tail and staring up the canyon. He couldn't see anything in that direction, but the horse must have smelled or heard something. Colter quickly unhobbled the mount and led him up the bank and back to the cave and deep inside. Colter forced the horse to lie down. Not a difficult maneuver, since it was one that Colter had trained the horse on, and one they practiced frequently. It was all part and parcel of trying to stay ahead of the bounty hunters. When he had the horse lying flat on his left side, Colter grabbed his Henry from the cave wall and crabbed up toward the front, stopping about 6 feet from the mouth. He lifted his head just high enough that he could see the wet arroyo and its following of willows and dun-brown brush and rocks that stretched toward a bench at the base of the opposite ridge. Staying low, he caressed the Henry's hammer with his thumb and watched and waited. A horse appeared, a rangy steel dust on his left, following the trail that wound along the arroyo bottom. 2 more horses followed, and then 2 more, with 2 more appearing several seconds later, all bearing Mexicans clad in dove-gray uniforms and shabby straw sombreros with what appeared eagle insignias stitched into the brims. The men were all well armed with pistols and Springfield carbines. The lead rider, a tall man with a gray mustache and goatee setting off the copper red of his angular face, wore brass captain's bars on the shoulders of his gray jacket. Colter felt his jaws ache from tension. These men were members of the Mexican Rural Police Force. He'd heard that rurales had to be dealt with whenever American soldiers rode into Mexico on the trail of Apaches or cattle rustlers, and that rurales were a surly lot. Many were also no more law-abiding than the outlaws they hunted on their own side of the border. Colter kept his body pressed flat against the ground, his chin raised about 8 inches. The gray-mustached captain rode on past the cave, looking around at both canyon walls. The others followed. An 8th rider came into view, riding alone. He had an arm thrown back behind him, and as he continued riding toward the cave, Colter saw that he was holding a lead line. The other end of the line rope was connected to the bridle of a brown and white pinto on which a young girl rode. A young blonde in a dark gray dress and shabby wool coat, with a bullet-crowned hat pulled low on her freckled forehead. Colter stared, the corners of his eyes creasing with interest, his thumb no longer caressing the Henry's hammer. He slowly turned his head from left to right, his eyes on the girl astride the slow-moving pinto. He knew right away he was looking at the strange blonde he'd seen before, in the company of Wade and Harlan, because, especially in Mexico, she was a distinctive-looking little gal. Her expression beneath the narrow brim of her hat was grave, and she had every right to be, as her hands were cuffed before her and tied to her saddle horn. Colter also saw that her right ankle was tied to its stirrup. The blonde was a prisoner, but he saw no signs of Harlan and Wade.
Maybe Wade and Harlan put up a fight.
Colter lifted his head farther above the cave floor, following the rurales with his eyes, his brows ridged in befuddlement. When they were almost out of sight, the group broke into a gallop, the blonde girl bringing up the rear. Colter climbed to his feet and pressed his shoulder against the right cave wall at the opening, edging his gaze around to follow the group as they galloped on out of sight down canyon. He then waited. Finally, he had a feeling the rurales had left for good. Despite concern for his own welfare, his feelings edged toward the strange blonde girl. He'd heard the rurales often imprisoned Norte Americanos on some trumped-up charge, and the taken gringos were never heard from again. Rumor had it that the rurales took part in cross-border slave trading, a booming business in southern Sonora and Chihuahua, with all the silver and gold mines studding the mountains. Colter doubted the little blonde would make a good rock breaker. He also doubted she was a hardened criminal that deserved incarceration in Mexico, or worse. Abruptly, he dropped a brake on such concerns. She was none of his business. Quickly, he gathered his gear and saddled northwest. He slid his rifle into the saddle boot and then led northwest out of the cave and mounted up.
Come on, Northwest. We can't stay here any longer.
He had no idea where he was. After a quick pondering of the situation, he decided he'd follow the rurales' tracks for a time, then swing off their trail and head wherever the four winds blew him. Doubtless he'd never find his way back to Dominguez's brother's silver mine now, even if he got his bearings back. He nudged northwest ahead, following the edge of the arroyo for 100 yards before dropping into the wash via a game path, and then followed the rurales' tracks for one slow, guarded mile. Checking northwest down, he stared off in the direction the gang had drifted, and relatively certain they were gone, with no intention of circling back, he reined northwest sharply south, through a break in the canyon wall, and heeled the horse into a spanking trot. As he rode, he remembered the image of the blonde girl's depressed, fearful face. For her to look so beaten down and fearful now meant she was up to her neck in danger and a long ways from home.
God damn it, Colter, get your mind off that girl's problems. You're swimming in a whole barnyard of horse shit yourself.
He continued riding, eyes aimed straight out over Northwest's head. But a few minutes later...
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
He swung back out of the break between canyons and booted Northwest back onto the rurales' trail. 5 hours later, hot and tired and his ribs squealing under his shirt, he put Northwest up to a towering ponderosa pine and heaved himself out of the saddle. He stood with his back against his saddle fender. A cool breeze smelling of pine resin slid against him, drying the front of his sweaty wool shirt. The cool air felt good after chasing the rurales and the blonde girl across a hot, dry, rocky waste, then up into the low reaches of a high mountain range that had stood like a giant anvil against the southeastern horizon. As he'd climbed, remaining about a quarter-mile behind the men he was shadowing, in case the captain had sent an outrider to check their back trail, he was glad to see shimmering streams and pines and fir forests and slopes stippled with mule deer. All his troubles had seemed to come on the hot desert. Maybe up here in the cool, fragrant air his luck would change and he'd be able to rescue the girl from her captors without getting both of them killed. Now he tied Northwest's reins to a branch of the pine tree and slid his Henry from the saddle boot. He levered a fresh cartridge into the chamber and started up the steep slope to his right, his boots slipping on the slide rock and gravel. Colter gained the dome of cracked granite that crested the slope, then crawled the last few feet to the top. He crawled between two ancient stone bubbles, one with a spindly cedar twisting up from a crack, and peered into the canyon on the other side. The sun had gone down several minutes ago, so the opposite pine-clad slope was cloaked in gray-purple shadows. He could still make out the dove-gray uniforms of the rurales milling around in the trees near the base of the slope, where two men were securing horses to a long picket rope strung between several trees. Through the pines, Colter could see a broad dome of rock much like the ones he was hunkered on, capping the opposite slope. At the base of the dome there appeared several narrow caves, and around these caves the orange flames of a fire danced. He could glimpse other shadows, arranging gear around the flames. As Colter remained low, studying the rurales' camp and pondering how he was going to get the girl out of there, he saw her moving down the slope amongst the columnar pines, stooping to gather fallen branches. It wasn't an easy maneuver for the girl, as the rurales had looped a rope around her neck. The opposite end of the rope was tied around a large pine knot with several short branches jutting off it. When she had several good-sized logs and a few smaller ones tucked under her chin, she turned and began walking toward the fire, slouching beneath the weight of her load. She made it back to the fire and dropped the wood beside the dancing flames. The captain was sitting by the fire, his knees drawn up. Despite having tracked her with her rurale captors, Colter had reserved the right to turn away if he saw that rescuing her would be too risky. There was no point in getting himself killed for a strange little girl he didn't even know. Now, however, he pursed his lips and nodded as he stared across the narrow canyon at the captain.
All right, little miss. All right.
Then he crawled back down the slope to wait for good dark and for hell to pop. Colter fed and watered Northwest, hobbling him near the pine tree so the horse could freely graze, and then giving the Coyote Dunn a parting pat on the neck.
Stay out of trouble. Hopefully I won't be too long.
And making sure that both his Remington and Henry were loaded, Colter stole off down the canyon, making his way through the darkness relieved only by starlight. His intention was to sneak up on the camp, find out where the girl was, and free her in whatever way he could. He followed the canyon around to what he figured was the backside of the rock the rurales were camped on and started to climb. Here he moved even more carefully, more slowly, setting his boots down softly. The crunch of gravel might give him away, and surely the rurale captain had posted a guard or two. Keeping his eyes and ears skinned, Colter continued to climb the steep ridge, hunkered low, holding his rifle in his right hand, using his left to push off rock and boulders and for balance. He knew now why the old Deputy U.S. Marshal Spur Morgan had preferred moccasins over cowhide boots. They were a hell of a lot more quiet. Try as Colter might, he could not keep his boots from grinding gravel ever so faintly. It was the boot grind of another, though, that stopped him in his tracks. The sound had come from above a rock ledge on his right. He dropped instantly to a knee. Colter pricked his ears, squeezing the rifle in his hands. He did not hear another footfall, but as he knelt there, he caught a whiff of tobacco smoke. The smoke was drifting down the ledge straight above him, not more than a few yards away. Colter crept slowly forward, crouched beneath the ledge. He leaned his hatless head out away from the ledge and peered up over the mantle-like slab of rounded rock. A man's silhouette stood above him, tall against the starlit sky. The man, his back facing Colter and dressed in a dove-gray uniform, held a carbine with a lanyard in his left hand. His right arm was bent forward, and a gauzy stream of smoke slithered into the air around his head. Colter leaned his rifle against a boulder, lifted his denim pant leg above his right boot, and slipped his wooden-handled skinning knife out of the sheath he'd sewn into the well. He'd just drawn his pant leg down over his boot and tightened his hand around the knife when he heard a boot crunch gravel behind him, and then a gun being cocked.
Move, Pequito Bastardo.
Colter's mouth went dry. His heart fluttered. He gripped the knife in his right hand, mind racing, knowing he had to make a fast move or he'd die.
Hey, Jose!
The man who'd been smoking above the ledge walked towards him, and in the corner of his right eye he saw the man's gray silhouette on the ledge above him, staring down at him, holding his rifle across his chest, the cigarette smoldering between his lips.
This tiny muchacho almost snuck up on you. Drop that knife, or I carve you up with it.
Colter opened his hand. The knife clattered to the gravel at his boots. A boot hammered into his back, and he fell belly down. The rurale held him down with his boot while he leaned down and, pressing the gun against the back of Colter's neck with one hand, patted him down with the other. Taking Colter's Remy, the rurale also grabbed his rifle.
Get up!
Colter climbed to his feet.
What are you doing here?
Got lost in the dark.
He shoved Colter forward with his own rifle.
Vamos!
Colter started forward.
Adelante!
Colter walked forward, sweat dribbling down his back. The rurale prodded him over the breast of the mountain and then down the other side, a game path twisting amongst the rocks vaguely limned by starlight. Colter glanced behind him. He needed to make a play for the Henry, but the rurale was staying too far back. By the time Colter could swing around, the man would punch a .44 slug through his heart with his own rifle. He gave up on trying for the rifle when firelight appeared on his right, the throbbing glow silhouetting the still columnar pines. The small group of rurales was lounging around the flames, some leaning back against saddles or sitting on rocks. The captain was facing the fire, his back to Colter, the firelight glistening on the 2 gold bars on his tunic shoulders. The blonde girl sat a ways from the fire, back to a tree, hands behind her back. She was dirty and sunburned, and her hair was badly mussed. One eye was swollen, and the right corner of her mouth was split. She blinked at Colter, her eyes dull. If she recognized him, her eyes didn't betray it.
Capitano!
The tall captain turned around, his gray mustache and goatee looking pale against his dark, angular face. A short cigarette jutted from one corner of his mouth. In his left hand, he held a steaming tin cup. His other hand dropped automatically to the pistol thonged on his right thigh. Colter stopped as the man behind him walked past and over to the captain. They spoke quietly for a few seconds. The captain canted his head to one side, squinting as he strode out away from the fire and stopped in front of Colter.
What are you doing out here?
The other men were watching Colter expectantly, some nervously. Colter had formulated a story, the only one that made any sense at all.
I prospect out here with my pa. I got caught out in the darkness. My horse fell, broke his leg. I had to put him down.
What were you doing, lurking around on the back of this mountain?
I saw the firelight from the other side and was making my way to your camp here.
Colter gave a half-hearted grin as he regarded the big black coffee pot steaming to one side of the fire.
Sure could go for a cup of that mud.
Or perhaps you intended to steal one of our horses.
The captain turned to one of the other men around the fire.
Take this thief down the mountain a ways where his screams won't disturb me and beat him to death.
Hold on now. I told you, I was just...
The captain had swung around, giving Colter his broad back, and was casually kneeling for the coffee pot. A brusque hand grabbed Colter's shirt collar from behind, and he was jerked around so suddenly that his boots got tangled. And he rolled several yards down the slope, his battered ribs coming alive again, as did the aches in both tormented shoulders. He rolled off his right shoulder and looked up. The stocky man who had his Henry was striding toward him, while the rurale whom the captain had summoned from the fire was walking toward Colter as well, looping his suspenders up over his shoulders. Colter noticed the man wasn't wearing a gun. He was hatless. Long hair fell from a nearly bald pate, and he had a small cross tattooed into his chin. The stocky man, compressing his lips and narrowing his eyes, brought a boot back and was about to swing it forward when Colter scrambled to his feet, trying to ignore the wailing of his ribs, and backed away, crouching, trying to avoid the kick. The stocky man wagged the Henry's barrel at Colter. The redhead turned away and started walking down the slope through the pines, the firelight's reflection dwindling as he moved down the hill. Colter's blood jetted hot through his veins. His eyes darted around, looking for an escape route.
That's far enough.
Colter gained the bottom of the slope. The horses picketed to his right grew restless. The tattooed gent snapped his suspenders with his thumbs and strolled casually toward Colter, a grim smile etched on his broad face shadowed with beard stubble. The other man turned to lean Colter's rifle against a broad fir tree. Colter knew he couldn't run and get away. Neither could he fight these two with any hope of winning. Power born of raw terror throbbed in him. He looked around, scuttled to one side, and grabbed a brick-sized rock. Before he even knew what he was doing, he was bolting forward, swinging the hand holding the rock back behind his right shoulder. The tattooed man's eyes snapped wide in surprise, and he just opened his mouth to yell when Colter hammered the rock soundly across the man's left temple. The tattooed man twisted around and back and hit the ground hard and lay there unmoving. Blood dribbled from the gash in his crushed temple. Colter looked at the other man who'd just leaned the Henry against the fir and had started toward Colter. Now he stopped and regarded the tattooed gent's still form incredulously. Colter bolted off his heels, intending to catch the stocky man off guard as well, but then the man swung his head toward him. The man's eyes were bright with anger and his mustached lip curled in a sneer. Colter stopped and stood a few yards away from him, facing him, crouching. Balled fists raised chest high, hoping against hope that the stocky gent would not call out for the others. The stocky rurale just stood glaring at Colter, either too embarrassed or too proud to ask for help. Colter probably couldn't take him, as the man outweighed him by a good 50 pounds, but he'd upped his chances considerably. As with the other gent, who looked dead, he'd have to use his lightness and quickness to best advantage. The stocky guard walked casually toward him. Colter raised his fists and sidestepped, crouching, weaving, hoping to elude as many blows as possible. He didn't avoid the stocky gent's first punch, however. The next came just as fast, catching Colter off guard, hooking the nub of his scarred cheek. The pounding impact threw him straight back to land on his butt, dust and pine needles blowing up around him. He felt blood trickle down his cheek as he watched the stocky man, who was smiling now, close on him. When the man was 4 feet away, Colter threw his shoulders back and kicked up with his right boot, driving the pointed toe squarely into the stocky gent's crotch. The man's face swelled as he crouched forward and clamped one hand over his groin. Colter shook the cobwebs from behind his eyes and heaved himself to his feet. But the man was on him almost instantly, bullying Colter onto his back so hard that he heard his teeth clatter. The bigger man was sluggish from the blow to his crotch, and Colter managed to grind his heels into the ground and heave the man over his back. Knowing that he had to keep moving or die, he gained his heels and saw the Henry leaning against the tree not 6 feet away. He ran for it. The stocky man grabbed his right boot. Colter hit the ground hard on his chin. Stars burst inside his head. Colter jerked his ankle free, rose to hands and knees, and crawled madly toward the fur. He grabbed his rifle, twisted around while swinging the rifle around and jacking a cartridge into the chamber. The stocky gent was crawling toward him, a knife in his hand, a savage snarl on his spittle-flecked lips. Each of the 3 bullets blew dust from the stocky rurale's tunic in a straight line across his chest. He flew backward to hit the ground on his back and shoulders. Colter ejected the 3rd spent cartridge and racked a fresh shell into the chamber. The rurale's horses were pulling at their picket line. He swung around to face the dark slope. The fire flickered about 70 yards away, the trees silhouetted before it. He could hear no voices from that direction. None of the rurales appeared to be heading toward him. Not yet. He backed up to the dead, stocky rurale, stooped down and pulled his Remington from behind the man's cartridge belt. He also slipped a big Bowie knife from a sheath on the man's belt and stuck that into the sheath in his own boot well. The horn-gripped knife was an improvement over his own skinning knife. He continued to stare at the flickering firelight up the slope through the trees as he quickly moved around behind the horses, passing the small remuda, then climbing the slope a good 70 yards from where he and the 2 dead rurales had descended it. He climbed quickly, his knees like jelly, his heart hammering in his ears.
You see anything?
When Colter figured he was halfway to the fire, he hunkered behind a deadfall log and looked over the top of the log to survey the area around the fire. All the rurales were on their feet, spread out and holding rifles as they peered down the slope toward the dead men and the horses. The captain gestured for the others to continue down the slope, saying something that Colter couldn't hear. While the others headed on down the slope, spread out amongst the trees, the captain stood about 10 yards downslope from the fire, turning his head slowly from left to right and back again. His right shoulder faced Colter. His profile shone umber in the firelight, his jaw dimpling with tension. Colter rose and backed away from the log, then keeping an eye on the captain, continued climbing the slope. Ahead, he saw the tree to which the blonde girl was tied. She sat before it as she had before, with an air of extreme defeat, though Colter could only see her profile in silhouette. Slowly, he continued upslope, squeezing the cocked Henry in his hands. Quietly, he dropped down behind the tree the girl was tied to, then shouldered around the trunk and clamped his right hand over her mouth. He felt her mouth come open, felt her little teeth against his palm, but his hand stifled the scream. He showed her his face, rested his rifle against the tree, and pressed 2 fingers to his lips. Her eyes were bright and round with fear as she studied him. Gradually, her terror was replaced with confusion, and she nodded. Colter lowered his fingers, then glanced over his shoulder at the captain, who stood where he'd stood before, staring down the slope.
Captain! They're dead!
The other rurales had found the bodies. Quickly, Colter jerked up his pants leg, removed the big bowie knife from the sheath, and sawed through the girl's ropes. She continued to stare at him apprehensively, her eyes darting between him and the captain, but she said nothing.
Find him! He's got to be there!
Colter slid the knife back into his boot and put his face up close to the girl's ear.
Real quiet like. Run straight back across the slope and hide. If I can, I'll bring a horse.
She nodded and began running, holding her skirts above her ankles. Colter just started to turn toward the captain when a slug spanged into the fur trunk to his left. The redhead wheeled and fired the Henry from his hip. And the captain was on his back on the ground, moving his arms and legs like a turtle trying to right itself. Drilling a silencing round through the captain's right temple, Colter wheeled and ran down the slope roughly the same way he'd climbed it. He could hear the other rurales running back up. Rifles barked. Bullets sizzled around Colter, plunked into trees and rocks. He saw several murky, gray-clad figures on his left, stopped, dropped to a knee, and emptied his rifle, the Henry's muzzle flashing wickedly, powder smoke wafting around his head. In the relative silence following his barrage, Colter pressed his back to a pine while he quickly plucked fresh cartridges from his shell belt and slid them down the rifle's loading tube. He could still hear a couple moving around more cautiously now, small branches breaking beneath their boots as they tried to work around Colter. The redhead sat on his butt against the tree. He slid the 16th cartridge into the Henry's loader and quietly levered around into the chamber. A rifle flashed and barked from the other side of the tree and to the right. The slug hammered the tree, spraying bark. Colter turned, snaked his Henry around the bowl, saw a strip of gray in the forest beyond him, and fired 2 more rounds. There was a thump of a knee hitting the ground. Colter could still see the murky patch of gray, drew a bead on it, and fired. He put his head back against the tree. From somewhere straight out beyond him rose the footfalls of a single man, running away across the slope. Colter continued to hunker on one knee behind the tree, looking around and listening. When he continued to hear only silence, save the occasional cracks and pops of the dying fire up the slope on his left, he rose slowly, stepped quietly out from behind the tree, and made his way down the slope to the rurales' fidgeting horses. He picked one out of the string, the pinto gelding he'd seen the girl riding before, then turned the others free. As they galloped off into the night, he found the rurales' tack piled in nearby shrubs and began saddling the pinto with the first saddle he found. Footfalls sounded from upslope. He'd just set a big-skirted, double-rigged Mexican saddle on the gelding's back, and now he swung around to grab his rifle.
It's me! Don't shoot!
He looked toward the slope, saw the slender figure moving down through the pines, striding confidently and swinging her arms. Her coat was open, showing a cartridge bandolier wrapped twice around her slender waist. A Colt Army revolver jutted up from the bandolier, over her flat belly clad in a shabby plaid flannel shirt. Colter stared at the girl skeptically as she walked up to him and ran a hand down the pinto's neck.
Easy, boy. He's mine.
I know. Where'd you get that?
Off one of them Mexicans. Never again will I go unarmed in Mexico.
She slid her glance from the horse to Colter.
That was some shooting.
Thanks.
Get 'em all?
I don't know. I think 1 or 2 run off.
Figures. You a gunslinger?
When I need to be.
Colter reached under the pinto's belly to tighten the latigo straps.
Where are your pards?
Dead.
The blonde jerked her chin toward the slope.
Them bean eaters killed 'em deader than hell when they run us down. Only reason they didn't kill me is 'cause the captain thought he could make some money off me. He said Wade and Harlan were worthless. Can't say as I disagree. God bless 'em.
Probably figured they could use you in the southern mines.
Or whorehouses.
Colter gave her a quick glance and a nod as he buckled the latigo, then started shortening the left stirrup.
What's your name, little miss?
It sure ain't little miss. You fancy being called Skinny Red? My name's Bethel Strange.
No kidding.
What's yours?
Colter went around the pinto to adjust the opposite stirrup.
Colter Farrow.
Bethel Strange followed him around the horse and stood close, frowning at him.
Why'd you do this? Risk your life for mine.
He slid the stirrup up the side of the horse, then buckled it securely.
I don't really know, Miss Bethel.
He studied her closely, dubiously.
Ain't you scared?
Of course I'm scared. I never seen how crying and carrying on changed anything. Help me up here, will you, Colter?
He helped her into the saddle. She grabbed the big silver-capped horn with both hands. Even with the big hog leg in her belt, she didn't seem to weigh much more than a 50-pound sack of grain. He climbed up behind her and took the reins.
Hold tight, Miss Bethel. We'll go back and pick up my own horse, and then find us a place to camp.
You alone out here, Colter?
He put the pinto around the base of the mountain, glancing around to make sure no surviving rurales were trying to flank him.
I sure am.
Me too.
They rode back and retrieved Colter's horse, and then headed westward, putting as much ground between them and the rurale camp as they could. They rode for nearly an hour in the star-speckled night, velvet black ridges humping up around them when they dropped down onto the shoulder of the Sierra they'd been in. And, so tired he could hardly move, Colter reined up on the bank of a narrow, rushing stream. Bethel did likewise, and once he'd dismounted, Colter helped her out of the fancy saddle. They both unsaddled their horses before leading them to the stream for water. Both she and Colter then hobbled their horses in the grass along the creek, and then made a fireless camp. Neither he nor Bethel had thought of appropriating a bedroll from the rurales, so Bethel had none. Colter arranged his own blankets at the base of a stone escarpment, then grabbed his saddle and rifle.
You can sleep in my sugan tonight, Bethel. I'll be fine on the grass.
I won't take your bed, Colter.
You don't have a choice.
Colter shouldered his rifle and saddle and headed down to the creek, where he found a soft bed and some jimson weed. Northwest stood nearby like a sentinel, while the pinto lay on its side a little further downstream. The water was not so loud that he couldn't keep an ear skinned as he slept, waking every hour or so to lift his head from his saddle and look around. The hot sun on his face woke him. He lifted his head, blinking, looking around. Both horses stood with feed sacks draped over their ears. The sun was well up, though the dew had not yet left the grass. Colter looked toward the escarpment. His blankets were rolled and tied in a neat bundle where Bethel had slept. He stood stretching, feeling a little chastened by how late he'd slept, as well as how deeply, and looked around until he saw the blonde girl sitting up on the shoulder of the scarp. She sat in a niche in the rocks, silhouetted against the buttery eastern sky. She had a book open before her, and she seemed to be intently studying it, occasionally looking up to stare off to the south. Colter grabbed his saddle and bridle and went over to the base of the scarp. Soon, he had some of the javelina spitted, the juices sizzling in the flames. Bethel came down the rocks, leaping from one rock to another and holding what appeared to be a Bible in one hand. Between her open coat flaps, Colter could see the bandolier from which her big colt jutted.
I thought you was dead!
Colter's ear tips warmed.
Well, I heard you the whole time. Kept my eyes slitted.
He glanced at her and grinned.
You couldn't tell, could you?
She smiled as she sat down on a big rock, the toes of her brown boots dangling a few inches above the ground, and looked off.
No, I sure couldn't.
Colter sat back on his rump, raised his knees, and wrapped his arms around him.
I know it's none of my business, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. What are you doing down here? In Mexico, I mean. Who were Wade and Harlan? Ken?
She was studying the roasting meat.
That sure smells good. You got any coffee? Them bean eaters wouldn't give me any. Hardly any water at all, neither. When I got up, I about drank the stream dry.
No coffee. Just water and meat'll have to do for breakfast.
Colter studied her as she looked off to the south.
All right, don't tell me if you don't want to. But wherever you came from, you best go back. Mexico is no place for a little girl alone.
She narrowed her frosty blue eyes at him beneath a shelf of straight-cut bangs, the tawny yellow of ripe wheat.
I'm 12 years old. How old are you?
Older than you.
She looked off sharply, sneering.
Shit.
Colter jerked another surprised look at her.
Who taught you to swear like that?
My pa, I reckon.
Well, you run back to him and you and him can swear together in the safety of your own home.
Colter pulled a chunk of meat from the spit, set it on a tin plate, and handed it to her.
Here you go. Breakfast. Eat as much of it that's done and throw the rest back on the fire.
Bethel set the plate and the smoking meat on her lap and gingerly pulled the meat apart with her fingers. Colter took a chunk of the meat himself, leaned back against his saddle, and began to eat the succulent wild pork using his hands. He saw no reason to break out his forks and have to clean them when his fingers would do.
My pa's down here somewhere. That's what I'm doing here, looking for him.
She paused, looking down at her plate and her greasy fingers, chewing. Her eyes were sad when she lifted her gaze to Colter.
Oh, think he might be in a whole heap of trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Can you keep a secret?
Colter glanced around.
Who am I gonna tell it to?
My pa came down here to sell guns to some revolutionarios around Hermosillo.
Who's your pa?
The notorious gunslinger and road agent Jed Strange.
Bethel looked at him as though he should know the name. Colter shrugged.
He was written up by Mr. Ned Buntline a time or two.
Must have been a while ago.
It was before I was born. He married up with Ma in Tucson a couple years before I was born. After that, he promised Ma he'd walk the straight and narrow. He was a deputy sheriff for a time and even rode shotgun for a stage line. Till a couple months ago, he was a night marshal of Tucson. He hated it, thought it was beneath him.
Your ma still in Tucson?
Bethel shook her head.
Ma's dead. Had a cancer inside her. The doctor tried to cut it out, but she didn't make it. That was a year ago, just before Pa left for Mexico. Said he'd come back rich. Build us a new house, maybe. The one we got's barely a shack.
And you come down here to pull him away from them gun runners?
I don't think he's with the gun runners no more.
Colter frowned as he swallowed the last mouthful of meat and clawed up a couple of handfuls of dirt and sand to clean his hands with. He rubbed the dirt over his hands and let it sift back down to the ground.
How do you know that?
Bethel picked up the Bible sitting on the rock beside her. She pulled a folded scrap of lined notepaper out of it and held it up.
This come in the mail just before I started down here. It's a treasure map. Pa drew it himself.
Treasure, huh? What'd he say about it?
Nothing. Pa can read a little, but he can't write. He can draw pretty good, though. When I was sitting up on them rocks yonder, I could see some of the landmarks he put on this here paper.
What do you suppose he wanted you to do with it?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe he just wanted to have a safe copy in case he lost his.
Colter stood and took the girl's empty plate.
He left you alone in Tucson?
Nah. My Aunt Kate's been living with us for a long while. She don't know I come. I left a note and slipped away, hired Wade and Harlan to guide me in Mexico. They worked for the stage line in Tucson and knew Pa. Rode with him a time or two. I saved up money from working in a sewing shop and selling eggs. And I plundered the box Pa kept his savings in beneath the stairs. Figured it was worth spending his money to get him back. Besides, I showed Wade and Harlan this here map, told them they get a percentage of whatever gold Pa found if they help me find him.
They tumble for it?
Tumble for what? I'm an honest woman, not a snake charmer. They took the gamble because they was friends of Pa's. Besides, they were both on the run from federal marshals on an old charge and had come to town looking to Pa to help them get out of it. Pa was in good with the deputy U.S. Marshal out of Prescott.
Colter headed with the 2 plates for the stream. Something caught his eye in the distance.
Huh. Yeah, well, I'm sure you are.
Colter?
He heard her running up behind him. As he knelt at the edge of the stream and dunked the plates in the water, she stood just off his right shoulder, lightly lacing her fingers together and regarding him with vague suspicion.
I was thinking...
Yeah? What were you thinking?
I was thinking I could let you buy chips in my and Pa's game if I knew you wasn't an outlaw or nothing like that.
Well, what makes you think I want chips in your game, Miss Bethel? I got enough problems of my own without taking yours on, too.
Because it's most likely Spanish treasure.
Colter headed back to his saddlebags.
I'm young and I've made a lot of mistakes, but that's one I won't make.
She was right on his heels. She'd opened her mouth to give him a burning report when he held up a hand, cutting her off.
That said, I would help you find your old man because I know what it's like not having one. Heck, I lost 2.
He shook his head and returned the tin plates to his saddlebag pouch.
You said you would help me find them, like you ain't gonna.
Well, I would, but I'd likely get you in a heap more trouble than you're already in.
You are an outlaw. I could kind of tell by the way you beefed that big Mex in the gulch outside the Babylon, not to mention that scar on your cheek. Some secret sign, is it?
No, nothing like that.
Colter tossed his saddlebags over his shoulder and grabbed his saddle. He stared to the northeast, where blue-clad riders were filing down a trail and into a canyon the stream ran through.
You see those blue bellies there?
Bethel turned to follow his gaze.
What are bluebellies doing this far south?
They're after me.
Colter hefted the saddle on his right shoulder and headed over to where the horses grazed by the stream.
Grab your saddle, Bethel. We got some dust to lift, if you're gonna ride with me, that is. But I suggest you cut and run your own direction.
Well, shit!
The girl scrambled over and began to lift the heavy Mexican saddle, cutting frantic glances toward where the last of the blue uniforms was disappearing into the canyon.
Yeah, I don't have a direction. I was hoping you could help me find one. You can probably follow this map better than I can.
Come on, then. We'll lose the soldiers and then get you headed straight, and on your own.
Colter.
He grabbed her saddle out of her hands as she struggled to carry it and strode quickly back to the horses.
What?
What'd you do?
Nothing.
Colter tossed his saddle onto Northwest's back and glanced at Bethel, who stared at him uncertainly.
I know, that's what they all say.
When he had his horse saddled and his rifle slid snug in its boot, he lifted the big Mexican saddle onto the Pinto's back. Bethel unhobbled both horses and stowed the hobbles in Colter's saddlebags. He tossed her up onto her horse, stepped up onto Northwest's back, and cast a look behind him. He couldn't see the soldiers as they were riding along the canyon bottom, which was deeper up toward the mountains, but he figured they were a couple of 100 yards away and moving toward him fast.
Let's go, Bethel.
I just hope it ain't a hanging offense, Colter.
It is, Bethel. Yeah!
Colter put the horse downstream, heading southeast over the hogback foothills stippled in Spanish bayonet and catclaw and barrel cactus. It was rocky country, and both horses galloped a serpentine course around the brush and rocks and over the hogbacks that swelled like ocean waves. Beyond lay another low mountain range. Another lay to the south, with a slight gap between them. Colter aimed northwest toward the gap and glanced over his shoulder. Bethel rode just off Northwest's right hip, hunkered low over the horse's neck, her hat brim blown flat against her forehead, batting the heels of her black boots against the Pinto's flanks. She'd obviously ridden before, and for that he was glad. He'd have hated to ride double with someone even as light as she out here, as Northwest had all he could handle negotiating the rough country with just Colter on his back. Several times Colter glanced behind him. He couldn't see the soldiers, but he could see their dust. The dust cloud wasn't growing, so they weren't gaining on him and Bethel, but they were staying glued to their trail. About an hour after they'd left the trail by the stream, Colter found a shallow, broad-bottomed, gravel-floored canyon that formed the gap between the two rises. Here, amongst the rocks, he might be able to lose his shadowers. They followed the canyon for a mile as it twisted around through a maze of devil's country, with ancient bones sticking out of the sides of the banks around them, and here and there a dead coyote or buzzard-eaten deer carcass. He found a narrow opening in the right canyon wall, reined northwest to a stop, and dismounted to peer inside. The crack in the sandstone appeared just wide enough to get a horse through, and it led back out of sight around a bend, well lit by the sky above. Colter might be leading him and Bethel into a trap, but it was the best chance he'd seen so far for losing the soldiers. Quickly, he grabbed Northwest's reins. Bethel was just now riding up behind him, her eyes bright with anxiety, but she otherwise appeared to be holding up well.
In here!
Where? That crack there?
Colter whipped a look at the defiant child.
You got any better ideas?
I ain't on friendly terms with tight places.
Then time to part ways, Bethel.
Colter led Northwest into the crack. Colter had to pull hard on the reins, and when the horse saw it had no choice in the matter, it stopped, chopping its hooves around in the rocks and allowed Colter to lead it through the narrow gap, both sides of the opening scraping the stirrups and almost tearing off Colter's saddlebags. When he had northwest about 20 yards up the defile, the redhead ran back out into the canyon, where Bethel was trying to lead the obstinate Pinto into the corridor.
Come on, you goddamn son of a bitch!
I'll take him.
He don't like it any more than I do.
Colter grabbed the reins and got both the Pinto and Bethel into the gap, then led both horses as far as he could until piled boulders blocked his path. He settled the animals down while Bethel poured water from a canteen into her hat and set it down in front of the Pinto.
Try to keep him quiet.
He walked back to the opening and peered along the canyon the way he and Bethel had come. 5 minutes later, he heard the clatter of shod hooves on stone and stepped back away from the opening. He glanced up the corridor and could see Bethel holding her hand over the Pinto's snout to keep the mount quiet as she stared back anxiously toward Colter. He pressed a finger to his lips and shoved his back against the side of the narrow feeder canyon, positioned so that he could watch the broader canyon with one eye. First riders moved into sight. As he'd expected, Lieutenant A.J. McKnight led the group, riding side by side with a beefy bearded man in buckskins and with 2 sheathed rifles lashed to his saddle. He was Saul Brixon, scout leader at Camp Grant. Brixon had a face as red and eroded as a sandstone wall, and he wore a broad-brimmed, low-crowned sombrero over flinty eyes he raked along the ground before his zebra dun. Some said he could track a snake across a solid lava bed, but Colter had his doubts. Whenever he'd seen Brixon at Camp Grant, he was drunk and bragging of his exploits up on the plains. 4 more soldiers, riding Indian file behind McKnight and Brixon, passed the defile's opening, each man appearing for a half a second in front of the canyon before passing on, their faces pink from the sun, blue tunics sweat-darkened, copper dust wafting around the party like wood smoke. Colter kept his back pressed against the uneven stone wall, every sore muscle drawn taut with tension. Gradually, as the horses clomped away into silence, Colter felt his jaws relax. Colter jogged back to Bethel and the horses.
Time to light a shuck.
He grabbed the Pinto's reins and backed it out of the defile and onto the rocky canyon bed. He hoisted Bethel onto the Pinto's back, then mounted northwest. They rode a mile back the way they'd come, then followed a game trail up out of the canyon, kicked their horses into lopes, and headed straight south across a rolling stretch of desert. When they crested a low ridge, they checked their tired mounts down. Colter glanced back toward the canyon. Amidst the vastness stippled with low ridges and capped with a vaulting sky, he could spy no dreaded trails of rising dust. He and Bethel had likely lost their pursuers, for now.
You might have been safer with them.
He lifted his canteen, uncorked it, and handed it to her. She took it and drank, not saying anything. When she'd finished, she wiped her hand across her mouth and returned his gaze.
Well, they take you home, most like, Bethel.
I ain't going home, Colter. I'm staying with you.
Colter shook his head, shifted in his saddle, and cast another cautious look behind him.
That wouldn't be smart. Wouldn't be safe you taking a chance getting caught with me.
He looked at Bethel again.
They think I killed the girl.
He was trying to frighten her now. The best thing for her was to ride off and find McKnight and Brixon.
They think I shot her just north of the border.
The remembered image of Lenore lying dead before Hobart's prancing bay turned his guts sour. The information didn't seem to faze Bethel. She pooched her lips and hiked a shoulder.
Folks think a lot of things. I know all that by heart. Try having an outlaw for her father and a fallen angel for her ma.
Colter hitched a brow.
Ma was a whore working the Red Dog Saloon in El Paso when Pa met her. She ain't done that for years, but she's soiled by it, just as Pa's soiled by his past, running with curly wolves in Texas and down here in Mexico. Oh, I forgive 'em both. Ma and me, we went to church every Sunday, though the other folks looked at us like we was nothing more than scorpions. But we went anyway, and we held our heads up. 'Cause it don't matter what other folks think. It's only what we think about ourselves that counts.
Colter felt himself shrink a little against the grave scrutiny in her gray-blue eyes that owned a depth far older than her years.
I know you for a killer, Colter, 'cause I seen you shoot men dead. But there weren't a one that weren't deserving of the bullets you gave 'em. I can't imagine you ever gunning a man or a girl in cold blood.
What about my outlaw scar?
Hell, it ain't no outlaw scar. I never really thought it was.
Just the same, we best fork trails here.
She nodded slightly and stared south across the vast Mexican desert, one sierra after another.
Where are you going, Colter?
I reckon I'll head west.
Well, Pa's south. According to his map, there's a string of little villages all leading up to a mountain range he drew a dragon over.
Los Montanos del Dragones, the Dragon Range. I heard of it. Not a fit place for a girl alone. That's where the Chiricahua Apaches go when they need to rest up from raiding farther north.
She looked at him and kept her eyes hard.
Ride with me there?
Then she quirked her mouth in a little smile.
I bet them Apaches run away when they seen your outlaw scar.
Colter stared straight west. As he did, Bethel stared south. A warm wind blew, lifting a dust devil that pranced around them for a time before dying. The vast land was hard and barren, the distant ridges unwelcoming. He glanced at Bethel. She sat straight-backed in her saddle. The breeze touched her blonde hair. Her eyes were pensive, speculative, but without emotion as she stared across the sun-baked terrain she'd have to cross to find a father who might very well be dead, his bones scattered by coyotes and mountain lions. Colter thought about his own natural father, dead of a sickness that swept the lunatics when he was 6, and of Trace Cassidy, who adopted him and raised him as his own till he'd been shot full of holes and sent back to his ranch, crucified to the bed of his own wagon. Colter turned the coyote dun south, touched his heels to Northwest's flanks, and started down the hill.
What the hell?
They rode into the village of Jacinta about an hour after dark, following a winding cart path up the shoulder of a mountain. Stock pens and low, pale adobes slid up on both sides of the trail, as much a part of the landscape as the rocks and cactus. A thumbnail moon rose over a black, craggy peak ahead of them in the southeast, limning the surrounding dark-shrouded desert in ghostly, shimmering silver. Oil pots glowed along both sides of the street, and torches here and there revealed the facades of low adobe shanties, and men and brightly though scantily clad women laughing and drinking. A few minutes later, they found a big wooden livery barn on the right side of the street, almost directly across from a 2-story adobe with several arched windows and doorways, and with a 2nd-story balcony. Hotel was painted across the top of the 2nd-floor wall, vaguely revealed by 2 oil pots burning on the street fronting the place, and the 2 white-clad figures lounging on the front veranda. Colter and Bethel rode their horses up the livery barn's wooden ramp. Bethel arranged for the care of their horses as Colter waited at the door. Colter looked up and down the street, lit here and there by flares and lamplit windows. Normally he would have bedded down in the barn with his horse, but Bethel could use a bed for a night. It would likely be her last for a while. He glanced at the hotel on the other side of the street as Bethel joined him.
Come on, I'll get us a couple of rooms.
Oh, hell, you don't have to do that. I can sleep in the barn or find me a creek with some nice soft grass. Trail supplies and paying Harlan and Vincent a pre-trip retainer left me light.
My ass is sore. Come on.
He swung around, across the street, and climbed the steps of the hotel's veranda. The 2 lounging men fell silent and watched them from beneath their broad-brimmed hats, both holding cigarettes in their fingers. Their hats kept the light from their faces, though it touched lightly on the sides of their eyes. Bethel pinched her hat brim cordially to the men, who sat like statues, holding their smoldering cigarettes, and Colter followed her inside the hotel. The small lobby was appointed with dilapidated leather furniture, a gilt-frame mirror, and a broad oak desk at the back. The walls were papered in dark blue with silver leaves. A middle-aged man with gray hair and a black mustache plucked coins from Colter's proffered open palm. Bethel once again did all the talking. After leading them to their room with 2 small beds, the gray-haired man drew the door closed, and his slippered feet scuffed away down the hall. Colter dropped his saddlebags on the floor, leaned his rifle against the wall, sat on the edge of the bed abutting the cracked left wall, and doffed his hat. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and scrubbed his hands through his long, tangled hair. His aches and pains bit him bone deep, and he realized that he was so tired he didn't think he had the energy to take his jacket and clothes off and crawl under the blankets. With effort, he shrugged out of his coat and tossed it on the floor. As Bethel poured water into the tin bowl on the washstand that stood below the room's single window, he rummaged around in his saddlebags for his tequila bottle and burlap-wrapped bundle of cooked pork.
You hungry?
Bethel toweled her face and neck off and sagged down on the edge of her bed.
How much you got there?
Enough for two.
Colter held the bundle out to her, and she took a chunk and began picking it apart with her fingers. She still had her coat on. Her face was clean of trail dust, and it fairly glowed red from the scrubbing. Wisps of damp hair clung to her cheeks. He took a slug of the tequila to follow a bite of pork into his belly. He held the bottle out to Bethel.
Snort?
I don't drink, thanks. And by the sound of it, you don't neither. Why start now? It's the ruin of otherwise upstanding men.
Colter shoved the last of the pork into his mouth, tossed the burlap onto the floor, and leaned back against the wall, facing the window. He took another pull from the bottle.
It makes me feel good.
Bethel frowned like an old lady as she continued to stuff small bits of pork into her mouth, keeping her eyes on her hands.
Well, don't get drunk over there and think about trying nothing with me, Colter Farrow, or I'll be forced to use my hog leg on you and wishing I'd made you fork over good money for a second room. What's so funny?
Sorry, Bethel.
He closed his eyes and shook his head.
Some boys have come calling for me, you know.
Well, you don't say.
What's so surprising about that?
Colter glanced at her sitting across from him on the edge of her bed, still wearing her coat and the big army pistol jutting up from her cartridge belt.
Hell, you're all skin and bones and a stringy tangle of yellow hair.
She glared at him, bunching her thin lips and narrowing her blue eyes.
You take that back!
Not only that.
Colter glanced once more at the pistol.
But you come armed for bear. What young man in his right mind would risk life and limb sparking you?
She jumped up from her bed and clouded up like a late summer monsoon squall. She balled her fists at her sides.
Take it back or you'll pay!
Colter couldn't stop laughing in spite of his beginning to realize he'd taken the joke too far. She hurled herself onto him with such violence he dropped the bottle. He reached for her arms, but in his laughing, drunken state, the blonde wildcat was too much for him. Besides, he didn't want to hurt her inadvertently, so he rolled toward the wall and tried to bury his head in his pillow.
Don't think I don't know how to fight, because I do!
Probably better than me. Ow! Ow!
She rammed her bony knee into his back and then grabbed his left arm. Her strength took him off guard, and suddenly she had his arm curled behind his back and was twisting it up toward the back of his head so that his already sore shoulder barked in protest. He found himself nearly as helpless as he'd been against Belden, Hobart, and McKnight.
Damn! Where'd you learn that move?
I had an older stepbrother till he was run over by a stagecoach. You gonna take it back or do I have to dislocate your wing?
Take it back!
Honest? Or are you just yellow?
Both?
She gave the injured wing another twist. Pain lanced through his shoulder and collarbone and into his jaw. Then she released it and sank back on her heels at the edge of his bed. The blood ran back into his shoulder, reigniting the tender nerves. Rolling onto his back and holding the wrist of his injured arm, heated up by the tussle and feeling a dull hammering in his head from the tequila, he saw her staring down at him, pensive.
Did I hurt you?
Colter grimaced as he straightened his arm.
I reckon I'll live.
He looked her up and down, seeing her in a whole new light. She might not have weighed much, but she was 2 shovelfuls of gravel with a ladle full of rattlesnake venom thrown in.
I'm gonna have you teach me that sometime.
It's my secret weapon against boys who sass me.
She glanced at the dark window, nibbling her lower lip, then looked at him once more.
You got a girl somewhere?
His mind flashed back to the girl he'd once known, the chestnut-haired Mariana Claymore, back in the Lunatics. He shook his head.
No.
She looked at him coolly across her fair, lightly freckled, wind and sunburned cheeks.
Well, don't go looking around here.
Slowly she climbed down off the bed and removed her coat, hung it on a peg by the door, then quickly unlaced and kicked off her boots, then crawled under the ratty covers of her bed, pulling the wool blanket up to her chin. Colter leaned over to scoop the tequila bottle off the floor. Most of the tanglefoot had run out, but there was a swallow left. That was all he needed. Suddenly, he felt as serious as he'd been humored only a few minutes ago, and he felt bad for having goaded her on.
I ain't looking, Bethel.
He laid his head back against the pillow.
I'm just saying, if you thought I was anything more than a dumb little girl, there wouldn't be nothing so silly about it.
You ain't no dumb little girl, Bethel. Hell, you're tougher than I am.
You gotta be tough to wear that brand on your face. That pistol of yours proves it too.
I wear that brand because I got no choice, and the pistol doesn't mean a damn thing. I'm just fast because there's something in me that makes me want to keep going. Why and what for, I don't know.
Colter glowered at the black window, feeling the cool foreign night seep in through the rippled glass and leach the life out of him.
Ah, well.
He got up and stumbled over to the dresser. He leaned over the lamp to blow out the flame.
Wait.
He looked at her. She was back looking like a little girl again, one whom someone had tucked into her humble bed.
Can you leave it on?
Colter nodded.
Sure. Ain't you gonna get undressed?
Don't be craven.
All right, well, I am.
She closed her eyes tightly as Colter removed his gun and shell belt and then shucked everything off but his balbriggans. He crawled under the thin sheet and wool blanket that moths had chewed on and rolled onto his side. He was almost asleep.
Colter?
Yep.
You think my pa is dead?
I honestly don't know, Bethel. If he's alive, we'll find him.
Thank you.
You got it.
I hope I didn't hurt you too bad.
I'd appreciate it if you just forget about that now, Bethel. It's one thing having the stuffing beat out of me by a man bigger and more experienced than I am, but it's a whole other having a girl making me yell give.
From his and Bethel's second-story window, Colter studied the street in the pre-dawn darkness. Bethel slept behind him, lying flat on her belly, cheek against her pillow. He'd risen a few minutes ago, washed and dressed quietly, and decided to let Bethel sleep while he scrounged up breakfast for them both. The street was pearl gray. It had rained softly during the night, and a few small puddles shone in the dung-littered trace curving between rows of wood and mud brick business buildings. A few drunks slumped on boardwalks. A shopkeeper in a crisp white shirt and black pants and sandals was sweeping off the gallery fronting his small pink adobe shop. A dog slumped in the shop's open doorway. Otherwise, nothing moved. If the soldiers led by Brixton and McKnight had followed him and Bethel into town last night, they were nowhere to be seen now. Colter would check out the town thoroughly before exposing Bethel to a possible threat, however. He grabbed his rifle from where it leaned against the wall near the head of his bed, set it on his shoulder, and then quietly opened the door. He had no way of locking the door from outside without locking Bethel in, so he left the key inside. She had her pistol lying on the bed beside her. Anyone who might try to get to her while Colter was gone would likely wish he hadn't. He went out, shut the door behind him, and descended the steps to the lobby and went on outside to the vacant veranda. The fresh, damp air was perfumed with the smell of sage and cedar. Colter looked up and down the street. There were no pockets of horses that might belong to McKnight's men, no recent shod hoofprints in the muddy street fronting the hotel. Colter's cautious tension eased, but he kept his eyes peeled as he stepped off the veranda and headed northeast along the main street. He stopped suddenly, squeezing the neck of the rifle perched on his shoulder. But he left the Henry where it was, frowning at a narrow gap between two buildings about 20 yards ahead and on the left side of the street. He thought he'd seen a fleeting glimpse of blue. Nothing there now. More slowly than before, Colter continued forward. Ahead, the street broadened into a bowl shape surrounded by humble wooden or brick structures, with a few cottonwoods and some kind of nut trees gently rattling their leaves that grew silver as the sun climbed. Smoke rose from a wooden building on the other side of the plaza, in the center of which a few trees and a fountain sat. A weak stream of water dribbled up from the fountain, the base of which was a cracked statue of Madre Maria. A stone bench sat before it, and mossy rocks lined the patch of grass and the trees. Colter headed for the small lime-green adobe from which the aromas of roasting meat and coffee emanated. As he walked, he swung his head around, scrutinizing the thick shadows sheathing the buildings around him, and a small corral on the right in which 3 mules stood. White and red chickens clucked and pecked in the dust around the wagon for seeds. Smoke billowed up from a brick chimney of the green adobe. As Colter approached the building, the coffee smells grew thicker, making his mouth water and his stomach rumble. The sign over the Ramada announced Café del Lucilla. A man sat in a wicker chair on the Ramada, an unshaven peasant in dirty white pajamas, sandals, and a sash, holding a stone mug in a large, dark, calloused hand. He regarded Colter gravely and did not return Colter's greeting as the redhead slowly crossed the Ramada, then passed through the wooden bead curtain that served as a door. Inside, Colter found a plump, pretty woman in her 30s frying goat meat and making tortillas on a large black range while bouncing a small child on her hip. There was a lunch counter and 3 wooden tables, and spicy-smelling ristras hung from ceiling beams. Colter managed to convey to the woman that he wanted to take 2 filled tortillas and a jug of coffee away with him, and then he went outside to stand by the silent peasant man on the gallery, one arm on a ceiling joist, staring into the eerily quiet plaza before him. A few shadows moved amongst the shops around the plaza, shopkeepers unshuttering their windows or sweeping or moving merchandise onto their front boardwalks. At the sound of braying from the mules in the corral to his left, Colter turned toward the corral and lowered his Henry, but glancing at the peasant man who stared in the same direction, he did not raise the barrel. But he slowly, quietly levered a cartridge into the chamber, then off-cocked the hammer with his thumb. On the other side of the plaza, behind a large wooden building that appeared to be a warehouse of some kind, blackbirds lifted from a broad oak and screeched off into the morning's misty shadows, wings flashing.
Señor, su alimento está lista.
Colter jerked his head around to see the pretty, plump woman standing in the open doorway behind him, holding out a small burlap bag in one hand, a corked stone jug in the other.
Quanto?
He held out some American coins in the palm of his left hand. She picked out 2 bits, then gave Colter the food sack and the coffee jug. He held the sack in his left hand and cradled the jug between his elbow and his side.
Gracias.
He turned to face the plaza. As he did, the peasant man rose quickly from his wicker chair and followed the woman inside the cafe, drawing the wooden door closed on the beaded curtain. Colter looked around once more. The men who'd been milling around their shops around the plaza had disappeared. The sun had risen, angling a buttery gold light over the eastern ridges, which was the direction that Colter headed now, dropping slowly down the gallery steps and angling across the plaza. In the periphery of his vision, he saw a deep blue shadow slide out from a front corner of a dilapidated wood-frame building. When he turned, he saw the rifle barrel leveling on him from beneath the brim of a tan kepi. Colter lunged forward, dropping the food sack and the stone jug and lighting on a knee as he raised the Henry and clicked the hammer back. Smoke puffed from the barrel of the Spencer carbine the soldier was aiming at him. At the same time, Colter triggered his Henry. The soldier's bullet hammered into the stone fountain to Colter's left. Colter's slug tore through the soldier's chest and drove him back and out of sight, the rifle rising suddenly, then falling. Another rifle barked. Colter saw the smoke and flames stabbing from another barrel 40 yards to the left of the man he'd just drilled. The slug curled the air off Colter's right cheek. Colter fired 2 shots quickly, one slug tearing into the gallery post the soldier was standing beside, the second one boring through his face and causing his head to jerk back as though he'd been punched hard in the chin. Only a half second after, the second shooter had fired, more rifles belched around the plaza, kicking up dust and gravel around Colter's boots, chewing into trees, and loudly hammering the stone fountain statue. Colter pivoted to his left, diving and hitting the ground behind the fountain, sliding his Henry up from under his right side as he quickly levered another round and glanced toward the plaza's west end. He could see dust puffs in several places on the other side of the plaza and knew that there was at least one more shooter at the south end, near the place from which the first soldier had slung lead. He returned fire quickly at the three smoke puffs wafting near the corral. One man in buckskins, the scout, Brixton most likely, was firing from beneath a nearby wagon. Colter fired at the scout, his slug kicking up dirt into the man's bearded face, then twisted around to empty his rifle at the shooter, slinging lead at him from the other end of the plaza. That soldier had been trying to run up on Colter, and the redhead landed a lucky shot into the man's knee. The soldier fell and rolled, clutching his right kneecap and losing his hat and rifle. Colter dropped his own rifle as a bullet slammed into his upper left arm. He shoved his Remington from the cross-draw holster. He tried to get a shot off, but the other three men fronting him were pounding the ground before him with one slug after another, spraying his face with grit and dirt. Through the dust, he saw Brixton lift his bearded head beneath the wagon. Another man in soldier blues, probably McKnight, leaped from the roof of the wood-frame building beside the cafe to a woodpile and from there to the ground. Colter raised the Remy and fired, his slug slamming into the rain barrel the man had just ducked behind.
Get the son of a bitch!
Colter brushed blood from his cheek and extended his Remy, but held fire when hooves drummed wildly to his right and a pistol popped from that direction as well. Colter turned, deep lines of incredulity carving into his forehead. A horseback rider was galloping toward him, leading northwest. Stringy blonde hair flopped on Bethel's shoulders, clad in her dark wool coat as she whipped her Pinto's reins with one hand, which also held Northwest's reins, and fired her Colt Army with the other.
Sons of bitches!
Brixton had just started climbing out from beneath the wagon. But now he grabbed his right temple as he flung himself back under the dray. The other men continued firing as Bethel pounded toward Colter, within 30 yards now and thundering toward him like a Missouri cyclone.
Come on, Colter, let's smoke some sage!
Colter emptied his pistol.
Get out of here, Bethel!
When his Remy hammer clicked on an empty chamber, he heaved himself to his feet. Bethel slowed the Pinto, but not by much.
You're gonna get your full hide drilled!
Colter reached for Northwest's saddle horn, and while the galloping horse nearly tore his arm from its socket, he hauled himself into the saddle as several more bullets sliced the air around him. Bethel looked back at him, her face screened by her wind-blown hair.
Here! Yeah.
She flung his reins out, and he grabbed the twin uncoiling black snakes out of the air. Crouching low, he rammed his spurs into Northwest's flanks and bounded straight across the plaza behind the crazy girl straddling the lunging Pinto. Once out of town, Colter took the lead, and they galloped south over the rolling hills. They splashed across a stream and mounted a low escarpment stretching out from a sandstone ridge. Colter turned northwest to the right and checked the horse down in a hollow amongst the rocks. He slipped out of the saddle and glared back at Bethel.
You're damn lucky you didn't get yourself killed pulling a fool stunt like that. Who the hell do you think you are, Calamity Jane?
The haranguing didn't seem to faze the girl. She looked back over her shoulder, then turned to Colter, dropping her eyes to his upper left arm.
You hit?
Colter had suppressed the ache of the bullet's hot slice across his arm. He walked past Bethel.
Stay here and keep down.
He walked back up the scarp, dropped to his knees about 5 feet from the crest, and crawled the rest of the way, glancing down the other side and back the way they'd come. Bethel climbed the scarp and dropped down beside him. She unknotted his neckerchief, squinting her eyes as she worked, her cheeks flushed from exertion.
Don't you listen to anything anybody tells you?
You ain't the boss of me, Colter Farrow.
I feel sorry for the poor son of a bitch who has that job.
Colter stared at her in exasperation. She removed the neckerchief and wrapped it tightly around his arm.
You sure your pa ran into trouble? Maybe he's scared of you and don't want you to find him.
You keep that pulled tight or you're liable to bleed to death.
He just stared at her. Movement along their back trail caught his eye, and he pulled Bethel down low beside him.
Maybe it's time you start being scared for yourself. More trouble's on the way.
Colter pressed his cheek against the side of the knoll, holding Bethel down beside him with one hand. He held his Henry against his chest with his other hand, and now, as the thuds of oncoming riders grew louder from the north, he clamped his knees around the rifle's rear stock and slowly levered a cartridge into the chamber. Bethel turned her face toward him, her eyes nervous, expectant. He gave the girl a hard, commanding look.
You do what I tell you now. Stay put.
He heaved himself up suddenly and scrambled to the top of the knoll, planting his boots a little more than shoulder width apart and holding the cocked Henry up high across his chest. 4 riders galloped toward him from the north and curving to his right as they cantered up the steep, rocky slope. 3 men in cavalry blues and Brixton in his buckskins and wearing a bloody white bandage around his forehead beneath his brown felt sombrero. All 4 jerked their heads toward him, squinting against the dust and bright sunlight.
Hey!
The soldier, following McKnight, saw Colter first and swung up the carbine he'd been holding across his saddle bows. But before he could press the stock against his shoulder, Colter swung up his own rifle and blew the sergeant off his McClellan saddle. The man hit the rocky trail. The other 3 men had checked their horses down. McKnight glared at Colter. So did Brixton and the 3rd man, a corporal with thin red mutton chops and belligerent gray eyes set deep beneath sandy brows. Colter ejected the spent cartridge and rammed a fresh bullet in the breech. His nostrils flared as he glared back at the 3 men, his gaze finally settling on McKnight.
You fellas are real hoopleheads coming as far as you have just to die.
You think so, do you, killer?
Colter offered no response but a grim half-smile. That seemed to make the 3 below even more tense. All 3 pursuers held carbines half up, not quite level with Colter. McKnight set his jaw as he snapped his carbine to his shoulder. Colter's rifle belched. McKnight's own shot sailed wild. Colter's slug punched him off the far side of his horse and into the rocks. A wink later, both the corporal and Brixton were down as well. Brixton flew down the side of his paint with a shredded heart. Brixton got his left boot hung up in the stirrup, and his terrified horse galloped on up the slope, bouncing the wailing scout along behind it. Colter stared down the slope at McKnight and the corporal, both lying twisted and bloody amongst the clay-colored rocks. He thumbed fresh cartridges down his Henry's loading tube and glanced back at Bethel. She lay flat, looking up at him, her expression not so much frightened anymore as fateful. He looked around cautiously, making sure no one had been attracted by the gunfire, then tramped down the hill to make sure that McKnight and the corporal were both dead. Both men's eyes were glassy and sightless, and their wounds were mortal, if not instantly killing. Colter leaned his rifle against a rock, unsaddled both cavalry mounts before giving them both water from their riders' canteens and spanking them free. He took coffee, hardtack, and jerky from the men's saddlebags and a blanket roll for Bethel. He hadn't owned a hat since the flooded arroyo had taken his, so he confiscated McKnight's, which he found amongst the rocks, and set it on his head. He adjusted the hat and turned to see Bethel standing near the corporal. She looked around grimly at the blood-smeared rocks and the twisted carcasses. Colter tossed the bedroll to her.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
I like your hat.
I do too. Maybe I should have joined the cavalry.
He started up the slope to retrieve their horses. She followed him.
How many more hombres you got behind you, Colter?
He grabbed Northwest's reins and turned back to face her, but with his eyes downcast.
That's a damn good question, Bethel.
For the next 5 days, they followed a rugged trail, indicated by the map, into the lower reaches of the Los Montanas del Dragones, a giant dinosaur spine of cracked and twisted stone cliffs, monoliths, and pinnacles that appeared to have been punched upward as if to stab the sky. In the early afternoon of their 6th day in the Dragon Range, they rode into a broad canyon where several adobes hunched in the high-altitude sun. The trail that had led them here was well worn by wide-shod wheels, and now Colter saw a large wooden barn and corral on the trail's left side, under a towering lip of sandstone. Several large freight wagons sat in the scrub near the barn, tongues drooping. Around the barn were several other buildings, some used, some appearing abandoned, scrub grown up around them. To the left of the trail, a large adobe with pillars holding up a tile gallery roof hunched beneath a dusty sycamore. 5 Arabian horses with fancy Mexican saddles and trimmings stood tied to the wooden hitch rack fronting the place. A sign above the large adobe announced Salon de Juan Domingo Gutierrez.
Now, I don't patronize saloons, Colter.
Colter angled northwest toward the hitch rack.
That's real upstanding, Bethel. It truly is. But neither one of us has had anything to eat but rattlesnake for the past 5 meals. Me, I'm gonna go in and see if I can get a big plate of huevos rancheros and a steak.
Well, that don't sound half bad.
Colter stepped down from the saddle. He looped his reins over the hitch rack, and Bethel did the same, mounting the gallery steps behind him. He moved through the arched doorway, a stout oak door thrown back and propped open with a chair to his left, and instinctively stepped to one side so the door didn't backlight him. The place was far humbler inside than outside, as there was an earthen floor and a dozen wooden tables outfitted with rickety, hide-bottomed chairs. There was a long, crude bar on the left. Shelves behind the bar were crowded with cloudy and clear bottles of several sizes. Also behind the bar was a large black range, the several pots and pans sizzling atop it being tended by a portly old woman in a shapeless dress. The succulent smells of spicy meat emanating from the range nearly rocked Colter back on his heels. A one-eyed man sat on a stool near the crock, fanning himself with a yellowed newspaper. Toward the back of the room, 4 men were playing some kind of craps game. They appeared to be throwing small bones around their table with a wooden cup. They were big, savage-faced men, dressed nearly all in leather, with sombreros of different shapes resting on their heads. They had glasses and 2 clear bottles on their table, one empty, one cloudy with some kind of Mexican tanglefoot that would likely peel the rim off a wheel. One had an extra chair pulled up beside him, and on the chair rested a sawed-off double-barreled coach gun with a leather lanyard. They regarded Colter and Bethel wryly, the one with his back to the newcomers twisting around in his chair and raking his gaze across the two with grunting interest before turning forward and shrugging his shoulders. Colter walked over to the bar. The one-eyed man regarded him and Bethel dully, as though a branded young gringo and a blonde young gringa walking into his saloon were a common occurrence. Colter doffed his hat.
Can we get 2 plates of huevos rancheros and a steak?
The portly woman turned toward him briefly, then continued stirring whatever she had sizzling in an iron skillet. The one-eyed man furrowed the brow over his one good eye. The other was milky and half hidden by its drooping lid, and shook his head.
No, hey huevos. Tenemos fajitas de carne.
He continued shaking his head. Glancing at the range, he said something that Colter couldn't understand, but which Bethel seemed to pick up. She looked at Colter and nodded.
Good enough. We'll just get us a table then.
Bethel canted her head toward the room, and then she and Colter walked over to a table on the other side of a ceiling joist from the 4 craps players and sank into hide-bottom chairs, Colter giving his back to the bar, the banditos to his left, the door to his right, beyond Bethel. Colter tossed his hat onto the table. Bethel removed her own hat, ran her fingers through her sweat-damp blonde hair, which fell straight to her shoulders, then tossed her own hat onto the table. She looked around with a sour look on her sunburned face.
Hope Mama's not looking down on me. She wouldn't approve.
Would she want you to starve?
No, but she'd think Pa'd been a bad influence on me in the years since we had planted her. She warned me to keep my hat straight and that Pa needed a strong rudder, and I was it.
Seems a heavy yoke for a 12-year-old.
I got the shoulders for it.
The one-eyed man came over with 2 clear mineral-stained glasses and a small bottle filled with clear liquid.
Pulque.
He splashed some of the liquid into each glass, setting them before Colter and Bethel.
No, thank you.
All the more for me.
Colter sniffed his glass. The coffin varnish smelled about the same as tequila to him.
You drink that, you'll be seeing purple bears and pink snakes.
Don't mind if I do.
Colter sipped the pulque, swished it around in his mouth, swallowed it. The liquid was stronger than tequila, but when the harshness passed, a warm, dreamy feeling sank over him. The light angling through the arched windows was soft and buttery. He wanted to cool his heels in this dingy, aromatic place and drink the Mexican Tanglefoot all afternoon.
Go easy on that stuff. That one sip's got you grinning like a schoolboy after his first poke.
Dang, I didn't even realize I was grinning.
A few minutes later, the woman carried half a dozen sizzling, steaming plates and bowls over to Colter and Bethel's table and plopped them all down in the middle. The one-eyed man outfitted them with plates, crude wooden forks, and a bowl of corn tortillas. As hungry as they were, it still took Colter and Bethel nearly 20 minutes to finish the hearty meal and to swab out the remains at the bottom of the empty bowls with the last bits of tortilla. Colter swallowed the last bite and sank back in his chair, stuffed, his head light from the drink. He looked across the table at Bethel. He didn't like the look on her face as she stared beyond him toward where the four cutthroats had been playing their game, but from where now only silence issued. There was suddenly the creak of leather and the squawk of a chair as though a man were rising from it. Colter saw something arc toward him from his left, and he gave an instinctive start, reaching for his Remington as a rawhide pouch landed on his empty plate. He kept the pistol in its holster, squeezing the worn walnut handle as he stared down at the lumpy pouch on his plate. Bethel frowned down at the pouch, then slid her cautious gaze to the men to Colter's left. Colter looked that way too. One of the men moved away from his chair and ambled leisurely toward Colter and Bethel's table, the flared bottoms of his scratched leather charro slacks buffeting around his high-heeled black boots. The cutthroat stopped across from Colter. A very tall man, only about a head shorter than Santiago Machado had been. He had broad jaws covered in a 2-day growth of spiked black stubble, and 2 chins, though he was not otherwise fat. His dark eyes were dull beneath the brim of his gray sombrero, red-stitched with the outlines of naked senoritas. Colter lowered his eyes and squeezed his hand harder around his pistol's grips as he saw 2 pistols, an impressive Colt Peacemaker and an older model Schofield, wedged behind the man's wide brown belt, and the Bowie-like knife with a wooden handle carved in the shape of a curvaceous naked woman sheathed under his left arm. He kept the gun where it was, as the big cutthroat didn't seem to be in a hurry to go for his own. The man jerked his chin toward the hide sack he'd tossed onto Colter's plate.
For the girl. Mexican gold. 100 of your American dollars worth.
He slid his dark eyes toward Bethel, who shrank back in her chair. Colter kept his hand on his Remington, but tried to smile, trying to pass off the offer as a joke.
Oh, the girl ain't for sale. Wouldn't be worth that much even if she was.
Bethel hardened her jaws at him. The big man stared mutely down at Colter and the girl. Finally, the man's face broke into a broad smile, and he showed nearly an entire set of crooked, broken teeth. He slid his gaze toward his friends. Tears dribbled down the big cutthroat's cheek, and he placed his big hands on the edge of the table, leaning forward and shaking his head as he laughed. Colter hoped that he and Bethel were only being the target of some odd Mexican joke, and that the big man wasn't really trying to buy Bethel.
Amigo, we offer you $100.
He flung a hand toward Bethel.
That is better than $1 a pound.
You can forget it, amigo. I ain't his to sell, and even if I was...
Bethel's gaze dropped to the big cutthroat's belt and the 2 bristling pistols. She frowned.
Hey, where'd you get that hog leg?
For an instant, he appeared befuddled. Then he followed her gaze down to the Peacemaker wedged behind his belt.
Huh? This?
Yeah, where'd you get it?
He slipped the gun from behind his belt, twirled the fancy silver-chased factory-scrolled pearl-handled piece on his finger, grinning. Bethel slid her chair back and stood tensely, her wide eyes riveted on the pistol in the bandito's hand. Her face had paled, and now she swallowed, lips trembling.
That's my father's gun, you son of a bitch.
¿Qué?
Bethel grabbed her own Colt Army from behind the cartridge belt, encircling her slender waist, and extended it in both hands toward the cutthroat's belly.
Bethel?
Colter slid his chair back from the table and slipped his Remy from its holster, shuttling his frantic gaze between the big cutthroat before him and the 3 others, who just now started reaching for their own weapons. They froze, one half out of his chair, as Colter aimed the Remy at them. The big cutthroat did not look worried. He stopped twirling the impressive peacemaker, but he grinned jeeringly at Bethel, who was aiming her Colt at him, her hand shaking visibly.
That's my father's gun! What'd you do to my father, you bastard?
The cutthroat held the gun against his chest. He leaned mockingly, defiantly toward Bethel, and suddenly shaped a slack expression, sticking out his tongue, and swiped the index finger of his left hand across his throat. Straightening, he glanced over at his cutthroat pards. The others slid their eyes between the big bandito and Colter's cocked Remington.
You son of a bitch!
The big bandito took 2 stumbling steps backward, his laughter instantly dying, as did his mocking, toothy grin. He stared at Bethel as though she'd said something he hadn't been able to understand, and then his eyes lowered to the smoking Colt in her trembling hands. His expression became one of disbelieving exasperation as he continued to drop his gaze to the blood leaking out of the ragged, round hole in his calico shirt. His knees buckled. Blue-black blood welled from the hole in his shirt, thick as tar as he sagged sideways onto the hard-packed earthen floor. One of the other 3 banditos bolted out of his chair, reaching for the Smith & Wesson jutting from his shoulder holster.
Mata esa pequeña puta!
Colter shot the man in the chest. As the other swung toward him, also reaching for iron, Colter flung himself across the table and into Bethel, still standing there, staring down in shock at the dead bandito. She hit the floor beneath Colter, and Colter used his right boot to haul the table down in front of them for a shield, as 2 bullets plowed through it and bored into the floor dangerously close to both him and the girl.
Stay down!
Colter ratcheted the Remy's hammer back. He placed one hand on the floor to brace himself as he lifted his head and snaked his Colt over the top of the table. Wincing, his bullets ripped slivers from the edge of the table and sprayed them into his face. He picked out one man just as the man's pistol blossomed smoke and flames and fired the Remy. The man fell. The 2 others had been stumbling around, half drunk and shooting wildly, and in a matter of seconds, Colter had emptied his pistol. All of the other cutthroats were down. Powder smoke hung in thick clouds over the dingy room. Colter looked at Bethel, who lay on her side and was now lowering her arms from her head, her cheeks pale, eyes haunted by the prospect of her father's demise at the savage hands of these 4 killers. Quickly, Colter flicked open his Remy's loading gate and shook out the spent brass, replacing them with new bullets from his cartridge belt. He thumbed the gate closed and stood, clicking the pistol's hammer back and aiming in the general direction of the 3 banditos piled up around their overturned table. One of the men fell still as Colter approached. Another heaved himself onto hands and knees and reached for his pistol lying on the floor a few feet away. Colter put a bullet through the back of the man's shaggy head, then turned to inspect the 3rd man, who lay on his back beneath an overturned chair, blood bubbling up from his chest as well as his mouth, matting his long beard, his eyes staring sightlessly up at the low ceiling. Colter spied movement through the smoke and swung around to see the portly woman and the one-eyed man rising from behind the bar, both scowling warily, angrily. Colter looked around, saw a sack spilling gold coins on the floor beneath the bandito's table. He scooped the coins back into it, drew the drawstring closed, and tossed it to the woman, who caught it in both hands.
Here you go. That ought to cover the damage.
The woman set the pouch on the bar, and she and the old man began counting the coins. Bethel was on her hands and knees beside the bandito she'd drilled. She held the fancy pearl-gripped peacemaker in both her hands in front of her face. As Colter approached, she lifted her face to his. Her eyes were brightly tear-glazed. She held up the gun.
This is my father's gun. They took it from him.
How do you know it's his? Colt probably made 100 guns in that style.
She turned the gun around and showed him the brass plate at the bottom of the pearl grips. Into the brass had been etched the initials J.S.
Bethel, that don't mean he's dead.
They couldn't have gotten this gun off my paw unless they killed him.
Colter turned to see the one-eyed man walking toward them. His one eye owned a grave cast as he stopped before Colter and Bethel.
The man who owned this gun, he is your papa, Chiquita?
Bethel straightened, still holding the pistol in both her small hands.
See?
The one-eyed man gestured toward the front of the room, then shuffled out the door and under the ramada. Colter and Bethel followed him out.
The man who owned that gun?
The one-eyed man gestured toward a dark, serrated ridge looming like a distant, massive storm to the southwest, which was the general direction that Colter and Bethel had been traveling.
He is buried there. 2 days' ride. Paseo de la Rana. How do you say, the Frog Ridge?
The man pointed to his foot.
At the foot of it?
See, 2 days' ride.
Who buried him there?
I did, little one.
The one-eyed man jabbed his thumb against his chest.
I found him dead along the trail near his wagon. Gringo prospector. He was here 2, maybe 3 days before. I ride down to Soledad for supplies, find him, bury him. I mark his grave with a cross.
Muchas gracias, senor.
The one-eyed man's sole eye sadly, regretfully regarded Bethel, who stared off, dry-eyed now. He then glanced at Colter, shrugged fatefully, and shuffled back inside the roadhouse. Colter stepped forward, awkwardly setting a hand on the girl's shoulder, feeling helpless against her sorrow. She shrugged it off, ducked beneath the hitch rack, and grabbed her Pinto's reins.
I came all this way to find him, so I reckon I'll find him. Follow his last ride. Say a few words over him.
Colter ducked under the hitch rack and laced his fingers together, making a step for the girl. She stepped into his hands and heaved herself into the saddle. She began neck-reining the horse away from the rack, giving her gaze to the blue ridge in the southwestern distance.
I don't want to go home without seeing where he's buried, reciting the Lord's Prayer over him.
I know it don't mean much, but I am sorry, Bethel. I was really hoping we'd find him alive.
A single tear rolled down her right cheek.
You didn't think we would, though, did you?
She sleeved the tear away and battered her heels against the Pinto's ribs.
Me neither.
She galloped across the yard toward a trail branching south. Colter mounted northwest and headed after her, deeper and deeper into the rugged, rocky Sierra. It was the same trail, it seemed, that would lead them eventually to the dragon drawn on Jed Strange's map. Though now, it appeared there was little reason to push that deep into the unforgiving Sierra. That night they made camp in a shallow wash, surrounded by steep, boulder-strewn slopes. Colter managed to snare a jackrabbit just before the sun went down and spitted it over the small fire that Bethel built from the wood she gathered. After dinner, Colter set the coffee on a rock near the crackling flames and leaned against his saddle, holding the steaming cup in his hands. He wished he could think of comforting words to share with the girl, but he didn't want to pretend he knew anything more about assuaging her pain than he did. All he knew was that time would dull the ache, though it would never obliterate it. But that would be little comfort for her now.
You sure you don't want some rabbit?
Ain't hungry. Colter, you got anyone back to your home in them lunatic mountains?
My foster ma's there, Ruth, and David and little May.
You ever thought about going back to them?
Colter shook his head.
I'd just lead bounty hunters right up to their front door if I did. Oh, it'd be nice to see them all again, but I can't for a long time. Maybe someday.
Bethel turned her face back to the sky. After a long time, when Colter's cup was nearly empty, she turned back to him once more.
You get lonely?
Always.
It never goes away?
Oh, it fades after a fashion, but it never goes away for good. But at least you got your aunt.
It's not the same.
He saw no point in lying to the grieving girl.
No, it ain't.
Jed Strange's grave was set about 15 yards back from the faint, seldom-used cart trail, in a broad, sloping valley on the shoulder of a mountain on which virtually nothing stood, but 2 pillars of rock jutting from the crest of the slope to the right of the grave, and a jagged fist of cracked basalt rising toward an even higher, sheerer ridge on its left. The crude wooden cross that the one-eyed man had erected at its head had been knocked over by the wind. Bethel had searched hard for the small, wiry bits of wildflowers that she now placed atop the mounded stones that marked her father's final resting place. She knelt there for a time, her head bowed, while Colter stood on the trail with the horses. Finally, Bethel rose, straightened the crude cross with heavy stones, then stood beside it, staring down at the grave once more and muttering a prayer, the words of which Colter couldn't hear above the sifting breeze. Northwest lifted his head suddenly and worked his nostrils in agitation. Colter studied the horse, frowning.
What is it, boy?
The horse stomped and turned his head slightly back to sniff the building breeze. Colter tied both horses to a knob of rock jutting out from the boulder, then walked off the trail opposite the grave. 30 yards from the trail, a deep valley opened, its floor about 150 feet below where Colter now stood, casting his gaze around the tan and gray landscape. He squatted suddenly, detecting movement down along the canyon bottom, on the same trail that he and Bethel had taken before they descended the mesa they were now on. Squinting, he made out 5 or 6 riders. From this distance, he couldn't tell much about them except that they were dark-skinned, all had black hair held back with colorful bandanas, and they also wore bright shirts. He straightened and walked back toward the horses. Bethel was walking back onto the trail, staring toward him, her own eyes becoming wary when she saw the fear in his.
What is it?
Indians, Apaches, possibly Yaqui. Either way, if they're following, we're in trouble.
You think they're after us?
Colter helped the girl onto her horse.
No way to tell. One thing I do know is we can't go back the way we came. We're gonna have to keep following this trail and hope we can shake them.
Colter stepped into his saddle and looked at Bethel, sitting beside him, her face still pale from shock and sorrow beneath her tan.
You get enough time with your paw?
She nodded bravely.
I said goodbye.
She swiped a sleeve of her wool shirt across her cheek. Colter tapped his heels against Northwest's flanks, and both horses barreled into a gallop up the gravelly slope, tracing a meandering course amongst the rocks and boulders. They crested the slope and galloped down the other side and into more of the same kind of harsh, barren, up-and-down country they'd been traveling since they'd started into the Los Montanas del Dragones. They rode as hard as they dared over the treacherous terrain for a good hour before checking their mounts down to rest them. Colter slipped out of the saddle and tossed his reins to Bethel.
Stay here while I look behind us.
He slid his Henry from its boot, racked around into the chamber, and hiked back up the hill they'd just descended. At the top, he dropped down amongst some rocks and stared into the broad, angling ravine below and chewed his upper lip. Far off down the ravine, the riders came toward him, winding around the rocks and sparse tufts of catclaw that littered the wash's floor. The wind was picking up, and occasional curtains of wind-blown dust obscured his view of the Indians. But as soon as the dust dwindled, there they were again, clinging to Colter and Bethel's trail like stubborn coyotes.
Shit!
Colter squinted against a gust of wind-blown grit. The jerk of his head saved his life as an arrow whistled past his face to hammer into the rock beside him. He swung his head left. An Apache bolted toward him from behind a rock, flinging down his bow and swiping the stone-bladed war hatchet from the red sash encircling his waist. Propelling himself off a low rock, he dove toward Colter, who managed to get his rifle raised. The bullet drilled a hole into the shirtless brave and through his heart. Colter turned to see 3 more dark-skinned figures running toward him down the sandy slope, all 3 running in a side-skip motion, the fringes of their high-topped moccasins jouncing as they knocked arrows to their bows. Colter fired 3 rounds toward the oncoming Indians, plunking 1 bullet through one brave's thigh. As that brave dropped, rolling, the others dove behind rocks. Colter bolted. There were likely more Apaches where those 4 had come from. He didn't think he'd ever run so hard in his life, holding the rifle in both hands across his chest, pumping his knees, and leaping rocks as he descended the hill toward where Bethel waited with the fidgeting horses, a look of bald terror in her eyes. He'd never fought Indians before, and after hearing the soldiers' stories at Camp Grant, he'd never wanted to. Wide-eyed and even paler than before, Bethel tossed him his reins. Colter hurled himself without aid of his stirrup onto Northwest's back. As the Apaches came after him, he rammed his heels hard into Northwest's flanks. Horse and rider lunged down the trail. As he rode over the hills, plunging into the troughs between them, he slowed only to turn around natural formations and across shallow but steep-sided washes. Occasionally, he looked over his shoulder to make sure he hadn't lost Bethel, who rode nearly cheek to cheek with the lunging pinto, the brim of her old hat pasted against her forehead by the wind. They'd ridden hard for 15 minutes when Colter's ears filled with an eerie chugging sound. He looked around to see a thick brown buffeting curtain hurtling toward them from a vast tableland opening down the long slope on his right. The wind lifted dust around Colter and Bethel. Bethel shielded her face with her arm, holding the Pinto's reins in her other hand. Northwest rose off his front hooves, terrified. Colter grabbed his hat before it could be blown away, tugging it down firmly on his head, then slipped out of his saddle.
Hold tight!
He grabbed Bethel's reins out of her hands and headed for a rock formation rising on his left. He had to get himself, Bethel, and the horses into some sort of shelter, out of the wind and away from the Apaches. Bethel held her head in her arms as Colter led both balking mounts along the cliff wall. After what seemed like hours, he found an opening in the wall and pulled both mounts into it, instantly finding some release from the pelting bullets of wind-whipped sand. He lifted his hat brim and looked around, finding himself in a vestibule of sorts with sheer eroded rock walls rising 300 feet straight above him, forming funnels and flues of crumbling rock. The sky far beyond was a streaming banner of wind-blown sand. Just beyond him, a corridor angled darkly into the mountain.
Maybe in there somewhere we can find a cave and wait out the storm, and hope the Apaches will lose interest and hightail it out of the weather.
He tied the Pinto's ribbons to Northwest's tail and led the Coyote Dun deeper into the dark, narrow fissure, the wind's keening now sounding eerily distant, though cool drafts sifted sand on him from above. After he'd walked for 15 or so minutes, he stopped where the right wall drew back several feet, forming a natural alcove.
If the Apaches follow us, it won't be hard to hold them off down the narrow corridor. Let's hope they don't want us badly enough to sacrifice themselves to a few 44 rounds.
Coulter knew that they might wait outside, aware that their quarry had to leave the mountain sooner or later. But that was a bridge Coulter would cross when he came to it. For now, he'd found shelter. He reached up and pulled Bethel out of her saddle. She was basted in sand and seed flecks and bits of plants that the wind had carried a long way to pelt them both with. He realized now, out of the wind, that his own face and eyes were caked with the stuff. Grabbing his canteen off his saddle, he poured water over his face, blinking his eyes to clean them. They stung, tears rolling down his cheeks.
Here!
He lifted her chin with one hand and poured water on her face with the other. She blinked and blew, shaking her head and blowing the sand from her nose and mouth. Colter knew they'd need to replace their dwindling water supplies soon. He shoved the cork back into the canteen's mouth, hung the canteen over his saddle horn, and walked over to where Bethel knelt beside her weary, frightened horse, sort of leaning back against the mount and looking fatigued as she scrubbed her face and the back of her neck with a red bandana.
You all right?
She lowered the neckerchief and stared back along the corridor.
You think them Injuns are gonna follow us?
I'm gonna walk back a ways and check it out. Sit down over there and take a breather. I'll be back in a few minutes. If you see anything from the opposite direction, fire a shot in the air. I'll come running.
Bethel stepped between the two dusty horses and sagged down on the boulder. She set her hat on her thigh, rested her hands in her lap, and stared straight out across the corridor. She looked exhausted, beaten down in a way Colter hadn't seen her before. Throughout the entire journey, she'd been tough as rock salt. Now, having learned of her father's death, she looked as if the sap had drained out of her. He hoped that her determination to push forward hadn't bled away as well. Her flat, weary eyes were not a good sign. Turning reluctantly away from Bethel, Colter slid his Henry from its sheath and walked back along the corridor. Ahead of him, the wan sun washing down from far above painted the walls a dull red. Through occasional shafts of saffron light, dust sifted down like small tan snowflakes. Slowly, he made his way back to where he and Bethel had entered the corridor, relief swelling in him when he saw no sign that the Apaches had followed him. The peak outside, squinting against the sandstorm, gave him no indication that they were trying to enter. From stories Colter had heard about the Indians, he hadn't thought they'd let something as insignificant as a little wind and sand deter them. He waited 15 minutes. Then, feeling lighter over seeing no sign of the Apaches, Colter turned around and, keeping a vigilant eye on his back trail, tramped back to where he'd left Bethel and the horses. Only Bethel wasn't where he'd left her. The flat-topped rock was vacant. His canteen, too, was gone. Both horses were wide-eyed and shuffling around nervously. Colter raised his rifle, racking a shell into the chamber.
Bethel! Bethel!
Squeezing the rifle in his sweating, gloved hands, he continued on past the horses, making his way farther into the mountain. He could see no footprints in the stone floor, but she'd have to have come this way. There were only 2 routes leading off from the alcove, and he'd already covered one of them. He walked 60 yards down the twisting, turning corridor when the close walls fell back away from him and he walked out in a broad canyon flooded with daylight. Along both sides of the canyon were ruins like those he'd seen several days ago farther north, tiers of cave-like dwellings that had been built long ago by a long-vanished people. Birds winged around the canyon, flashing in the sunlight. There was only a strong breeze down here, though he could hear the rushing of the wind far above, where the jutting canyon walls touched the tan blue sky. Colter started walking forward. He opened his mouth to call for Bethel and closed it suddenly. Gooseflesh rose along Colter's back. His sweating hands inside his gloves turned as cold as stones. Colter had heard the voice before, the night he'd given Alegria sanctuary from the balladeer. Colter took one more hesitant step forward, trying to detect where the voice was coming from.
Who?
Something hard smashed against the back of his head. The tan dust and rocks sprang up to hammer his face an instant before everything went black. Colter opened his eyes, squinting against the sunlight pushing around behind the big sombrero-clad head hovering in the air about 8 inches from his own. He winced at the tequila stench of the man's breath and blinked several times against the impossibility of the bearded, heavy-jawed face he was staring at. Machado, the balladeer. The black hair hanging down from his sombrero was braided and trimmed with beads. It curled around the gold stud in his right ear. The man grinned.
El Rojo! It's you!
Colter stared in mute horror, feeling as though he were genuinely staring at a ghost freshly risen from the grave.
I killed you, you son of a bitch.
He tried to move his arms and legs. It was no good. He looked down the length of his lanky body to see that his ankles were tied to wooden stakes driven into the ground. Glancing up to each side, he saw that his wrists had been given the same treatment. He lay on the ground near the stream he'd seen before, and which angled through the floor of the canyon, spread eagle on his back like a bug pinned to a wall. Around him stood 7 or 8 Mexicans bristling with pistols and rifles, the bandoliers crisscrossing their chests and bullets flashing in the afternoon sunlight. Saddled horses stood around them, grazing the lush green grass lining the stream. Colter was vaguely aware that the winds rushing atop the canyon walls had dwindled to a soft whisper. The balladeer's grin broadened, revealing a silver eye tooth. He placed his hand on Colter's face once more, pinching his chin between his thumb and hand, and jerked it from side to side.
You tried to kill me, El Rojo. The balladeer, he's a tough bastardo to kill.
The Mexican giant straightened until his full height angled a thick, long shadow over Colter. The balladeer grabbed the bottom of his red and white striped serape and lifted the filthy garment to his chin. On his chest, he wore a steel breastplate like that which Colter had seen on the dead conquistador. The plate hung from the balladeer's neck by a stout rawhide thong. 3 pale, round dents shone in the dark blue metal. All 3 bullet marks forming a triangle covering an area of the plate over the balladeer's heart no larger than a $10 gold piece. Colter lowered his head in defeat and rolled his eyes around once more, and then jerked at the ropes holding fast his arms and legs.
What'd you do with Bethel, damn you?
What? Who?
You know who. You touch a hair on her head, and
The big Mexican stared down at him, appearing genuinely befuddled. Again, Colter looked around. Bethel was nowhere near.
Oh!
The balladeer held his hand out, palm down, at the level of his belly.
The rubia muchacha? Sí, I was going to ask you the same thing, El Rojo.
He bent his knees and shoved his face up close to Colter's once more, the raw, rancid smell of tequila making the redhead's eyes water.
And about the map.
Colter stared at the man. He glanced at the others, who returned his look, eager interest in their eyes. For the moment, Colter placed his concern for Bethel's whereabouts and safety on a back burner. How had the balladeer learned about Bethel's treasure map? If that was the map he was referring to. What other map was there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The big Mexican didn't buy it. The balladeer stared at Colter, feigning an expression of grave disappointment. He shook his head.
You cannot fool me, El Rojo. I know the girl is Senor Strange's daughter. He must have sent her the map, and she came down here to find her puppy. She had to have the map, because you two could not possibly have followed the trail you've been following without it. The one that led you here.
The balladeer smiled shrewdly. Colter tried to buy himself some time. His skull throbbed from the braining he'd taken.
How do you know her father?
Never mind how I know that double-crossing bastard. You tell me where the girl's map is, or you are going to die slowly, Rojo, and very bloody.
It suddenly occurred to Colter that Bethel, having heard Machado's men stalking around, might have grabbed the Bible with the map in it and hid. He had to buy her as much time as possible to either hightail it away from here or find a secure hiding spot.
Go to hell. Besides, you're here, ain't you? What do you need the map for?
The balladeer glanced at the Mexican wearing the green felt sombrero. The man walked over to one of the horses and dipped his hand into a saddlebag pouch. When he pulled his hand out, it was clutching a chunk of rolled burlap. He handed the roll to Machado, who held one end and let the rest of it roll out in the air before him. The burlap was a strip about 3 feet long. Secured to the burlap with strips of rawhide were 2 daggers that shone so brightly in the sunlight that the glare stabbed Colter's eyes and he had to blink. When his eyes adjusted to the glare, Colter saw that the perfectly tapering double-edged blades and the hilts of both knives were solid gold. The cylinder-shaped handles were carved turquoise, each inset with one red, precious-looking stone. From end to end, each delicate but savage-looking weapon was probably 1.5 feet long. Were the daggers what Jed Strange had been looking for?
We have 2 of these precious beauties, stolen out of the old bandit's camp. He hid the third one, we think. The map will tell us where he hid it, and where we might find him. Unless he is looking for us, maybe.
He ain't holed up with that third dagger, and he ain't looking for you. He's dead. And there wasn't any map. We just knew to head for the Dragon Range, hoping we'd run into him somewhere hereabouts.
No, Rojo. You lie. There are many routes into the Los Montañas del Dragones, some with more water tanks, but you chose the same one we chose. The same one Strange chose. The one that leads to the treasure.
The balladeer glanced at the man in the green felt sombrero, who wound the burlap around the daggers and returned the bundle to the saddlebag pouch.
I am sorry to have to do this to you, Rojo.
He opened his coat and pulled out a stout steel knife with a hide-wrapped wooden handle and a brass hilt. Dropping to one knee beside Colter, he cupped the redhead's chin in one strong hand, holding his head still while lowering the blade toward Colter's left cheek.
I see you have endured much misery, but I am afraid that until you tell me where the map is located, you will endure much more. An even more repulsive-looking mark to wear to your grave.
The balladeer touched the tip of the knife to Colter's cheek.
Machado!
Machado pulled the knife away and frowned back toward the narrow chasm through which Colter had fled the Apaches and walked into the banditos' trap. Another Mexican led Colter's and Bethel's mounts into the crowd gathered beside the stream. The Mexican, a short man who wore a red bandana over his head under a tattered straw sombrero, had Bethel's Bible in his hand. He dropped the horse's reins and held the Bible aloft, shaking it with the top of the folded map sticking out of it.
I found the map!
Machado swung away from Colter, sheathed the knife, and grabbed the Bible out of the little man's hand. Then he gently slipped the map out of the back, tossed the Bible into the stream, and opened the folded paper. He studied it for a time, shaggy brows furrowed. Finally, he lifted his eyes and his chin, a smile stretching across his large, savage face. He spoke to his men in Spanish, and they all pricked up their ears, expressions brightening. He handed the map to the man in the green sombrero, and then, while the other men drifted off toward gears strewn along the stream bank, he walked back over to Colter. Lifting a gloved hand, the fingers having been cut out of the glove, he pressed a dirty index finger to his lower lip. A shrewd light grew in his eyes. He smiled, making a knot of dread twist in Colter's guts.
Ricardo! Javier!
He turned to two men who stood downstream a ways, near a freight wagon that Colter just now saw, and that sat with its rear to the stream, tongue drooping.
Pull out one of those rifle crates and build El Rojo here a casket, huh? We want to give him a proper burial now, don't we?
Ricardo and Javier looked at each other. Then, quickly, they ran around to the rear of the wagon, and presently they were hauling out a rectangular wooden box.
What the hell are you gonna do?
Machado sat on a rock nearby, casually cleaning his fingernails with his big bowie knife, while the rest of the men sank down around the several campfires blazing along the stream. While Ricardo and Javier hauled the box over to Colter, setting it down beside him, Colter's heart began to pound.
God damn it! You got the damn map, why didn't you just let me go?
For two very good reasons, El Rojo. You tried to kill me. That is the best reason I can think of. I will admit that you are very fast with your old pistol. Probably faster than anyone I have ever seen. If you had not used your gun on me, I might have even invited you into my gang, eh?
Ricardo and Javier were untying Colter's ankles from the stakes driven into the ground.
But the fact is, you did try to kill me. And what kind of man would I be if I let you go unpunished?
A damn reasonable one!
Colter stared at the box beside him as the two men untied his wrists. He glanced at northwest, cropping grass about 20 yards away near Bethel's Pinto, the reins of both horses dangling. Somehow, as soon as Ricardo and Javier had freed him from the stakes, he had to make a try for his horse. He didn't know what had happened to Bethel. She must have slipped away somehow, but he wasn't going to find her if they buried him alive in that rifle crate. His left wrist jerked free of the stake. Instantly, he tried to make a grab for the pistol on Javier's right hip, but his hand felt like a stone hanging there off the end of his wrist. The rope had cut off his blood supply, and now, as the blood hammered back into the appendage, his nerves burned mercilessly. He dropped to hands and knees. He rolled onto his back, clutching his wrists, feeling the blood trickling back into his feet as well. Easily, Ricardo and Javier crouched over him and lifted him by shoulders and ankles respectively. Then, while he feebly struggled, kicking weakly and striving to keep himself out of that damned gaping casket, they dropped him inside. When they released him, he lunged upward, half turning and trying to climb over the edge of the box. Suddenly, the balladeer stood over him and smashed the heel of his boot into Colter's forehead. Colter flew back against the side of the box. He stared up, dazed, his heart thundering in his chest.
No, goddammit! Goddamn you sons of bitches to hell!
The last thing he saw, before Ricardo and Javier lowered the lid quickly onto the box, almost smashing his fingers between the lid and the box's right edge, was Machado's hysterically laughing visage.
Happy sailing, eh, Rojo?
The box was small and dark, scrunching his shoulders painfully together. He lay there, miserable beyond imagining, as nails hammered through the box's lid and into the sides, sealing him up like a sardine in a very small tin.
No! No!
He realized, as the makeshift coffin rocked and pitched from side to side, that they were carrying him down a steep incline. And then his head slammed painfully against the coffin lid as they dropped him. The box spun wickedly. It wobbled, floating. Colter felt the chill of water beneath him, the wetness bleeding between the boards of the box to dampen his clothes. They had dumped him into the stream. The box rocked and swayed. The current caught it, and Colter felt himself being hurled downstream.
Have a good trip, El Rojo. If you're lucky, you'll make it to the Gulf of Mexico.
The coffin pitched and plunged, Colter's belly lurching into his throat as the coffin tipped up, suspended for a moment straight up and down, before plunging down to short falls. The end housing Colter's head smashed against a rock. The box end with his feet flew up over his head.
Oh, shit!
Then he was horizontal again, rocking on down the stream, belly down in the cold, wet box. As the rifle crate was hurled down the narrow but fast-flowing stream, Colter, lying face down in the overturned coffin, pressed his hands against what was now the crate's bottom and humped his back against the top, trying in some way to break the thing apart. Water was oozing from the cracks in the lid and from several other cracks between the crate's pine boards. Colter was soaked.
Oh, shit! Come on, goddammit!
Suddenly, the coffin slammed against what he assumed was the stream's stone bank. It must have gotten hung up between rocks because more water oozed into it, and he could feel a fluttering in the end housing his feet. Just as suddenly as he'd gotten hung up, the coffin jerked free. It spun wildly. Colter gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes closed against the water oozing up around him, threatening to cut off his air. The foot of the crate dropped downward. Colter's head and torso rose, twisted around, and then plunged. The water in the crate gurgled as it washed this way and that. The true bottom of the crate smashed the stream's rocky bottom, and Colter could hear the crack, feel wood slivers gouging his left thigh. Now he was face up once more, but the water was coming in fast and reaching his nostrils and his mouth. He made the mistake of trying to breathe. The water hit his lungs and burned like coals in a blacksmith's forge. His entire body was submerged. He was vaguely aware of the crate spinning around him once more. Both the side and the floor of the coffin gave way. Colter's feet dropped. His knees smashed against a knobbly black rock that he glimpsed amongst a feathery spray of tea-colored water. He rolled sideways, the frenzied current sweeping him along. Air brushed his face. Instinctively, he drew a breath and got part of it down before the water in his lungs exploded outward. While the current swirled him and pushed him downstream, he tried to gain another breath of the refreshing air washing over him between waves of the rushing rapids. Ahead, a bird winged out over the frothing stream. He'd caught only a glimpse of it, but he looked again now, turning his head one way while the river turned him another, and saw a rope. Yes, a rope. It extended out from the right bank and was looped over the end of a black log poking up out of the stream.
Grab the rope, kid!
The rope grew in Colter's eyes until he could see the individual hemp strands twisting and straining as the man took the slack out of it. Colter threw up his left arm. He hooked it over the rope that cut into his ribs just beneath his armpit. Colter clung to the rope for all he was worth. Staring at the rope and only the rope, praying the log didn't break free, Colter used his hands to follow the rope toward the right bank. The white water beat against his legs and hips. He used every ounce of the little remaining strength he had to walk his hands along the rope to the bank. When he'd gained the bank's grassy lip, a big brown hand reached over it. Colter took it. The man's fingers closed around Colter's hand and he pulled Colter up and over the bank. The redhead collapsed, water gurgling in his throat as he tried to breathe. A brusque hand turned him over. Then the man grabbed Colter's ankles and shoved his knees up to his chest. The water came up in several choking spasms, dribbling over his chin and down his chest. He sat up. A dark man in a calico shirt and a green flannel headband stared down at him, severe features undecipherable. He looked like an Apache with dark brown hair and brown eyes boring into Colter's that made the life shrink back down into the redhead's waterlogged boots.
Oh, hell.
Then the man's face brightened, brown eyes flashing. He extended his big right hand.
You Colter Farrow?
Colter gave the man's hand a half-hearted squeeze, nodding and realizing the man wasn't Apache at all.
Who are you?
Me? Oh, hell, I'm Jed Strange.
Colter just stared at him. Movement caught his eye, and he looked behind the crouching man to see Bethel running toward him, weaving around rocks and spindly shrubs from the direction of a high basalt ridge. At the same time, hoof thuds drew Colter's head to his right. Running toward him as well was Northwest, galloping along the stream bed, head in the air, eyes frantic. He must have broken away from Machado when he'd seen the banditos toss Colter's makeshift coffin into the stream and took off after it. He ran up to Colter now, eyes white-ringed, and rose off his hind feet.
I take it you know this hoss?
The man who had called himself Jed Strange straightened to regard the pitching Coyote Dunn. He appeared to be in his late 40s or early 50s, lean and rugged, his shoulders slightly bowed. Colter stood and ran a soothing hand along the horse's snout, his head still spinning from the ride down the river. He looked from the man dressed as an Apache to the girl running toward him.
Colter!
Bethel ran up to him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and buried her head in his chest.
I thought you was a goner for sure.
Bethel, where'd you go?
No time for explanations.
Jed Strange turned to his own horse, a big-boned Appaloosa standing several yards away, eyeing Northwest crossly.
We gotta get mounted and hightail it. I've been waiting to lock horns with Machado, but I reckon it can wait.
He walked toward the big brown and white spotted horse, beckoning to Bethel.
Come on, girl. You're riding with your old pa.
Bethel looked at Colter, grinning eyes fairly flashing like gold coins in the sunshine.
That's my paw.
Colter stared, thoroughly confused.
So I heard.
Come on.
Bethel turned and ran off toward her father, who was just now mounting the Appaloosa.
We'll explain later.
Two spitted rabbits dripped grease into the bed of glowing coals and sizzled and steamed. The coffee pot sat on a flat rock to one side of the flames. Colter hungrily chewed the succulent meat off of the first of the 3 jackrabbit haunches.
I just don't understand this. We found your gun on that bandito in the roadhouse yonder. At least Bethel said it was yours, Mr. Strange, and it had your initials on it.
Jed Strange now wore the Colt in a holster, thonged low on his right thigh, clad in fringed deerskin leggings. Sitting cross-legged on the other side of the fire from Colter, Bethel on his right, sticking close to her old man, Jed plucked the silver-chased piece from the sheath and stared down at it pensively, his broad, sun-seasoned face bronzed by the firelight.
Poor Percy.
Who's Percy, Pa?
My partner, Percy Tarwater. Fella whose grave you found, I reckon. Never did know what happened to old Perce. I gave him my gun because he didn't have one. He was making a supply run up north to a little village at the north end of the range.
Jed Strange scowled across the fire at Colter.
Who killed him?
Some Mexican rawhider we run into in Juan Domingo Gutierrez's place up north along the trail.
Strange nodded slightly, pursing his thin lips together, and kept his eyes on Colter.
How'd you get my gun back?
I reckon Bethel done that.
Strange turned to his daughter. She was staring admiringly up at the man. She flushed a little, blinked, and glanced at Colter, and then turned back to her father, not sure how to proceed.
I reckon I shot him, Pa. He said how he cut your throat, so I thought you was dead for sure, and it just pulled the trigger. A damn pistol roared like a dragon and lunged like a rattlesnake.
The dark lines of Strange's leathery face grew deeper.
You shot a man?
I reckon I did at that, Pa. There were 3 more of them, and Colter cleaned their clocks before they cleaned mine. It was a hell of a dust-up.
Bethel shook her head and then stared up at her father, whom Colter judged to be a little older than he'd at first thought. Still strong of body, with only a slight paunch, but his face was a roadmap of hard years and many trails under an unforgiving western sun.
Tough country down here, Pa.
Strange set a big gnarled hand on his daughter's head.
You shouldn't have come, Bethel. I sure never figured on that.
You were gone a whole year, Pa. You don't know what it was like living with Aunt Kate. Why, she had me going to church every Sunday.
Don't doubt that a bit.
He shook his head as he stared pensively into the glowing coals, half smiling.
Oh, Kate.
After a time, he raised his eyes to Colter's on the other side of the fire.
Sorry about leaving you to the wolves back there, boy. There's several hidden passageways in that chasm you and Bethel were in. You wouldn't notice them unless you'd been in and out of that canyon as many times as me and Percy had done. I broke off tracking Machado a few hours ago when I seen you two. I glassed you and recognized Bethel. Them Injuns chasing you turned back when I started flinging arrows at them.
Jed canted his head at an ash bow and deerskin quiver of arrows leaning against a nearby pinon.
I didn't even see you.
I snuck in behind you and snatched Bethel away because I figured Machado and his men were in that canyon. I wasn't sure who you were yet, friend or foe. By the time Bethel told me you were friendly and I had her in a secure place, I went back for you. But Machado was already pounding nails in your coffin. I hightailed it to my horse and tried to run you down.
Well, you did, and I do appreciate it.
I've been following Machado for days. Problem is, I'm all out of shells from my Winchester.
Strange flicked the Colt Peacemaker's loading gate open and spun the cylinder, looking relieved to see the brass snug down in all 6 cylinders.
44 shells were one of the things Percy was heading out to buy with the last of our gold dust. We popped the last of our caps at the Apaches that haunt these canyons and been making our lives pure hell for the 6 months we've been out here in the Dragones.
Bethel plucked some meat off the half-eaten rabbit haunch on her tin plate.
Is that what's kept you out here so long, Pa? Gold?
Holding his steaming cup in his hands before him, Strange rested his elbows on his knees.
Not just a few pinches of dust, daughter, but enough gold to see me into my old age, and you, well, enough to send you back east to a good school. Make a teacher out of you, just like you always wanted.
He smiled.
Though, with as much gold as we'll have when we finally ride out of here, you likely won't need to work another day in your life. How'd you like that?
I'd like that just fine, but I'd like to have you back home even better.
All in good time, girl, all in good time.
Strange ruffled the girl's hair, then glanced at the bedroll spread out beside her in front of her saddle.
Now, you best finish up and crawl into bed. Big day tomorrow.
Doing what?
You'll see.
Strange looked at Colter.
You best hit the hay too, son. I'll keep watch tonight.
All night?
Strange winked.
I sleep like an Apache, with both eyes open.
Jed Strange poured himself a fresh cup of coffee, then walked out away from the fire's shimmering light toward the dark wall of a stony ridge. Colter finished his rabbit and stared over the fire at Bethel. She was staring back at him, a dubious look in her eyes. She tossed a quick glance behind her, then returned her anxious eyes to Colter, leaning forward slightly.
You think he's gone off his nut?
The desert does strange things to people. Add treasure to the mix and...
Colter remembered the gold daggers Machado had shown him. Did Strange have the third one? Machado himself was after the third one. If Strange was after the other two, Colter and Bethel had just landed atop a powder keg with a sparking, sputtering fuse.
Well, at least he's still kicking. I thought for sure I'd lost him, and aside from Aunt Kate, he's all I got. Oh, and you, I reckon.
Colter tossed another log on the fire.
You don't have to reckon about that, young lady.
Bethel rolled her eyes in frustration.
Oh, dang it, I done told you I ain't all that young.
Colter climbed to his feet and stepped into one of his boots drying by the fire.
Good night, Bethel.
Where are you going?
Private business.
Oh.
She curled up on her side.
Good night, Colter.
He tossed another mesquite branch on the fire, hitched his empty pistol belt higher on his hips. Machado's men had taken his Remy, but he didn't feel so naked wearing the shell belt and holster, and walked off into the darkness beyond the fire. Colter stopped and stared off toward where the man was apparently keeping watch, frowning as the coughing continued.
Shit.
Colter walked off through the rocks and cedars in the direction from which the coughs had come. A quarter moon was kiting over the southeastern ridges, limning the shrubs and rocks around him in silver. Ahead stood a low escarpment. Strange was silhouetted against the violet sky, one knee up, one arm draped over the knee. A cigarette made a pink dot at the end of his hand.
Mr. Strange.
What is it, Mr. Farrow?
You all right up there?
You hear me back at camp?
I walked off a bit to piss.
Well, come on up here, boy. Let's palaver.
Colter continued to the base of the scarp and climbed up the side, stepping into the cracks and ledges. He sat down on a rock beside Strange and planted a boot on the one in front of him.
Nasty cough. Sounds like pleurisy.
I wish it was pleurisy.
Strange stared off into the night beneath the gradually rising moon. They were about 5 miles from where Colter had so unceremoniously taken leave of Machado's gang, in a shallow canyon surrounded by nearly impenetrable walls of granite and limestone that he had made into a camp. He seemed to know every inch of this end of the Dragones.
Well, it ain't pleurisy. A few months back, I took a Yaqui arrow. Percy got the shaft out and he dug around a bit for the head, but he couldn't find it. I know where it is, all right.
He thumped his upper right chest with his fist.
Right here, in my wind sack. I don't want Bethel to know this, Colter, but I don't think I have much time left. Every time I cough, I give up more blood than the last time I coughed.
You need to see a doctor.
I got no time for pill rollers. I have to get what I came down here for.
The daggers?
Strange jerked a surprised look at him.
Machado showed me the 2 he had. He's looking for the 3rd one. He took Bethel's map out of her Bible and he figures the map shows him where the 3rd one is.
Good. Good. Damn good.
What's so damn good about it?
I've got the 3rd dagger. Apparently he don't know that, which means I know where he'll be looking for it.
Colter studied the man for a time.
Mr. Strange.
Call me Jed.
Jed, you got me baffled.
I want all 3 of those daggers from my daughter, Colter. And when I get them, I want you to take her on back to Tucson. Will you do that?
What about you?
Never mind about me. I'll pay you $1,000 to see my daughter and those 3 daggers back to Tucson.
Strange narrowed a grave eye at the redhead.
You see, I know you're an honest man. Despite what that mark on your face might suggest, I know I can trust you even when there's gold involved. There's not many men you trust with gold.
Well, how do you know you can trust me?
Because my daughter fancies you. And Bethel is a very good, albeit merciless, judge of character. Just like her mother.
Colter flushed as Jed spit out blood from his lungs onto a nearby rock that in the moonlight appeared almost black.
I hear you're good at killing.
Colter looked at the man, tongue-tied.
She told me while we were gathering wood and you were drying out. Said you shot Machado. Next time, aim lower.
Good advice. Yeah, I've killed a few, but only because I've had to.
Strange's moonlit dark eyes flicked to Colter's scar.
You want to help me kill a few more? Repay Machado for his kindness? Only this time make it stick?
Where'd those daggers come from, Jed? How is it that both you and Machado know about them, and how much you think they're worth?
A long time ago, I rode with a gang down here along a river, the Rio Yaqui. Now, we robbed a bank south here in a pueblo called Rio Agave. Now, the bank held mostly loot acquired by several wealthy hacendados who got rich rustling cattle on the other side of the border. So we sort of saw it as an act of patriotism. Anyway, well, we robbed the bank in Rio Agave, and in the safe we found these 3 gold daggers. Treasure looted from the graves of conquistadors, mostly. A passel of rurales got onto our trail about 40 miles east of here. Shot up our group bad. In fact, 4 of the gang was shot out of their saddles, leaving only 3, me and Percy and 1 other rider. Now, the rurales had extra horses, so we knew they was going to run us down. After we gotten across the Rio Yaqui, our horses were done for, blown out, but the rurales were still coming. Now, knowing we'd have to split up and try to make it on foot, we each hid a dagger after we crossed the Rio Yaqui, and we were climbing into the southern reaches of the Dragones. Now, we drew a map on the back of a wanted circular, tore it in thirds, and split up.
Strange wiped a hand down his face and turned to Colter.
I never saw either of those 2 men again till about a year ago, when I ran into Machado outside Tucson.
Machado?
He was the 3rd rider. Just a lanky wisp of a young, stringy-haired peon then. A poor bean farmer trying to make a name for himself as a bandito. Had a voice on him, he did. Oh, he could hold a purty tune. But he couldn't shoot for shit. I barely got out of these mountains alive. I figured Machado and Percy were long dead. I hung around a while, waited to see sign of them. When I didn't, rather than venture back into the mountains alone, I gave up and headed home. Hell, that's close to 20 years ago now. Last year, I heard Machado was running guns across the border. I was so damn tired of being a night deputy to an old drunken reprobate of a sheriff that I threw in with him for some easy money. Once we were down in Mexico, guess who else I run into?
Percy Tarwater.
Give that boy a cigar! He still had his 3rd of the map. And so did Machado, by the way. He'd been carrying around with him all these years. But we torn the map into thirds in such a way that anyone going back for the daggers would need all 3 pieces to find them all. So after we found Machado, Percy and me stole Machado's 3rd of the map and lit out after the treasure.
You double-crossed him.
Sure we did. Before he double-crossed us. Bound to happen. You saw him. The balladeer ain't that scrawny little silver-tongued peon boy no longer. Hell no. He's a cold-blooded killer. Shoots you as sure as look at you.
Colter just stared at the old outlaw, not at all sure what to make of the man's story. His sweet daughter Bethel had a bona fide old outlaw for a father. And now that she and Colter had found him, Colter just didn't know what to think about him or his quest. Strange studied Colter and quirked his mouth corners up as to answer a question Colter hadn't asked.
Probably worth around 12 or 15,000 each.
What's that?
Strange had removed a dagger from inside his coat and was caressing the gold blade with the hand holding the quirly.
I'd say, judging by the ruby in each hand-carved handle and the grade of gold, each one of these daggers is worth about 15,000 American dollars. Give or take. Leastways, that's what Bethel could probably sell one for back east.
Strange narrowed an eye at Colter. The gold and the red ruby in the dagger's handle shimmered in the moonlight.
You make sure she has them gold buyers figure in the foreign market. These might be worth more somewhere over in Europe, Spain, say. You make sure she don't get gypped.
You really think you're not gonna make it, Jed?
I do believe, son, that getting those 2 daggers back from Machado will do me in. I won't have enough in me to get back to Tucson. And even if I did, I'd be a goner soon after.
Colter ran a hand through his hair and followed Strange's gaze out across the desert.
How did Machado get the 2 daggers he's got now?
Strange tucked the 3rd dagger back inside his coat.
It was a simple matter of him sneaking into me and Percy's camp just before we was going to ride out of these mountains and head home. Him and his boys snuck into our camp when we was fishing, stole them out of our gear. Percy had the 3rd one on him. Kept it to marvel at while he's fishing. I wish I'd done the same with the other two, then we'd still have all three.
What happened to the third one?
We hit it. Percy and me hit it good, because Machado was on our trail. When we managed to slip away from him with the help of some marauding Apaches, I drew us each a map, rode up to Senor Gutierrez's saloon, and put my copy in the mail to Bethel back in Tucson, in case anything should happen to me. I figured she could maybe hire someone to come down and fetch it. One of her uncles on her ma's side, say. Now, Percy and me, we intended to run into Machado again, and we was gonna get those 2 daggers back or die trying. We've been playing cat and mouse with the old balladeer for about 4 months now. I picked up his trail again 2 days ago. Been shadowing him ever since, until I spied you in Bethel. I'm glad he's back. Damn glad. We'll run into him again, and I'm gonna need some help getting those 2 daggers back.
Well, how come you got the third one on you now?
I fetched it back from where we buried it after Percy never came back from his supply run. I thought maybe Percy got the notion to dig it up himself and ride off alone. No honor among thieves, you know? Now we'll follow Machado up to where Bethel's map leads him. Since he found the map, he must think I buried the 3rd dagger there, and that's where we'll ambush the sneaky bastard. He won't be expecting me to try to dig it up until I have the other 2. Good place for an ambush atop that ridge. I hope you got enough ammo. Like I said, I'm out of 44 rounds.
Colter threw up his hands.
Hold on, Jed. I never agreed to this crazy scheme. And I'm sorry, sir, but that's what it is.
He stuffed his hat back on his head.
Machado is one angry killer, and he's got 7 other angry killers riding with him.
7 against 2. I've faced longer odds than that.
Colter started climbing down off the rocks.
Sorry, Jed. Your game will only get you and Beth the whipsawed, and me too if I go along. Which I ain't gonna. I'll be heading back north with Bethel. I'll see to it she gets safely back to Tucson.
Colter climbed down off the rocks and started tramping back to where the campfire glowed dully amongst the rocks and bushes.
Good decision, boy. The only right decision, really. Damn glad my daughter ran into you.
Colter jerked out of a deep sleep. Instantly, his Henry was in his hand, and he pumped a shell into the chamber. The figure just now entering the camp stopped suddenly in the false dawn. Jed Strange's slightly stooped figure outlined against the lightening eastern sky.
Damn, boy! You are fast. I'd like to see you shuck a hog leg.
Machado has it.
Bethel had lifted her head from her saddle when she'd heard the rasp of Colter's rifle. Now she looked around curiously, blinking.
What the hell's all the commotion about?
Go back to sleep, darling.
That don't answer my question, Pa.
Strange walked into the camp. He wore a buckskin mackinaw against the high-altitude chill, his breath fogging around his head, and green flannel bandana. Colter assumed the man wore the Indian duds to blend in better with the Apaches, possibly confuse them from a distance. Besides, it was right smart desert attire. The old outlaw leaned his rifle against a mesquite, then got down on his hands and knees and lowered his head to the fire ring, and blew on last night's coals, stirring a dull pink glow.
I thought you were out of shells for that.
Colter glanced at the old 67 model Winchester.
I was, but I thank you.
Strange shunted his glance to Colter's saddlebags, where he kept his last box of 44 rounds, and gave the redhead a wink.
Boy, you got your hands full with my daughter. 12 years old, and she's already as sassy as her ma was after 15 years of marriage.
As a couple of small flames began to lick up around the ashes, he gave Colter a shrewd wink.
But you probably already know that, don't you?
Colter tossed his covers off and pulled his boots on.
I reckon you win the cigar this time, Jed.
What do you mean Colter's got his hands full, Pa? I don't like the sound of that. Sounds like you got ideas popping around in your head again, and that scares me something fierce.
Not wanting any part of this conversation, Colter stood and grabbed his coffee pot out of his saddlebags, draped his bedroll over his shoulders, and headed down to the river for water. When he returned, the fire was popping and snapping amongst the several mesquite branches lying over the old ashes, and Strange was saddling his horse. 2 horses had been picketed with northwest about 20 yards from the camp at the base of another scarp. Strange's second horse was an oddly yellow-eyed gruya.
Pa, I just found you.
Bethel was standing near her father, moving around with him as he saddled his horse.
I damn near left you for dead. If I'm going back to Tucson, then you are too. If you ain't, then I ain't neither.
Colter's taking you back to Tucson, child.
Strange set his blanket roll on his paint's back, lashing it behind his saddle.
I'll be along shortly.
You can't make me ride back to Tucson with Colter. There ain't no way you can keep me from fogging your trail to wherever in the hell you think you're going.
Strange glanced over his shoulder at Colter, who stood at the edge of the camp, holding the filled coffee pot. Strange had a slit-eyed, knowing expression on his face. Colter should have known Bethel would never have gone along with his plan for hightailing it back to the border. Her father had certainly known it, and if she stayed down here with the ailing man, Colter would have to too. He couldn't leave her.
Aw, hell. You think this gold is worth risking your daughter's life for, Jed?
No, I don't. But she's here now whether I like it or not.
He grabbed his saddlebags and tossed them onto the horse's back.
I intend to tuck Bethel away in a safe spot before you and I go after them daggers. If all goes according to plan and we get the jump on Machado, we should have those 2 gold daggers by sundown. A match set of 3.
He turned to Colter, leaned back against his horse, snaked one ankle behind the other, and grinned. Bethel turned her head to Colter. She looked grieved.
I can't leave him to die down here, Colter.
Colter kicked dirt on the fire.
Oh, hell. All right.
The trio stopped just beyond the pine snag on a relatively flat shelf in the mountainside.
Rest here!
Strange climbed heavily down from his saddle, his face not so much red now as pale. They were deep in the clouds on this mountain. Colter could see nothing beyond a dozen yards. The pines stood still and dripping, trunks dark and wet in the iron light.
What's that cough from, Pa?
Bethel stepped up close against her horse to loosen her latigo cinch.
What's that, darling?
Don't darling me. I heard it last night, and I heard it several times this morning. What is it? Consumption?
Strange hauled his canteen down from his saddle and sat on a rock beside the trail.
Oh, hell, just a little touch of the pleurisy.
He removed the cap from the canteen and took a drink, spilling a little when he coughed around the flask's lip.
Pleurisy, huh?
Bethel strode over to her father. He wore his buckskin coat unbuttoned, as the coat was a little too heavy for the temperature, which was probably around 50 degrees. Bethel reached down and swept the left flap of the man's coat back from his calico shirt. Colter winced when he saw the bloodstain on the left center of the man's chest, beside the hide tobacco pouch that Strange wore on a thong around his neck.
What in tarnation?
Strange snatched his coat flap back and pressed it taut against him.
You're a damn snoop!
What is that? Bullet wound?
As Colter took his own canteen down from his saddle and Northwest started cropping the green grass along the trail, the redhead saw Strange look off, squinting, his cheeks in the dull light appearing hollow and jaundiced. Strange shook his head fatefully.
Arrow!
Bethel glanced at Colter.
Did you know about this?
Only since last night.
Colter unscrewed the cap on his canteen and took a drink.
You should have told me.
It wasn't my place. It was his.
Bethel turned back to her father.
You're dying, ain't you, Pa?
Strange looked at her, then stood and brushed past her as he walked over to his saddlebags.
Oh, hell, I ain't dying. I'm too mean to die. I'll be here when the devil comes and him and me'll dance in the last flames.
He fished a clear bottle out of the saddlebag pouch, popped the cork, and took a deep pull. He shoved the bottle back down in his saddlebag pouch.
Come on, girl. I thought I'd like to rest here a while, but gold's a-waiting. I'll rest when I'm dead.
He stepped into the leather.
Pa.
Bethel was standing in the trail, staring up at the man, tears streaking her cheeks.
I like to go home. I like to go home right now, Pa. I'm real tired of Mexico. I'd like to sleep in my own bed again.
Strange winked at her.
We'll go home, darling. when we're about $40,000 richer.
He glanced back at Colter.
Be a gentleman and help my daughter on her horse, will you, Red?
Colter walked over and placed a hand on Bethel's shoulder.
There's no stopping him, Bethel. We'll get what he's after, and then I'll see to it we all head north.
Hell.
She stared off after Strange, who was walking his horse up the trail, slowly disappearing in the slithering tendrils of mist.
He's always been part loco and all bronco. Ma knew it, and I know it. But I reckon it couldn't hurt either one of us to be rich for once in our lives. He's always wanted it so bad.
Tears still streaked her cheeks.
Come on.
Colter boosted her up into the saddle and lightly slapped the Gruya's rump. She scrubbed her coat sleeve across her face, then bounced on up the trail. Colter watched her disappear in the mist. He jerked his hat brim down over his eyes, having a sour, colicky feeling about what would happen once they reached the ridge crest. He swung up onto Northwest's back. The coyote dun glanced back at him, flicking his ears and chewing his bit.
Yeah, I know, boy. But I reckon we bought chips in this game whether we want them or not. Now we gotta play the hand.
From below, the horse-tooth-shaped formations cresting the cloud-covered ridge had appeared solid and impregnable. From close up now, as Colter followed Strange and Bethel out of the trees, he saw that the monoliths were set farther away from one another than he'd thought. The gap between the tooth's southernmost teeth would give passage to a horse and rider. Northwest crested the ridge and followed Bethel and her father into the gap, littered with black-flecked gray boulders and a few hardy cedars growing from cracks in the rocks. At the end of the gap, away from the steep slope they just climbed, Strange lifted his right hand as he stopped his Appaloosa. Bethel rode up beside him and stopped the Gruya. Colter rode up on her right and checked Northwest down as well. He stared straight out from the gap where a dilapidated stone wall, about 5 feet high, stood about 40 yards away. Over the top of the wall, he could see grave markers of stone and wood beyond. Beyond the graves lay the back of a stout adobe church. The church's rear wooden door hung from one hinge, and just now a bird was flying out the dark gap. That and the general disarray of the graveyard, littered with tumbleweeds and fallen branches and grown up with cactus and rabbit brush, indicated that the church and grounds were likely long abandoned. Strange looked around, then turned to Bethel.
Darling, you lead my Appy and Colter's horse on over that little rise.
He canted his head toward the rise shrouded in ponderosas and piñons, various stone escarpments beyond it.
Keep the horses quiet and out of sight. You'll likely hear shooting, but you sit tight till we come for you.
Strange glanced at Colter. Colter handed his reins to Bethel, and holding his Henry, stepped down from his saddle. Strange did likewise, palming his silver-chased peacemaker and rolling the cylinder across his forearm. All the loops in his cartridge belt shone with fresh brass. He shucked his old Winchester and racked around in the chamber. Colter seated a shell in the chamber of his own rifle. Holding the reins of both men's horses, Bethel stared down at her father from atop the Gruya. He turned to her.
Go now, girl. Machado will be along soon, and you and those horses will have to be holed up tight.
She glanced at Colter, a dark, dreadful cast to her gaze. Then she reined her horse around and clomped on over the rise, leading the other 2 horses behind her. Strange walked ahead to the wall. He was limping slightly, favoring his right side. Colter followed the man, stood beside him, looking over the wall in the boneyard. He was trying to remember the map. All that he'd seen to mark the treasure was the dragon, which had obviously indicated the ridge they were now on. In addition, there'd been a small cross. Beneath the cross were the initials X and F.
All right. The cross was that church yonder. What did the X and the F mean?
The grave where Percy and I buried the 3rd dagger. You see, our original camp was right over there.
He pointed toward a dilapidated stone stable and tumble-down corral to the right of the cemetery, hunched in a slight clearing in the dripping pines, barely visible in the foggy mist.
The church is where Percy and me and the young balladeer holed up about 20 years ago when the rurales were scouring this ridge for us. We were given sanctuary by an old priest, Javier Franco.
Ah, I see.
Now I'm gonna stay here as the grave's right over yonder. I want to be close to that son of a bitch.
Which direction will Machado be riding in from?
Strange nodded his head toward the church. Colter looked around carefully, glancing at the grave with a large stone in which Father Xavier Balthazar Franco had been chiseled beneath a small, weathered carving of Christ amongst a flock of little lambs. The grave was mounded with fist-sized red rocks.
All right.
Colter's glance caught on a crumbling spot in the wall on the stable side of the graveyard.
I'll head over there.
He looked at Strange.
You just gonna bushwhack him?
Oh, I'll give him a chance to throw down the 2 daggers, but he won't take it.
Colter moved off along the wall, swerving around tree branches that had grown over it and stepping over those that had fallen dead at its base. When he'd rounded the far corner near the stable, he crouched down beside the V-shaped gap in the ancient wall and set his rifle across his knee. The mist came down, ticking lightly off his hat brim. A long, slow, wet hour passed. Colter was beginning to think Machado had misread the map or was suspecting a trap. Colter's heart thudded and he squeezed his rifle tighter.
Shit! They found Bethel!
He lifted his head above the wall and froze. Strange was looking over the top of the rear wall, motioning for Colter to drop his head back down. Riders were coming from the front of the church. Colter lowered his head, pressed a shoulder against the wall to the left of the V-notch. He removed his hat and slid his right eye far enough into the crack that he could see the graveyard, which horseback riders were entering via the far side of the church from Colter. There was no mistaking the huge lead rider, the balladeer himself, Santiago Machado, clad all in glistening black leather and a calico shirt behind his vest and crisscrossed bandoliers. He rode slowly amongst the graves, scrutinizing the stones that fronted each one, looking for the initials that Strange had marked on his map. Colter drew his eye back behind the wall. Pressing his back against the wall, holding the Henry firmly against his thigh, he waited. No one called out suddenly, as Colter had expected when they found the grave. There was merely a cessation of thudding hooves. Glancing through the V-notch once more, he saw all 7 of Machado's riders clumped around the grave about 30 yards out from the rear wall and Jed Strange, and angled a little in Colter's direction. The men dismounted. 3 men moved out around the grave, holding rifles up high across their chests, taking sentry positions. Machado leaned a hand atop the Padre's tall, rounded marker and kicked at the stones. 4 men stood around him. They'd dropped the reins of the horses, and the horses now milled to the far side of the grave from Colter.
Hold it there, Machado! I got you dead to rights. One sudden move, and you'll be feeling right at home here.
Colter rose quickly, loudly racked around into his Henry's chamber and aimed straight out over the wall. The Mexicans turned their heads toward Colter as though they were all joined by the same string. Machado grinned beneath the brim of his wet sombrero. Remembering his horrific ordeal on the river, Colter felt like wiping the smile off the killer's face with a single slug from his Henry, but he kept his fingers steady on the trigger.
Santiago! I'm gonna ask you once, and only once, to throw down them daggers and ride on out of here.
Beyond the balladeer, one of the sentries jerked his rifle up. Strange's rifle cracked. The sentry stumbled back. The man hit the ground, clutching his right knee. Machado threw his hands in the air.
Stop! No shooting!
The others froze, crouching, quickly lowering the rifles they'd swung up suddenly as they shuttled wary looks between Strange and Colter. The horses scattered, trotting amongst the gravestones toward the back of the church. The Mexicans stood clumped around the Padre's grave, dark and wet, the rain dripping from their sombreros. Machado stepped toward where Strange stood, aiming his Winchester out over the wall, pressing his cheek to the stock.
Jed, mi amigo, perhaps we could talk about this. What do you say, hermano?
There's nothing to talk about. I want those 2 daggers you stole, and I want them now, or I'm gonna perforate your big ugly hide.
Machado's face hardened and his back tensed.
Stole from you? Ah, you crazy double-crossing gringo son of a bitch! You stole my third of the map! You and Percy, no? Ah!
He kicked a gravestone over.
Do you not do that?
Only because you would have done the same to us if you knew we'd kept our sections of the map. No honor among thieves, you stupid bean-eater!
Oh, you call me names now, huh?
Throw down them daggers!
The two men held each other's glowering stares. The other men stood tensely, keeping their rifle barrels aimed at the ground and shunting tense looks between Strange and Colter, knowing they were in a crossfire, but also likely knowing that because they were 7 against 2, the odds were still in their favor despite the walls shielding their adversaries.
You think you can get all 7 of us, huh? Even with El Rojo over there, I will say you can't.
Machado did not wait for Strange's reply. Suddenly he crossed his arms and shucked his pistols. Smoke puffed from the maw of Strange's rifle. Twin puffs spread from both of the balladeer's pistols, Machado's slugs tearing rock shards from the wall around Strange's head. Colter triggered his Henry at Machado. But at the same time, the big man crouched, one of Strange's bullets tearing into his leg above his knee, then threw himself hard to the right. Colter's bullet ricocheted off a headstone beyond the balladeer. Machado rolled into the billowing cloud of powder smoke kicked up by the 6 other Mexicans now firing at both Strange and Colter, pivoting at the hips and pumping cartridges as fast as they could shoot. Colter pumped the Henry, aiming and firing quickly, dropping 2 banditos in about 3 seconds after he'd missed and lost Machado in the wafting powder smoke. Strange dropped another. The others slung lead at both him and Strange and dove behind stones and grave mounds. The hammering pops and screeching ricochets sounded like the barrage of a small battle for 2 minutes before Colter's Henry pinged on an empty chamber. Strange must have emptied his Winchester as well because a sudden silence fell back over the cemetery, settling down as heavy as the low clouds and the steady mist. Colter punched shells through his rifle's loading gate.
Red, you got company! Shit!
Colter looked through the V-shaped break in the wall. Only one man was moving, running hard down a line of gravestones toward the wall 20 yards to Colter's right. The man in the green sombrero, Machado's lieutenant, started shooting as he ran. Colter jerked his head back behind the wall as 2 slugs slammed into it. He squeezed his eyes shut against the spraying rock shards. The man kept shooting as he neared the wall beyond Colter. In the corner of his left eye, he saw the man leap over the wall, firing both pistols. One slug tore across the nub of Colter's left cheek. The other slammed into the wall only an inch above his head, pelting him with gobs of wet adobe. The man in the green sombrero had fallen to his knees, but now, as he stumbled to his feet, bringing both pistols to bear at once, Colter leaped up, raised the Henry, and fired. The bandito flew backward. He hit the ground hard. Colter silenced the man with a round through the underside of his chin, the slug chewing through his skull to exit the top of his head. Colter racked a fresh round in the Henry's chamber and turned toward the cemetery. The place was as silent as before they'd come. Most of the banditos sprawled amongst the headstones. Strange was now just moving through the open gate in the wall to his left, striding into the boneyard with his peacemaker raised. He waved the gun around, looking for a target. No one moved. Colter stepped through the break in the wall and strode slowly toward where Strange stood before the grave of Padre Franco. At his feet, 3 banditos lay sprawled in bloody heaps. As Colter walked, swinging around, aiming his rifle from his hip, Strange traced a broad half circle around the Padre's grave. Colter stopped near the grave. Strange stopped then as well, about 30 yards between the grave and the rear of the church. They looked at each other.
The only one missing's my friend Machado.
His weathered face was grim beneath his green bandana, his silver-streaked dark brown hair hanging wet to his shoulders. The fog was icy witch's fingers snaking over Colter. He kept swinging his gaze back and forth across the cemetery. Nothing moved.
Where is he?
Colter had seen at least one bullet plow into him. He was wounded, likely hunkering behind one of the gravestones, either dead or right now drawing a bead on Colter and Strange. Colter backed away from Franco's grave, turning his head this way and that, shuttling his glance across the back wall and then the north wall, and from there to the rear of the church. He strode slowly around the graves and stopped again near Strange.
The daggers were on one of the horses. The horse of the man I killed out yonder.
I'll stay here.
Strange tensely looked around at the gray stones, both men expecting the balladeer to bound out blasting from behind any of them at any second.
You go fetch the daggers, then let's us...
Colter?
Colter saw her coming through the pines beyond the cemetery's rear wall. The redhead tensed, gritting his teeth. Strange stepped forward and waved his arm.
Bethel! Get down, girl!
She kept coming. A small brown figure in the grayness, blonde hair hanging from her brown hat. She was heading for the break in the rear wall.
You two all right?
Heart hammering, Colter jerked his head around, tightening his hand on his Henry's trigger.
God damn it, Bethel!
Strange started walking toward the gate. Colter followed him, covering the man's back with his Henry.
What?
Bethel stopped just inside the opening in the cemetery's rear wall. Just then she turned, but not before the balladeer, who must have been hunkered down in the trees just outside the wall, leaped up behind her. Blood oozed from his right thigh. Machado wrapped his left hand across her mouth and lifted a cocked, pearl-gripped Colt to her temple. Colter froze, so did Strange.
Drop those irons, amigos!
Bethel lifted one of her short brown boots and stomped it down hard on the big bandito's left foot. She jerked her head back against his gut. It caught the man off guard. Bethel threw herself sharply to her left, leaving Machado open. Colter lifted his Henry and began firing. Strange triggered his peacemaker. And the barrage of bullets tore through Machado's arms and legs, a couple hammering the steel breastplate behind his vest and shirt. He hit the ground on his back. Bethel was crouched on one knee, slowly lowering the arm she'd raised to shield her head. Colter strode forward with his smoking Henry. Bethel looked from the wailing balladeer to somewhere behind Colter. That's when the redhead realized that Strange was no longer at his side, but was down on his hands and knees, hanging his head low, his smoking peacemaker clamped between his right hand and the ground. Bethel ran to her father. Colter walked over to Machado, who lay as he had lain before, except that he was still now, blood oozing from several wounds in both legs and both shoulders. 2 fingers of his right hand were gone, leaving bloody stumps. His left cheek looked like a half-pound of freshly ground beef. His eyes were bright and glassy. A grimace stretched his lips. He did not look at Colter, but stared past him at the sky as Colter leaned down and disarmed the man, tossing the pistols and knives off into the brush. He found the burlap pouch hanging from a leather thong beneath the man's black vest, felt both daggers in it, cut it loose with the Bowie knife in his boot, and straightened.
Did you kill Alegria?
The balladeer looked at Colter, wrinkling the skin above the bridge of his nose.
How could I kill her? I love her.
He smiled, then returned his gaze to the sky. Colter turned away from him and walked over to where Strange was now sitting back on the heels of his moccasins, his face pale. Bethel knelt beside him, one hand on his shoulder, tears streaming down her cheeks. Strange looked at Colter, his eyes pain-racked but touched with humor as well. They looked delighted when he saw the burlap pouch in the redhead's hand.
That them?
Colter tossed the pouch down.
I hope it was worth it.
Strange opened the pouch to the 2 gold daggers and stretched his lips in a grin.
Don't die, Pa. Please don't die. I don't care about no treasure. I just want you home again.
Strange shook his head, clamping his bandana to his mouth as he coughed up a small gob of blood.
I reckon I done took my last ride, girl.
Bethel frowned, worried. Strange rested the daggers in his lap, set his hand against her cheek, and caressed her smooth skin with his thumb.
My last wild ride, I mean. Got one more ahead. Back to Tucson. I'll make it.
Strange looked down at the daggers and then up at Colter. Strange's eyes shone with a devilish romantic gleam beneath the green bandana wrapped around his leathery forehead. The old border bandit wasn't dead yet.
You coming, El Rojo?
Colter shrugged.
I got men after me. Bounty hunters, maybe the U.S. Army.
Hey, So do I.
I'll fetch the horses.
Colter saw Bethel looking at him. Her blue eyes shone with optimism. She smiled. He winked at her, shouldered his rifle, and started walking away. He stopped, tramped back over to the grave where the 3 dead banditos lay. He crouched over one and pulled his trusty Remington from behind the dead man's cartridge belt. Brushing a hand across his bullet-creased cheek, he strode out of the cemetery. Colter Farrow 3, The Last Ride of Jed Strange, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2010, Peter Brandvold. Published by arrangement with Peter Brandvold, all rights reserved. Production copyright 2016, The Cutting Corporation, all rights reserved. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Performed by Michael John Casey as Colter Farrow, Kimberly Gilbert as Bethel Strange, Michael Glenn as Jed Strange, Bradley Smith as Machado, and narrated by Terrence Aselford. Also, Bill Gillette, Casey Platt, Elizabeth Jernigan, Chris Genebach, Tim Getman, Joe Brack, Terrence Aselford, Robbie Gay, Scott McCormick, Andy Brownstein, Eric Messner, and Patrick Bussink. Directed by Michael John Casey. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Johann Detweiler. Book adapted for graphic audio by Eric Messner. If you enjoyed Colter Farrow 3, The Last Ride of Jed Strange, be sure to look in March 2016 for Frank Leslie's Colter Farrow 4, Bad Justice. Colter's plan to return home and confront his past backfires when he's framed for the murders of 2 U.S. deputy marshals. Resigned to living on the lam, Colter heads to Utah Territory, where a desperate town marshal offers him a job as, of all things, a lawman. What better way for a man to hide from the law than to become part of it? Regardless of which side of the law he stands on, Colter makes enemies quickly. But Colter doesn't plan on letting his enemies stay above ground for long. Available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net, where you'll find samples of all our Action Pump titles, as well as free downloadable extras, audio guides, and podcasts.
If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can select from over 900 titles and 60 series in either CD or high-quality download formats. If you would like to listen to an entire series, you can conveniently purchase the whole sets on CD or USB flash drive from graphicaudio.net. At graphicaudio.net, you can now earn loyalty rewards points, redeemable toward future online purchases. You can also get full mobile downloads directly to your phone or tablet with our new Graphic Audio Access app, available on all Android and Apple devices, so you can listen on the go, anytime, anywhere. Call 1-800-670-5220 or visit www.graphicaudio.net. Be sure to sign up for our email newsletter, like us on Facebook, or follow us on Twitter.